La ilaha illallah. Zan da kada kowa ne randomly fa. Auren ka shine burina, lissafina. Sauran kawaye dai muku galo. Kyakkyawa na dan taso, dan baka azurba. Marmaran ka nake koyo shi kamar talagin shinkafa. Dan me ko hannun ka masoyi na mi taba. Yo aure wata rana na haifo ma in. Zagi.
...2027 election. Do you still have intentions to run come 2031?
I'm focused on building a new nation. When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Thank you.
It's good to be back, His Excellency. Now that you have won the 2035 election, is this going to be your last tenure? Because the youth are complaining that you are getting old.
It's democracy, right? It is democracy. Let them come and run. Compete with us. And as for 2039, if I'm going to run again, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Delete that part.
His Excellency, you know that you promised me that you will step down after this tenor.
His Excellency.
Yes. You're from TBN?
Yes, sir.
Where is the other friend that used to interview me?
Well, he retired 5 years ago and Pastor Master.
Oh, Pastor.
Yes, sir.
We are still here. Rest in peace to my good friend.
Oh, Your Excellency, now you have won the 2043 election. Are you going to also run for the forthcoming 2047?
If I'm what?
Are you going to run for the forthcoming 2047 election?
Oh. Well, running is not by physical ability. Of course, some of us might not be able to stand, but it is here. So that's what most of you don't know. But when we get to that break, we'll cross it. I mean, somebody will push me across. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Now that he's gone, I will run for this position and nobody else will take it from me.
No, now, Chifamukwe, isn't this a repetition of old people ruling this country? I mean, I am young and I'm the right person to run for this position. Come 2051.
Tchiroma, what are you saying? Do you know how long I have voted for this? There is no other person that is capable to run this 2051 election except Jesus! Call the doctor.
Let me see how you will rule the nation from the grave.
Yeah, thank you all for joining me today. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to be covering the headlines, and that was just a skit just to, have the people come and join. People have not, I think we have very few people online at the moment. Also, as a disclaimer, this live is for discussing issues within Nigeria, within different regions of Nigeria, and also outside Nigeria and all over the world. And there is no room we are not doing it in terms of trying to discriminate against any people, whether you are gender, female, male, religious for religious reasons, or racial reasons. We don't discriminate against any group. And that is the spirit
Under the protection of a gas station canopy. They are so-called bent-skin drivers, a term derived from the bent shape of their bodies as they ride and the way they swerve through Douala's formidable traffic. But it might also describe the way those who cannot afford a room twist their bodies in order to sleep, perched on their bikes. Among them is 33-year-old Zaki Al-Mohammed. He lives on fares that start at 100 CFA francs, or about 18 US cents. The struggles faced by bent-skin drivers, Mohammed says, are indicative of a structural problem in Cameroon, and that is a lack of opportunities under Paul Biya, the country's 92-year-old president who has ruled for more than 4 decades.
We do this work because we have no choice. We have nothing else to do. We have to drive motorcycle taxis because there are no other jobs.
Biya, who is the world's oldest president, is seeking an 8th term in a vote that was held on Sunday. Cameroon's previous election in 2018 was marred by allegations of voter intimidation, violence and ballot stuffing, casting doubt over the credibility of the result. But Biya's government dismissed the allegations, and he stayed in power. Mohammed said he believes the entire population wants change, but that people are too afraid.
Appears I'm having some technical issues.
Cameroon's official unemployment rate stands at 3.5%, though the figure for young people is much higher. The International Organization for Migration says unemployment for 15 to 35-year-olds is a little over 39%. During his sole campaign rally on October 7th, Biya acknowledged widespread frustration over youth unemployment. He said if given another term, he would not rest until significant progress has been achieved. For Corinne Alphonsine Kegnay, progress cannot come too soon. She dropped out of school to care for her siblings after
This one is from Museveni. That was Paul Biya. Elderly guy, wants to remain in office even in his 90s. And this one is from Museveni of Uganda. He too wants to run. Let me play that quickly.
What's that? Like, why do you have to? Sorry, guys. Interrupting me while I was trying to talk about something very, very important. You guys already know that Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni wants to die in power. Sorry, Ugandans. No offense. But hey, I mean, it's not like we're better off in Nigeria. But this coming January will be 40 years since Yoweri Museveni has been president of Uganda. Why? Like, why? The man is 81, my people.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
he has
guys.
decided to run again in
This
the
stuff seems to
Senate
be
election
glitching.
this coming January. 81 years old. Kilo day. Who, what, why, Doesn't he have children or grandchildren and great grandchildren that will be like grandpa? He's enough. He don't do now. Only you waka come. Are you the only one? In 2005.
Wow.
This man removed 2-term limits as stated by the constitution. As if that was not enough. In 2000.
You know what? Let me bring the people that have joined us in. Hello, yeah, I don't know what is going on. You know, these elderly people, they have all kinds of stuff.
2017, when he realized he was getting close
Like
to the
I said,
age
the machine is misbehaving. I probably need to upgrade my machine. Thank you all for joining us here. Yeah, thank you for the enemies of Nigeria. I don't know, man. It's just weird. I think I probably need to upgrade my machine. And to be fair, I think the machine has been doing quite well. So let me thank the people that have joined us. Let me get them in. The entire thing is just sluggish right now. All right. Welcome, Buddy. I see you there, Buddy. And Femi, I see you there too. And Jefferson, an interesting name. Thank you for joining us today. I think the first topic we're going to cover, I think what is going to happen based on adaptation is when we want to move to another topic, then we'll play the video for it. Since this stuff is misbehaving, I wanted to just play all the video, then we go into different topics. So, but regarding elderly leaders, what do we make of it? Because this 90-something-year-old president, clearly, he cannot have his faculty in place. He has been ill for a long time in Cameroon, and he spends most of his time overseas. And now he's running for office again. From what I gathered, the opposition leader is also doing quite well and have protection. People are surrounding him to protect him because they are going to come for him sooner or later, just because he's declared himself the winner. So I don't know what you make of it, Jefferson. Is there anything we can learn from this?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Look, let us just tell ourselves the truth. It's just sheer wickedness that, this thing about leadership and followership, we all know how these things work, right? Even in organizations, except maybe it's a personal organization, right? No one wants a leader that will just be there throughout and as if maybe there's no other person that you can pass the baton on. Do you understand? I feel sad. Of course, when Cameroonian president, of course, I don't know when this other guy in Uganda took into office. Some of us were barely not in existence, Some of us were, came in and this guy has been ruling for a very long time. And it's obvious that Cameroon had not had any meaningful leadership. And it just is in fact, let me just put it in simple terms. The countries, those countries, they are sick because you are telling the people that they are not leaders of tomorrow, that there is only people who are elderly that can rule the country. Look at the last election, look at the people in the government. No young person, and this in the 21st century, currently in the 21st century, you find out that Well, we thank God for the media because we are meant to see things differently. How would it have been if we don't have like this internet and all of that? Nobody would have known the mess that we have got ourselves involved with, right? Because people are being suppressed, young ones are being suppressed because the people are already there. They are not really teaching the people how they can do things differently. Okay, fine. If you was doing something different, we would have understood. But again, there's no way you can't tell me that he's the only person in the country. It's not a one-man show. If it's in a family, if you are in your family, you can do one-man show the way you want. Even within families, even difficult for fathers, mothers, or whoever is there to even hand over control, right? But again, it just has to happen because at the end of the day, once we are no longer on this planet, someone has to take over. You know, something a little similar happened even in the royal family of Buckingham Palace. When Queen Elizabeth was alive, she had been queen for almost how many years? Due to some level of what they call it, sentiment, she felt she could not hand over to Charles when she was getting ill. And unfortunately, when she passed, that Charles had to now take the next mantle of leadership. And that was wrong. She didn't do that's in Britain. Oh, that was actually wrong what happened because she didn't do well on that note, irrespective of the rift they have between in the family. It just tells you one thing, that you cannot, no matter what anybody is doing, you can't be telling young ones because at the end of the day, like if you look very carefully now, if you look very well, especially the Gen Z generation, you find out, yes, there's a lot of information and people are asking questions. People are seeing things can be done differently. You know, the young learns from the old learns from the young. Yeah, everybody's learning from each other.
But do you think that because like now Nigeria is next door to Cameroon? I don't know how Nigeria really allow, I don't know whether to call it allow, how they feel about, because they too, because Nigerian leaders are also compromised, so they can't even point fingers at Cameroon like, man, yeah, we are corrupt, but why don't you just hand over to some other person? You are really old. Nigeria doesn't seem to worry about anything going on around it. Even Benin Republic, they do whatever they like because basically Nigeria treats all the country around it like French countries, like they belong to France. It don't have nothing to do with Nigeria. I don't see Nigeria exerting influence over their behavior at all. And not to mention the fact that, okay, why is it that the people themselves, because when I hear about Cameroon, there's hardly any time you hear about serious civil unrest. It seems to be quite stable, even with these kind of leader for a very long time. How do you explain that? Is it that people don't know they can get better out of life, that they put up with this type of leadership? How can you explain it? Because Cameroon is actually more civil than Nigeria.
They are civil, but again, don't forget there's something they call manipulation. Like what we have, obviously, let's not go too far, like what we have in North Korea. Manipulation too. Or some other countries. So when there's manipulation, the people don't seem to know better. People keep quiet because they feel they cannot be able to express themselves. We are all human beings. We are all free moral agents. We have the ability to make decisions and be able to. So look, whether they like it or not, it just, to me, I just see it as a thing of manipulation because it doesn't really make any sense. And when they say, with due respect, I don't want to go too far. When they say the issue of voodoo and witchcraft, it's not far-fetched. They could have done it in a big scale, and you'll be like, "Oh, this guy is good. Everything is okay," but it's not okay. No. So I just see that as a form of manipulation. It doesn't add up. Yeah,
it's really sad because whole generations, for some years he's been in office, don't have a clue what being another leader feels like. And he's barely even been there for the last 10 years. He's just on and off. Most of the time they see him, he's looking like he's not very all there, like he's got dementia or stuff like that.
Exactly. He's not even there. He doesn't even know what he's doing, because if he knew what he was doing, Cameroon could have been like a Dubai today with that length of leadership. So there's this assumption that if someone is in office and he thinks he has a vision of how a country should be, and he stays that long, we have to see it. Maybe in the next 10 years, this is this milestone. Another 20 years, this milestone. But we don't see nothing. Instead, we're seeing shanties all over the place. The guy is going abroad, he putting all the investment there, thinking of his own immediate family. So there's no progression plan. And because there's no progression plan, it just shows the guy doesn't know what he's doing. He's just there sitting and thinking of his immediate family. That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, if you even compare to Gaddafi, there's a very slight, it's obvious. At least Gaddafi had an agenda. You know what? Gaddafi might not be perfect. He may have his own issues, right? But he made sure at least the citizens there had those basic amenities to the point that even after his death till today, most Libyans are crying in hospitals. They, oh, I wish Gaddafi is alive. You cannot say the same for Biya. You can't say the same for this other the other guy that is there. Because when Gaddafi took into office, he stayed a long time, no problem. And so people that did not, so most people that didn't understand what was going on, unfortunately, after his death, people now started understanding that, oh, I mean, he was there this long period of time, but there was something he was doing to position the country, also position the continent.
Gaddafi, compared to Gaddafi, these leaders are like midgets, like they are beyond midgets. Look at the Okada drivers. The Okada drivers, they earn about equivalent to $18 in a month or so.
Compared to the Libyan citizens, where if you are newly married, they will give you a house or they will give you a stipend. That is like a living wage. Living wage compared to what other African countries were getting.
It's real. I don't understand it. Personally, the way when you look at the way Africa is, many countries, the way the leaders, even Kagame has been there for about 30 years, if I'm not mistaken, or 20 some years at least. They just stay on and on and on. They never want to go. And they will change the constitution on top of it. And that, for me, that is cool too. You can't be in office and you start changing constitution to allow you to stay longer. That's the cool. Yeah. That should be outlawed continent-wide even. We've not even started. I think let me just move to body, because the entire thing is madness, really. They will allow the leaders who just come into office, they want to change the constitution. In a democratic system, while you're in office, you want to change it so that you can run again. That is, if you are not in office, it's a different thing. But while you're in office, if you do that, that is a coup. Because you're using your patronage power to affect or effect change on the constitution, so that to favor you too. It's a conflict of interest. It's not a big problem. Exactly. And that's what Biya did.
Anything anybody is doing, they should have the country at heart. Even if they are doing that, it shouldn't be the benefactor. And that's the problem with us as a people. We always want to do something and then always be the one to enjoy, to benefit first, so that and that is why
let me ask. I think Femi was next before Body. Body always comes last. Body always likes to come last. Everything. It's like that. So, Femi, why is it that we seem to struggle with creating people that follow us? Like, we don't have, especially powerful leaders within Africa that are really good. They struggle with having somebody that comes after them that will take over from and execute their agenda, their philosophy, whatever they believe in. They don't do that. Even Magufuli of Tanzania, the lady that took over after him, started changing things in the other way, the other direction. Kagame doesn't trust anybody to take over. Definitely Biya doesn't trust anybody to take over. Museveni, the same thing. So it's like, what is this thing? Why do we not have the ability to transfer leadership? As a matter of fact, one of the biggest gripes I have against Mugabe, of all the good things he did, he didn't put a proper successor in place. With all that ideology and everything, if he had done it, even Mandela, you can even argue that he didn't have a proper successor that really knows what they are doing. And that is one thing what do you think accounts for this? Because other people seem to know how to do it. Why is that? Why are we struggling with it?
So, in recent months or years, I'm beginning to wonder if democracy is even an answer. Because if, with what we see going on currently in America, where America itself that's often looked at as the bastion of democracy, as an example, is having to deal with what it's dealing with right now, then even that is a problem in itself, because keep in mind, this year marks America's 250th year, allegedly, as a democracy. So I begin to wonder whether it's even a problem in itself that, whichever way you want to look at it, that whether democracy, because apparently democracy, the way it is, probably originated from Africa as a philosophy, because prior to when the West came and started breaking us apart, we had our own systems within our individual groups that was democratic in its own way. Whatever worked for us at the time. I say this to say that, actually, picture this. Even if, with the way you're asking the question, something I wanted to even start with originally before you threw that question at me. For those of us that were in primary school at a certain point in time in Nigeria, when the educational system, where we were still taught history to a very decent extent. In addition to Paul Biya, you remember names, including dead and alive, of people like, of course, Robert Mugabe, of course, who's dead right now. You remember, of course, the aforementioned Gaddafi. I'm sure a lot of us will still recall Idris Deby, who was shot, the Chadian president. And there's no way we're going to forget Mobutu Sese Seko, and of course Umar Bongo, the Gabonese guy as well, that died in power in 2009. Who would forget Yasibe Yadema, who, of course, for those that are still following what's going on in Togo, he dies, and that one has even become a family enterprise. And perhaps you still remember Omar al-Bashir, who had to be detained alive after in the aftermath of the civil war that's still ongoing in Sudan, and of course, part of which also resulted prior in the breakup of Sudan into Sudan and South Sudan. And perhaps you still remember Yahya Jammeh, who right now, of all places that you think of, is actually isolating in Equatorial Guinea. And speaking of Equatorial Guinea, I don't remember the guy. He has a long name. You know about the Equatorial Guinean guy, who a lot of us don't even speak about enough. He's been in power for a long time as well. Maybe to even find a way, if at all, I can't claim to even have the answer to the question. Instead of answering that question, what I would say, again, from what I said prior to this live stream, is I know you talk about security and having to be secure and what have you. My own theory is that if, for example, the West is fine with Museveni only because he's doing their bidding, because there's something about when you look at Britain, for example, the influence of Britain and the puppets that they have in power, and of course, in the case of Biya, the influence of France, and them looking the other way so long as whoever is in power is dancing to their tune, versus all of a sudden, whenever they start complaining about certain leaders who probably they find a way of killing if they no longer dance to their tunes. And of course, when you now tie this down to the issue of resources, and again, the same West looking the other way around, I do understand when you mention about African countries coming up with their own security strategies to be able to defend themselves. But one thing I say with a lot of caution is the fact that these guys still have a stranglehold on whatever we refer to as democracy, whether we like it or not. Otherwise, why will it be celebrated that it took the guys that overthrew the puppet regimes in Burkina Faso, Mali, as well as Niger, to chase away the French? And yes, you might say, of course, they are dictators and whatever. As far as I'm concerned, at least right now, they're at least trying to, led by the guy in Burkina Faso, try to present themselves, at least right now, as come up with a semblance of what a society should look like. At least I follow what that guy is doing in Burkina Faso. I'm not necessarily saying that he should stay there, but again, it goes back to what I started with originally. I do not even know whether this democracy is even the answer, because it's even failing in the West. You can see the way it's happening even in Italy, in Germany. There's a lot of dissent that's been suppressed right now as well. So I don't even know if it's even an answer in itself.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point to ask, because a lot of Africans have been asking whether democracy is so a path we should be walking at all. The opposite in terms of not having democracy, often it happens not because you choose, it will just happen. Like when they were talking about potential coup in Nigeria, that's how it will happen. However, if we are to deliberately choose, I would opt for something more advanced, because my experience here in the UK is that I think anybody that has been in the UK would know that they structured the Scottish Parliament so that not one party should be able to get a majority. In other words, so that the UK government can ride roughshod over them. But they broke through that because the politics that they did there was able to break that formula, and they have nationalist government rule for over 10 years. So in the context of democracy, yes, right now as we are, I think it's very, very compromised. You can even see that in Pakistan. Pakistan is a good example that tells you that even a nuclear power couldn't prevent the influence of America. That the real president of Pakistan is in jail. They jailed him because he's not very much friendly with America. So they put people that are the military people that are going to be friendly with them, and they just cheated the election and just shoved this guy in. And this guy now is praising Trump like crazy. Just last week he was praising Trump. So you can see this democracy as it's structured right now doesn't favor us; it favors them. But if we structure in a way that we have very, very good representation, anything close to what the Swiss have done, it will backfire, because then Nigerians will be more contented. It will be hard to kind of compromise them. If they feel they are now in a club where they all feel that they belong, they have a voice, why should they listen to anybody else? So you can turn the table against them, and I think that will improve our chances. Let me put it that way, because Switzerland has proven itself to be very, very resilient based on that formula. That said, Nigeria is a very tricky place to change stuff, because these people, they know, they are not stupid. What they want to do is that's why they don't want these leaders to go, because they know that if another younger leader come, even if he's on their side, he will be making demand. Look at what Charlie Kirk was doing. Charlie Kirk was challenging Israelis and telling them that, oh, the young people don't like what you are doing. The elders, what are they doing? The elders were quiet. They were not saying much, because elders have a frozen, they tend to have a frozen ideology. They don't tend to move, at least not quickly anyway. So maybe that's why they prefer older leaders, because they know these older leaders will keep the status quo as long as possible. 90-something years, Jesus Christ, he can barely report back. And yet they kept the guy in office, because they know if they keep changing to younger person will be making demands. And who knows, they might piss him off and he goes to China or Russia. Maybe that's why they are doing what they are doing. Let me bring just to get around, because a lot of people are joining now. Let me bring Body in. Body, no trouble. We are very nice people here. We are here to make friends. So let's not make trouble. We are not talking about Nigerian politics here today. I can't seem to move Body. Let me see if I'm moving. Welcome to Body. I really appreciate you, because I think you probably know more about. And I'm also impressed by the knowledge of Femi. Actually, did you notice how many presidents he was able to name? I don't have a clue. I don't know. He knows quite a lot about the African space, actually, not only football. I can assure you. So, what do you make of what is going on in Cameroon and Uganda too, with all these old leaders? And also look at Atiku. He's also looking to run again. So we have similar problems where leaders don't want to give way at all. Is it their fault, or is it the young people's fault? Because we can't seem to push them out of the way.
From my own observation, what I can see is that it's an era of gerontology. Even in the United States, you see back to back Biden, Donald Trump. Those guys are above 70. Except in few places, you will see that the younger generations are ruling. Because one thing about power, like I usually say, it's one thing, power does not serve a la carte. These people, they build structure over time. And if you look at these same people that I mentioned, one thing is common to them. They were, in their pre-days, in the early days, they were activists. They were people like Shore. They were activists. full of hope. You know, they got to power, they become something else. Look at Robert Mugabe. Look at the guy in even the next set of guy that just came to power. The one in Mali, the one in Burkina Faso, the one in Niger. They pretend to come to power by saying they are pro people, that they want to liberate their people. They consolidate under that pretense. They hold on to power under that pretense. You know how many times the one in Mali have shifted the election? They come under the pretense. Even in the case of Nigerian history, go look at the speech by the juntas whenever they took over power. Is that they mention corruption? They lay claim to poverty. They lay claim to insecurity. They lay claim to economic distress. They paint all kinds of pictures. And when they come to power, they consolidate. Even the ones that are not alive.
But hold on. But do you think that they came to power with that intention, or it's when they get into office they realize that, you know what, I just signed up for something bigger than I thought. I have to conform.
You know what I've observed. My observation is that we lack quality people because it's a state of mind. Why you want to consolidate on power that you got illegitimately? That's poverty of minds. Why do you want to corrupt yourself? Why do you want to extend the leadership? Because it's a coup itself. By the time you intentionally changing the constitution of a country to allow you to stay longer than necessary, you are committing coup, treasonable offense against the constitution of the country. What do you want to do there? Look at Paul Biya now, for example. He's been there for more than 40 years. In a even who are those people serving with them in government? They're Cameroonians. You don't know that they like it, but because they were with a man that has consolidated the structure of government, that have every apparatus of government at his hands. Not that people couldn't revolt, they could, but they know the implication that they went up in jail. You know, you are mentioning Nigeria, whether Nigeria has some influence. No, we can't pull our weight on them.
Why not?
We don't have that economic power. We don't have the willpower. We are battling with our whole issue. You know, numbers of Cameroonians are trickling down to Nigeria day and night. There are a lot of conflicts in the southern part of Cameroon. So we can't pull that weight. We are battling with our own problem. Our hands are full. You know, the issue with these people is that, like, generally, to be sincere with ourselves, we lack quality people. We must say.
So by quality people, how do you mean quality?
What I mean is this. You know, these people over time, even those ones that come to power legitimately, what have they done differently? The kind of leadership, I don't know where they get their education leadership from. I don't know the kind of education they have.
I think this is what I addressed in the previous session. Okay. I think it's a consciousness issue. Okay. Because, like, we seem to, whenever we get into close corridors of power, we are willing to sell the struggle to be a leader. Whether it's in a cage or not, we don't care. Whether it's in a prison, we don't care. Even if we know our aspiration has been capped, we know we cannot step out of line. They will sell because you know what they are thinking? As long as I'm able to go and booga and show off and be the president, I'm okay. Whether my leadership means nothing in terms of progressing the people. I think that because look at all the people that were elected under Labour Party. They too went there and did the same thing.
It's just an aspiration. They just want to check the bucket list. I want to be a president and I'll become a president. I want to be a governor and I want to be and I've become a governor. Way back in 2015, I said,
but they don't seem to understand that it's for a purpose. Or even if they had a purpose, they don't care about it when you get there.
You know, I tell you what, even if that position, you know, people have clamored for several times that our politicians should be no pay, shouldn't get paid, that it should be free. Even if it is free, you will see people struggling for it. People that don't have nothing to offer, that have nothing to offer. And then we've seen that in Africa over time. It's not new. Look at Ivory Coast, or what do they call it? The current president there, is trying to change the constitution to run for third term. Do people like it? No. Because that consolidated power is going to crush them. Look at the guy that was talking, the guy who plays video in Cameroon. Not that people like Paul Biya. The guy couldn't go out to campaign. They have to mount a statue to be moving and pulling a mobile statue all around to campaign for him. That means the guy is not viable anymore. It's not far, right? It's not strong. But there are still some cabals in that country that are managing the resources of that country. They don't want him to leave because he's the one that will win the trophy for them. And they are just there to share the booty. So they don't want to leave. So Femi said one thing. Maybe people are blaming democracy. Democracy is not the real issue. If you look at Africa, what kind of system have we practiced before? Majorly, you can say monarchy. And over time, do people really agree with that monarchy system, with the blue blood? Who elects them?
But we have a kind of formula. You can argue that, I don't know whether people agree with this, like President Tinubu now, when he was a governor, he did have prodigies that he brought after him that governed under his kind of ideology or tutelage, like the Shonwolu and the others that came after him. And you can argue that, okay, for better or for worse, that's whether you like the process, but at least he implemented something. Why is it that the heroes that we like to call heroes don't seem to do that well? They don't do well in that.
That very example that you cited, I've been practicing in so many states. It hasn't worked. Look at Abia. All the use of Kanu brought in the other Kanu, what's his name? The former chief of staff. He brought him in. Within 6 months, the arrangement collapsed. Akpabio did the same thing. Within 6 months, the arrangement collapsed. It's telling you, it's pointed to one thing. It's pointed to one thing. You know, and if you look at leadership, it's not something you learn on the street. It's a thing that you have to devote time to learn. And I've said it way back in 2015, that either you want to become a governor, or either you want to become a president. It's not business as usual. You have to be creative. You have to be highly educated, intellectually mobile. If you look at the quality of government we have these days, or president anywhere, they can't even think or understand. You know, that's why you sit there through their policies. They don't wait all through. Because over time we learned that, once you can just write to anything, you can just become anything, you can just become a class captain, you can just become a leader without being through the school of leadership. Who is your teacher? Who is mentoring these people? You know, one thing about democracy is not a perfect idea in the whole sense of it. Democracy is just a concept. And there is no rule that is cast in stone for democracy. Look at America. In the case of America, we've seen democracy in a particular light in America. And in the space of few months, few years, we saw America in a different light. Democracy is just only a concept that has an expectation that people that want to be a Democrat must be about board. Must be people of good intention. Can you compare Obama with the guy that we have there right now? Can you compare Bush, even the Bush of Bush?
But the thing is, I'm beginning to think that while you are saying this right now, I started thinking about other countries, like in the Middle East, because when I saw America recently, you know, America has had presidents that are over almost 80 years for the last 15 years, if I'm not mistaken, all the way back to the first, or 10 years at least. So, but if you look at how they behave, like Trump now, you can see now the whole thing is being unraveled, how they are, you know, peddle influence. They are being bribed here and there, and all kinds of stuff that is going on. Then you say, okay, they are compromised because it's democracy that made them compromised. But how do you explain the Arab countries too? There are many countries in the Arab countries that are not democratic, but yet they too are compromised. So it tells you that the trick is having the ability to compromise people or have them do what you want. If you have the ability to make people do what you want, whether they're a democracy or not, it doesn't matter. You can influence them.
The quality of people that we are electing, the quality of people. You know, do really have good number of people. Good number.
You see, that point you're making is a very valid one. This is the reason why I added that point was because some people say, maybe democracy is not good for us. But even if you have military, it may not make any difference. The only reason why the Sahel nations are not as compromised is because there's another major power helping it repel the influence of the West. Do you think Russia is not monitoring what is going on from satellites and telling them?
If you want to kill democracy anywhere, even in America, and the democracy is being killed gradually, if you don't have larger population that are educated, really educated in that nation, democracy will fail. Democracy is only for a nation, for a set of people that can make informed decisions, not out of emotions. That's why any country that you are peddling the idea of democracy, you must be peddling literacy, education, that people should be educated. Because that's the stuff that will inform them, that will shape the quality of
But
their
why
thought.
do you say so, though? Even market women know how to pass vote, and
I know.
they don't need exceptional education.
So, let me cite an example for you. In this country, by the time they elected Obama, everybody say, hey, we turned the corner. That, oh, no, racism, we've seen the end of it. Not knowing that there are a certain number of people that the idea didn't sit well with them. They went back to their cocoon. They re-strategize. You know, they speak to their people. They speak to their people. And if you see the demography of people that fought on both sides, you will see that the less educated, the elites, you see. Are we talking about poverty here? No. But the issue is the education. That's why that people are reasonable to some extent. Poverty is low, but how sophisticated, how educated people are, how well informed people are. So education and democracy, they go along.
I hear what you are saying, though, but one thing I can say for us is that if Pakistan can be compromised and in democracy at the same time, man, we have a lot of work to do. If you are
even in monarchy, anybody can be compromised. Because the important is the love of the nation, the ownership of the nation. Do you really love your country?
Yeah.
In whatever we do. So that's the most important thing. If people that we elect, they don't have the love of the country, the ownership of the country, that's the issue.
Ownership. You have to know that this is yours.
This is our country.
Eternally.
So
let me bring Niger. I don't know, man. He's trying to mirror me, but it's all right.
All of a sudden you can't pronounce your own.
As a host, you have to respect your guest. He's your guest. The least you can do is to pronounce the full name.
Read your name.
Yeah, that's the least you can do. Respect your guest.
It's all right. It's all right. That's what brain cell. That's what brain cell. Thank you for joining us. But this is a bit of a problem because there is a relevance to it in Nigeria. We have a very elderly president that is sickly. We also have another very elderly one that seems to be the blocker right now. He doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go away at all. He wants to rot forever. And then we see other African countries doing the same thing. What do you make of it? How what do you make of this whole trend? Is it that we don't know how to hand over power? What is our problem?
I'll agree with everything everybody said on here. We don't put forward the best people. That's one. We lack quality people at the helm of leadership. Greedy people, unsophisticated people. To piggyback on what Buddy was saying, and that was funny because I was actually jotting that down when you started speaking about it. And I was hoping you would say when you started talking about the fact that people have to be educated when it comes to democracy. It is not a recent idea. In fact, Socrates and Aristotle actually, when they started classifying systems of governments, aristocracy, democracy, and monarchy, they did say why they disliked the idea of democracy. And the reason they disliked it was because they said it was the one most prone to corruption. And they said their position was, at least on Aristotle's end, was that if you let the polity, which would mean the poor people, lead the rest of the people, there was a chance that they would be as bad as if the rich people were at the helm of affairs. And they would most likely take out vengeance on the poor people. So you need a sophisticated electorate. And I've always said this too, and I do agree with it. And when I hear you say, for example, Nigeria needs a Swiss type system of government, this is why, if you remember yourself and I would always question, what if the people were not as vast idea-wise that you put at the helm of affairs? It would just be as if you still had one dummy in charge. So democracy as a system of government, not everybody needs to vote. There was a time I brought that up, but the show was actually ending. And I remember we were going back and forth, and I was like, yo, let me complete my statement. And democracy as a system of government, it shouldn't be everybody that should have a right to vote. Because a lot of people are not well versed in the topics that they actually want to discuss on or talk on. They're not. A lot of people will put emotion first instead of facts or logic, based on
Okay,
the.
can you give me an example what people cannot understand in politics? Like, say, your layman on the street, what they cannot understand in politics.
A lot of the things we discuss on here.
You know, the reason, one of the reasons why democracies tend to do better, at least in terms of stability, is because the people, for whether they are dumb or clever, they take responsibility that they chose. They tend to realize that this is our decision as a people.
No, they don't.
Then
No,
one
they
person
don't.
just force them into doing that kind of stuff.
No, they don't. Let's use the United States as a case in point. The United States knew that Donald Trump had all these allegations before him. The United States also knew, at least the voters, his supporters, which some of them were actually on here with us. They knew that the policies he was saying he would implement would be, at least I would think any right thinking person would know, that the policies, a lot of the policies that he said he would implement would lead to destabilization of the world economy. Not only that, it would also lead to the destabilization of the United States economy, at least say, for example, the farm economy. But they still went ahead and put it there. Now, that is their prerogative. But let's look at it from this instance. Before you elect a leader, at least in a democracy such as the United States, we look at the moral background of the person. A single slight in how people view your morality could actually get you off the ticket. Not so with the president that we have today.
Yeah, but see, let me say this. Don't you think, though, because I hear people say this all the time, and I used to share that opinion when things were not this problematic in America, that, okay, the poor people vote against their interests. You hear Democrats say this all the time, they vote against their interests. But are you not sure? Are you sure you're not mistaken that they know? I've seen them in the UK here when they voted for Brexit. People think they don't know what they are doing. They know exactly what they know. Things are going to be hard for them. They will support it. As long as Trump get rid of those foreigners,
right,
they will support it.
Right. But
so
then,
it's a conscious, they are not stupid, it's conscious.
Well,
they know what they are doing.
I would say it borders on stupidity, because if you know for a fact that fire is going to burn you, why would you stick your fingers in it? So yes,
because there's a bigger fire you are worried about. To them, immigrants taking over the country is a bigger fire.
Right.
You have to understand them.
But well, I'm not even speaking about the immigrant aspect. Maybe you might be right on that end. But I'm speaking on the economic aspect, right? And
Absolutely.
This is just one part of what I picked out. But the bottom line I'm saying is, and this also goes back to what we're saying, should everybody be allowed to vote? Because this is the context in which we're speaking in. If you know for a fact that this policy is going to be detrimental to the survivability of your nation, or even you as an individual, why then encourage a leader to pursue it? There's no point. So I would say this lends credence to my position and to Buddy's position that maybe, like the ancient Greeks and the Romans, maybe not everybody should be allowed to vote. And to a large extent, America is fashioned behind that because majority does not automatically win the votes in America. We still have to go through the electoral college. So I would say Nigeria needs to adopt something of that
So
nature.
who would you say is not allowed to vote, man? Whom is gonna be? You know, I can select a few people. I don't know. I'm looking at some people right now. Decide that. You know,
I don't know.
so
I think we just need to come up with a system where the electors are professionals in the same way you would not go to a dentist to fix your car. You would not go to a non-professional elector to serve your interest on who should lead the nation. This is what I think. So whatever system, however we decide to fashion that out, because the electorate, to be fair, is largely illiterate, and even the so-called literate ones would barely function as semi-literates in advanced countries. We have to admit this. You tell so about
personally,
let me just make this point. So how long can you keep telling people that maybe you don't want to accept $10 for 4 years of your destiny? How long do you want to keep telling? You told the father the same thing, you told the grandfather the same thing, now we're telling the kids the same thing. And we're finna tell their kids the same thing if it keeps on going, if it continues on the same trajectory.
I just feel like the people's vote is sovereign, and this is something a discovery that when the democratic system took hold, they discovered that there is something to be said for it, and it also allows the nation to transfer power more peacefully. Okay, they have a little bit of kerfuffle during the campaign, but the transfer of power at least is can happen in a diverse society. Than because if you have a diverse society and the power is just residing in a house, let's say one tribe holds power, what will happen is eventually when power wants to be transferred, there's going to be upheaval in that society. So
I don't understand.
What I mean by that is, let's say in the context of Nigeria, it wasn't a democracy. It was Fulanis that were ruling. Sooner or later, when a Fulani leader dies and there is no clear chain, then a Yoruba person might say, it's my turn. And you see that in many empires and many societies where you have dictatorship.
Pardon me, I'm trying to figure out how that is linked to what we're talking about.
How it is linked is that because you are saying democracy has to be for the people that are educated. And in other words, you're not truly
professional electors.
Yes. But my issue with that is that I defer to the general public because I believe in, I see the importance of collective intelligence. To ascribe intelligence to only the people that understand normal, what we call knowledge, again, that have gained knowledge, is quite risky.
No. Let me explain. So everybody has to play a part to feel included in a nation, to have some sort of loyalty.
Well, you are saying that they should not vote. Some people should not vote.
Sir, let me land. So everybody has to play a part to feel some sort of affinity to their homeland. Now it is up to the government to fashion out how it will achieve this. What I'm saying is to get the final results, I think that would be best left in the hands of people that understand, for example, the Constitution, the interests of the country, the happenings in the country, and the world at large. People will still have to put those people in place. Now, if that will mean that this is the participation, the start and end of it, of the polity, the non-professional electors, so be it. They still have to play a part. You can't just, if you rule over them without having them vote, then that is a fiefdom. That is basically a theocracy. But they have to play a part as electorates.
But so you are saying that there should be somewhere that filters people based on intelligence, at least.
I'm not saying intelligence. Some people are educated. They're still the most unintelligent people you would ever run across, because they just knew how to cram and bamboozle people, good orators, things of that nature. Some people don't have a education as like a lawyer, for example. Our friend over there, I always forget his name, the Rasta guy, sure is my guy over
Revolution
there.
Now.
Revolution Now. Very, very intelligent, very smart guy, but he's not a lawyer. He's not a doctor. But when he speaks, you listen to him, you say, okay, this guy has he has more than one brain cell, like our friend up here. Right?
This attitude is not helpful, it's not helpful. I'm being very civil, and you are just looking for trouble.
No, don't mind me. So that's what I'm saying. So how we're going to achieve that, I don't know. But we have to have a situation where we have professional, dedicated, and knowledgeable electors to guide the country and choose its leaders.
I guess that is a point. But there's something beautiful about people being sovereign. And I think, the crowd intelligence, it's based, even some aspect of science actually supports it. Crowd intelligence is something that is actually quite intuitive. And we have to be careful. We have to look at those things, but that's a different topic altogether. We're talking about old men that don't want to leave. And right now in Nigeria, one big old man is giving me heartburn because he's captured ADC and he won't let it go. And I don't understand how these young people, all these young people that won't do anything for themselves, they keep complaining, old men should give way. I don't blame the old men. They keep saying, if you want to run, this is democracy. Run, beat me. You keep calling them old men, but you can't beat them. Okay, what can I say? Let me bring Ogbegolo in. Ogbegolo, what do you make of these Biya and Ugandan president and Atiku also running? These are old people that don't want to give way. They want to perpetuate the old this in order that has been put in place by the colonizers. Because if you look at what this president did when he came into office, very quickly, he went and put a Yoruba woman's song as our national anthem. It tells you now, they just want to carry on with the old order. What do you make of it?
How many days do I have?
You have 1 minute.
So I know where to begin, right? I think if I talk say now, Oyibo grammar, they do our problem now. My senior brother Jagun go on beat me because I talk like that, right? Because in your in an attempt to present the topic to me, you said the old structure led by the people that the word I don't like, the masters, right? That they still want to carry out. So the solution that you are looking for is right there. So my question to you is that, have you take care of that structure? So how do you expect things to change? Those who leave the structure leave it for a reason. So we have not, taking care of that. Then you just wake up, begin say, because I know belong, I should not vote. Let Nigeria man with one problem, I should not vote. That's not fair. Now, on a more serious note, right? Now, to Nigeria, if the money that way they spend, right? I mean, they give you like 70%, 80% to 100% of it. What will be the level of the freedom where you go get within yourself to move around? Or if they give you maybe 10% or 20%, compared to they generate your money by yourself. You're not because you are even underemployed under anybody. Like you discover something, your money they come. what kind of level of freedom will you have? That is the situation that you are presenting to me. And me and you know this. So when we talk, not just us, if you look at all Nigerians anywhere that they discuss, they talk as if we are free people. We've just been delusional. Our condition in Nigeria, it's not different or better than that of Cameroon just because we change presidency. Waiting will make you get independent is the money pepper. We don't have it. When I mean we don't have it, all our resources is not under our control. So then they give us something to spend. Hence the greed of the leaders you are seeing. And I feel bet you say, now like 75%, 25%, now be the agreement we will get with the West on our fuel. And it might be lower than that. When I mean 75, 25%, they get 75% too. And it might be lower than that because we fought civil war. Have we ever sit down and asked how much it cost us to fight civil war? And who financed it? Are we done paying? Now, I am putting money at the center stage because that's how you get power and control power. Power now be God. It depends on which level you they control your power. Pope today, you know, get money, but if he say people should not drink water for 48 hours, I guarantee you 500 million people around the world will do it, if not a billion. That's power. That's God. But now people put on there so they can easily control money. So since the adventure of the agricultural revolution, power begin to be democratized. Once you don't come out from land, from factory, now power no day one place. Forget to know say they parade themselves. Now they control everything. If you know they parade themselves, you don't know who control the energy sector. You don't know who control finance. You don't know who control agriculture. They are everywhere. So the issue here of that of Cameroon, it's not different from us. Somebody used Gaddafi as an example. It is because Gaddafi at that time was totally in control of his resources. So if he uses them as he wants, just look around the world today. Countries who are actually flourishing for the real sense of the meaning of that word are countries who are in control of their resources. China, Russia. These are countries who just free themselves economically. Nobody say that's how it was. They just free themselves economically. So economically, if you're not control of it, so that means the money where they spend, they tell you how to spend them. And it's very telling in our own situation. So we should start deceiving ourselves just because somebody with a change presidency. It's just to appease us as if because the system is designed for people who meet social standards, we believe that we get hope. We don't. Even if you are there, not.
Yeah,
So,
but how
hold on. Russia today, the president go there that he go die. Somebody might prove me wrong, but they control election because they are in control of their resources, right? Now being in control of their resources means that the elite within the country are pretty much they're getting the better of the bargain with whoever the business are dealing with. So the business people, the people who are controlling the resources of Cameroon from outside, are at peace with the power, with the local powers, because that's what it is. Why would they feel share power? Because the two side, let's say the two, no one wants to see eye to eye, whether we like it or not. So we'll fight civil war. So I don't need to even exaggerate. For us to fight civil war, we don't want to see eye to eye. That's why the sharing formula see there. Cameroon, on that hand, the local power were able to coerce under one man. This man don't there for 40 years. Not be only in there they come. Some people don't die. Maybe the people who represent those ones are not well trusted. He still remains the living guy, the one that can be trusted. So if you take him out like that and bring somebody out, what is the probability that that person will not be muscled? That's the fear that I am seeing in both the Gaddafi, both the Museveni and our Zimbabwean man. No, Atiku, those I mean, you are not being democratic. You are not a Democrat if you see me Atiku no run. What are you talking about? Now they muscle our constitution. Constitution give everybody
I'm
rights.
not saying that he should not run. In terms of as per rule, I'm saying that he should, as an elder, know when to pass the baton.
No. That's a personal problem. Like, come on now. That's it. We don't even know when we are actually pushing the narrative and agenda of the elites. Make it come out, make it louder. Come for who?
Leave the space for younger people. He should raise people that are prodigies. Leaders create prodigies, people that can take over after them. But this guy is a failure that he's still running. It's like an old lady. Hold on, please. In our culture, an old lady doesn't go and fetch water, doesn't go and do certain things because they are old. This guy doesn't want to do the job of an old person. He wants to still remain like a young man. That is a problem.
Hold on, to Niger. Today, let's say you are a billionaire from the sense of the world, right? You know, automatically, you are not eligible to be president of Nigeria till like 16 or 20 something years time, just because it's not turn by turn. You see, once you make case for either make somebody draw somebody too old, personalize it at times because you will get there, you might not know.
No, the guy, I don't care about that. See, the guy has been running since the 1990s. We are not talking about a new person that just came up, burst onto the scene. He's been running since the 1990s. That is well more than 30 years.
That is not just his God-given right. It's also a constitutional right. Why do you want to deny him? If anybody deny you, that
I'm not denying to him. I'm saying that he should voluntarily. It's a decent thing to do. It's not everything that is it's not everything that is you are legally entitled to that you should claim.
That man is not. His contagion is not stopping anybody. You don't block anybody at all. I don't know what's your problem. I just use.
Are you sure he's taking over ADC? What are you going on about?
Not being creator, that's his money. That's what I'm saying. Let him use.
Other people are involved too.
Let them other people go and do their thing. Now, he get too head. Does he have to?
My point is that he has the resources, he has the support. He could have done something else with it.
See, the problem that you are actually pushing that you are not understanding, maybe not because you don't live in America. My brother here, we prove me wrong. What I'm about to say. It is because the power in America is not in one place. And it's also the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution, because they understand what democracy is about. And the easiest way for some few cabal to come, use money, buy majority, and get to power, which is what is happening. You understand? So the problem when Nigeria gets, whether they tell us in a one-party system, I agree. It is just the name of the party that I disagree with. It is not APC, not PDP. It is Niger Delta. No billionaire in Nigeria. Nobody in power in Nigeria. That is wealth, his money is no trace to Niger Delta, directly or indirectly. So you cannot fight against the system that make who you are. If you come America,
I'm not talking about fighting against the system.
Hold on.
I'm saying that he can bring somebody up in its own image. It's not changing the system. It's just saying, come get new people, new blood into the system.
One single man. And you think that is how you are going to build Nigeria? That is his right.
One man can change the world.
Relevant.
One man can change the world.
Relevant by begging him, please step down. Who the fuck is he?
I'm not saying please step down. I'm saying it's a decent thing for him to do to allow a new generation to emerge. Because there are certain things that the old generation cannot see.
That is not should not be. It's like, again, we the educated class, that's our problem. Why would that be national conversation?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's why I'm saying it. I'm not necessarily saying it's a national conversation.
It's not you that is saying. If it's you, there's no problem. But if you open our national headline papers, these are headlines. So it is not you.
Yeah, but because people know that he's too old, it's going to be how many years by the time he even gets into office?
That is why he no succeed win. People are not stupid.
Yeah, but hold on though. You see, there is this idea that you know how the lobbyists can fund an opposition party to block you from getting into office because they will divide the votes and all the rest.
All right.
He is acting like that. We have potentially young candidates that can emerge, but he's causing confusion in the system.
Hold on. Is it a crime?
It's not a crime. I'm saying that if he truly wants a change, he should step out of the way because he knows he's not going to win. But if he does it anyway.
To Niger, if you they compete and you spend your time, they worry about what your competition is doing wrong or right, you will never emerge champion.
Actually, that's not what I meant. I'm saying that
Hey, just
I agree with
hold
you.
on now, hold on. You like
The
to
part that
repeat
I
same.
agree with is no, hold on. The part
Let's
that I agree with is that it's not up to him to decide the fate of the country. He can do whatever he wants to do. Other people
Can we just
can
agree
defeat
on
him.
something that is not what national conversation? You keep staying on it.
I'm not saying it's not what
really
national conversation actually. I'm saying that is what I am doing. And if people in the country feel like it's too old, they have a right to say it.
Yeah, to Nigeria, one of the benefit of your education or understanding of things is to use it against your opponent. From the way you are saying, that is his weakness. Go and focus and use it against him. You should be praying. He should
Well,
see. Let me tell you something.
Where he's not weak, where he is not weak is his money.
Hold on now. Exactly. Okay, hold on. Come 2031, to Nigeria, put it to you. You go they pray, make the guy stay in competition. You know why? You know why? The way things are going, right? Let's say things repeat itself the way it went 2023. Bola Tinubu win. In don't come out, it's not going 2023. Obi, the article will be the next person with the highest votes, according to INEC in the country. Is from the north. And according to you, he's getting old. The next person with number will be Obi. So you will be praying for him to stay in the competition because it will be easier for Obi to beat him because his age will be so pronounced. You go to beg, make him stay. So at times, when you they reason somewhere, reason both ways, there is advantage and disadvantage to it. People who are putting money for him to keep staying there, they have a reason why.
Of course, there is a reason. I agree with that. But I'm in the context that we are speaking right now. He is basically dividing the vote like he did in the previous election. He never wins, but he just divides the votes.
So Nigeria, now that you know that, and I thought that nobody would disagree with you, is this how you are going to use it against him? By just gonna keep talking about it? That's why they laugh people.
No. There are other things we can look at. We talked about how the elections are held, where the rigging is mostly concentrated. But in terms of his will to run for office, he's been running. It's not like he just emerged 10 years ago. He's been running forever. I just feel like, okay, the structure he has, I don't even like him as a politician in terms of his vision. It's not that different from what the current president is looking to do. He doesn't have a clear vision that is going to change the country. I actually believe that maybe B2B, for all its faults, is actually better than him, except we'll find someone that's better.
I think when I started, you agree with me that power is democratized. You know, the day one place. And you agree with me?
Yes.
So think about him. What part of the Nigerian power does he controls? Because
money.
Hold on now. Because one thing Nigerians are not talking about this ADC of a thing. Everybody's focused who's going to be the presidential head. Nobody's asking how many seats they go win for Senate and House of Assembly. Because when they talk, say, by the time the North will get to power, they'll be close to pretty much, if not 75% to 80% in controls of the political structure in Nigeria. I'm not talking political party, political structures. Who is your RG? Who is your this? Who is your that? And guess what? Tell me how you go to stop them from declaring Nigeria as an Islamic state. That time you go see them as hero. You are here judging people.
I will see Atiku as hero.
Hold on now, make I finish. You are here judging people who in kind of in a celebration mood say Buhari don't go. And you say one of the things that Buhari did that we are not talking about is that he actually, because of him, the advancements of the Islamic goal for the Iloni continues. That was you.
I don't know what I said, anything like that too.
Well,
I said that Buhari is advancing what is happening in Ilorin.
Okay, forget Iloni. Niger. What did Niger do for Nigeria in place of Niger? Abi?
Oh yeah. During the war, in the 80s, and
what you don't know is that they are families, like blood families, the Niger people and the northern people. Like
so what difference does that make? He defended Nigeria, so what difference does it make?
Oh, see, the point is that if you come back next time, give us the details of what actually transpired while he was defending Nigeria.
Because they attacked a Nigerian facility.
That's not what I am saying. If they say you go war theater, you have details now. How you carry out your what you go do? I mean, you're a military wannabe expert, Abi. If I say you go
I
war,
don't know whether I'm a wannabe expert. All I know is that he.
So if you say your general
actually
go war,
responded
if
the way he
come
was supposed
back,
to
he
respond.
go give you details how the mission go now, Abi.
What is the point?
The point is that you don't know what he actually, if the waiting and send and go do for them actually take place. Hold on. All the people where they send and go, whatever they send and go do, it did the opposite. You don't know. But yours is that he went there and nobody will disagree with you.
See, okay, I hear what you are saying. By that standard, nothing is real. All I can tell you is based on history. Nobody has, sorry, let me finish what I'm saying. All I'm can do is based on history. Nobody has come to counter it. That is what happened. He disobeyed his president and went deeper into Niger, this is Niger.
I am countering it now. Okay, now to Atiku, my last one, so that's all that will come in. To Atiku. So for you, Atiku, they block window for Obi. Let's be direct now, right? That's your calculation. And you think he's not serving his people, which is his first interest?
Which people is it serving again?
The North confess. This is not me saying it.
He's not serving the North. He's not going to win, so he's not serving the North.
Just say he keep Obi from Aso Rock. That is the #1 goal of the Northern Power Brokers. Quote me anywhere. That's their #1 goal, and Iboma will not be there, not as far as they can stop it.
So you are saying that in the last election, his purpose for doing what he did and messing the whole arena up is because he didn't want an Igbo man to end up in office.
It is you. That's your analogy, not me.
No, you
didn't say that.
You just said it. Okay, let's move on. I think if we go on like this, it's not going to be fair. It's not going to be fair to the viewers.
Okay, let me put it to you again. If you find out that you said it that Atiku staying in the race keep Obi from Aso Rock.
Yes.
Okay, so then what's the argument again?
But because he ran when Obi wasn't there too.
Hold on now.
You can't say it's all about Obi. Come on, man. Your argument has to be a bit more logical than that.
Maybe
he's been running since the 90s.
Let me bring it to your level there.
Obi was even his running mate.
Let me bring it to you. If you agree that is what he is doing, that means he's helping his people. He's not just helping you. And you don't count when it comes to his own presidential ambition.
You are thinking, but he's not helping his people.
How do you know that?
Because he's not getting elected. He's not winning.
Now, I just tell you that the goal of his people is to keep an Igbo man for Aso Rock as long as they can.
But however, that is not his goal. It has never been his goal. His attitude has not tailored. It was never tailored in that direction.
Okay, hold on again. I'm not talking about his goal. His people's goal is what?
So 1 minute you are talking about him, now we are going to his people.
They are using him to say what you just.
Is he not the one that is running? I don't care whether they are using him. It's him that is running, and he ran before when P2B was there. He ran when P2B was not there. How were they using him then? He ran against Buhari too.
No, to Niger.
Let's leave it. Let's leave it because it's not going to be fair to block other people.
Hold on, sorry. I might just say this. What I thought no did that complicated? Because I asked you, as we speak today, you don't see the relevance of Atiku keep running. And I don't think anybody will disagree with you. But I am just saying you are being selfish, right? Because you are looking at your own interest in the name of Nigeria, also the name of Nigeria, right? But I narrow it down to the northern goal. Their goal is to do what? To make sure an Igbo man no come power. I'm being direct with my word deliberately, right? Now, how do you think that they will carry that out? All the options are on the table. If not to sponsor you or me, to make sure that no happen. Now you are saying they know they sponsor them. Why do I need to sponsor you?
And personally, I don't think the North actually has that ambition to prevent Igbos from ending up in power. I don't think they consciously do that.
See, I talk about convergence of interest, right? There's no money to pay me because I can see myself in him. Now, What you need to, if somebody is carrying out your goal, hold on. If somebody is carrying out your goal,
We have to be fair to the other panelists.
yeah, let me just tell you. If somebody is carrying out your goal, do you still need to pay him if he's doing it for free? If that goal is his mission to be president, and if you become president, if he fulfills your own dream, that's what is happening.
But the context of our conversation, it is him. That is the context. It is him that is making these choices. He could have raised somebody to do it. See, even this your argument, they could have raised anybody else to do it. They don't have to. Without his money, his ambition, he could have some other person do his bidding. Personally, that is what I see within our leaders. They want to be the ones because they know the younger generation could flip. We can see that the younger generation, they can flip more easily because they see the world slightly differently from this old guard.
It is because me and you are seeing them as
they were young. They were young when we were still being colonized by foreigners. They were young. These guys, their old mindset is so old. They can't help it. They can't help it. And I think they really need to make way for the younger generation.
Relevance when they discuss about them. That's what I've been
because they are still holding on to the office based on the power that others have conferred onto them.
And there's no reason why they not should like that. That is the more reason they not should like him.
No. The people that confer the power to them are foreigners. Their power comes from foreigners. Most of it barely stays in the country. Let's face it, man. Those guys, their power comes from foreigners.
Now 25% with the control. You like to just repeat your everything.
No, I hear what you are saying. I hear what you are saying. Let me just bring other people in. See, both of us can go for 5 hours. We can go for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Let me bring Jagun. Was it Jagun? Not Jagun was supposed to be next. Okay, let me bring a Revolution on. Revolution. What do you make of it? I think you probably will advocate that Showore should go and take over this in Cameroon. If you can do that, that would be great. But clearly, even Nigeria is too hot to handle. And all these old leaders, what are we going to do about them? Because it's easy for the young generation to be complaining that they are old. Like even I am complaining. But many of these leaders, if you look at when their formative years were in their 40s, some of them 30s, they ruled countries. Many countries in Africa were being ruled by young people. Where are the young people now? Are they all on TikTok twerking, or what is going on with them? Or they are busy working online, doing graphics design. I don't know where all the young people that are supposed to challenge leadership now, where they are. It looks like the younger generation in the 90s, in the 80s, they were braver than the ones now. Those ones that really, champion the protest against this in Abacha, champion the protest for Sarawiwa, and all that generation. It looks like this generation, they're a little bit too laid back. And they don't seem to. You look at Cameroon now, 90-something-year-old man. He doesn't even come out to campaign. They carry a doll to go and show people, and it's like he might even win again. What do you make of this? How do we get out of it?
Thank you again for giving me an opportunity, and I want to say again hello to everybody. Forefathers, there's one sickness in Africa. You know what they call that sick, and it's very, very contagious. That sickness, Naso-de-Douan syndrome. That is waiting. They kill many West African countries. Naso-de-Douan. Secondly, we have a culture in Africa. This is our culture. People go come, they blame white man, say now white man be our problem. 75% of our money is giving. They just give us waiting. They take feed. All these things now theories where we say sometimes people like us, when we do for corner, they calculate like this. We go just calculate, say, but me, I know my enemy now. What if people they tell me say now Western world be my enemy? Where I know, say, for Nigeria, for example, let me start from my country. Cameroon, I've met a lot of Cameroonians. They are worse than us Nigerians. In attitude, you can't do business with them. They will cheat. You go to say Nigeria bad. When you meet some people, we come from Cameroon, do business with them. You go say, no, we know say we they die for Nigeria, but man, who are these? Yeah, personally. This my own
that sounds like a very, very terrible this is maligning of the Cameroonian good reputation. Has anybody got a bad reputation?
I don't know whether you've done anything with people like that.
I've never heard that Cameroonians are difficult people in any way.
I'm telling you about my personal experience. I don't know whether, I just tell you my experience with Cameroonians. And then when you take the second point, you see, West Africa as a whole, we have been captured through our culture, religion, and Naso de Duam syndrome. I know so many people go they think say, if you okay, look at my brother, our senior man here, waiting me name, Oga Ike. He's a man I respect a lot. But okay, for instance, he come now, he's having a problem from where does forefather comes from? Why forefather not tell us where he comes from? Is that what we're supposed to talk about? That means, and this is the system of these older guys in Nigeria. They have their own system. Nobody should change it. If you don't go church, you know, say in Nigeria now or Cameroon or all these people, if you're not a religious person, maybe you know they go church or you know they pray 5 times a day as a Muslim. If dog lost for your area, now you they go first blame. All these boys we know they go church, they know they pray. They know they go, when people they church and they house. So anything we lost, now you they go first blame. So when you see such system on ground, for example, if you talk, for example, the Yorubas now, for example, now, I was with some people the other day. This guy enter for house, he greet everybody. Means that myself, I don't give him knuckle. He chop knuckle, you go your own way, I no get problem. Suddenly they tell us make he lie down to greet. The guy educated guy just look at them. What do you mean make I lie down? I don't greet everybody. And is that how you are going? I mean, I was satisfied. But they are telling him because he's a younger guy to prostrate and greet me. I have to challenge the father. I say, man, don't try that. Oh. What do you mean? So when you come to these old people, where we go to say they no one come on for power, for example. Now, because of the culture where we claim we get for Africa, they go say no until the man go die. I'm talking about Paul Biya now. Until he die, we know nobody else go take over. If they talk, he's the oldest. They go see some people they go say for our Igbo man, they go say no nyabu Diokpa. Diokpa is that he's the oldest man. Until he die, no, even if anybody will rise up, say, boy, this old man. That is why you see, say, people like Shore, where you see for now. No, we say Nigeria, don't know, say Shore can handle Nigeria. But they look Shore, say, Atiku dey there, now they talk about Shore. That small boy. People don't call Shore small boy for this, our platform now. And the time where Atiku they enter power, they're relevant in Nigeria. They were even younger than Shore. You understand? Because those people get one kind way of life. So Paul Biya them, Atiku them, where you see say even Peter Obi self, they no give Peter Obi chance to rule because not only because an Igbo man, but because he's not old enough, he know there for the so-called circle, and why they go give him a chance to come change, because they know he's coming to change the system. So many Africans, especially West Africans, the only people who succeed on it now Senegal. Because then she said all this thing now lie. They fought when they want to because they can be united through their religion, Islam. So they can be able to unite to fight a system. But Nigeria, we cannot fight the system because first of all, people like Oga Ike them, for example, believe in church. I know they attack them personally, but I'm just telling you, I've met a lot of people of them. They believe in the church. You have to come to, and when you come to church, you go give your DNA test. You go ask they go ask you whether you are married or you are not married. They go ask you who is your papa, who is your mama, who is your this. They must get all those details from you. And if you refuse to give it to them, I swear to God, anywhere they see you, they will condemn you.
Imagine. That is very
They
interesting.
will see you as somebody. People like us, for example, we carry Rasta, we are the worst. Do you know how many times people where they go church and make I go bob my head before I come to talk to them?
Wow.
I'm telling you, they tell me to go and bob my hair before I can be granted audience in their religious circle. And none of them are better than me in any way. Righteousness, everything, just because I have a dreadlocks.
That is horrible, actually.
They see me as, I know they beg them. I know they when they come for stealing and they never catch me where I steal. I know they disturb neighborhood. I know they, but just I have a rasta. So in their own sense, this is the African system. You have, now I tell you, say it's a contagious sickness. Now so they do a system. So you syndrome, I mean, this is what is killing Africa. You don't look the way you're supposed to look. You understand? And that is why you talk now, say the young people, maybe they know they're concerned. It's not that they're not concerned, but what do you want them to do? Showore has been crying. Simon Ekpa, he talking on. Where is they now? Is they prison? Waiting the man talk. He's fighting the system. That is the only crime where Samuel Ekpa commit. Now the kind where we take come here today, waiting being problem. Now small boy. Imagine waiting they talk. Who give them talk? That is the point. No other point. So for me to conclude, let me tell you, my brother, until like Bob Marley say, he gave us a lot of until he said war. Until we come and make a revolution in Nigeria to remove the system that is holding Africa down. And let me make this point before I forget. Mr. Jagun said something on the platform that he knows a lot of people in this our platform. Go another man platform where we say they are worse than the system that they talk here. They are worse than the system where we they criticize. And I concur with it 100%. Whether somebody take and personal or whether they don't take and personal, the problem, and those people when they take and personal, now the people where they say, say the truth is bitter, and the truth sometimes be like pain. When you say the truth, those people where believe say what you are saying might concern them, they go come challenge you. But the truth has been said. The system of Africa, I told you one day, say, I was in a dream. Maybe it was my thought. Say, if I ever I saw myself as the president of Nigeria, the first thing what I do, I close all the churches in Nigeria. That was the first thing I did in that my dream. I closed all the mosques in Nigeria. And immediately I closed those things, and then I closed all the private schools in Nigeria. When you remove these three things in Africa, Africa will catapult to the top. Because that thing has confused so many people. They believe they are the best.
But is it fair to say you go no remove the churches, but the Islam remains?
No, forefather, if you want to solve African problem, you have to take the bull by the horn. There's a lot of confusion in Africa. And the three confusion in Africa is religion, culture, and our system. That is what is keeping. That is why.
So are you going to take out? Are you going to take out Islam too?
Religion.
Actually, I'm going to everything. Okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, after all, the Chinese.
Whether Islam.
Yeah. He mentioned Islam too, forefathers.
Well, I didn't hear.
I'm talking about religion. What type of? Because this is where we they get them wrong. For example, now the people terrorizing Nigeria today, is it not Islam? They say Boko Haram and whatever they are. Is it not what they are preaching that we make them go and kill innocent people when they don't even do anything because of one kind of religion ideology where they carry for head? So and that is why they don't want to hear revolution, because they know that Europe, where all of us they hide now, they enjoy, they talk as we like, get to confidence, they shine as people they say we are shining. Somebody came and made a comment and say, "Forefather, you are looking great," because we are living in London. How did they solve their problem? They made religion irrelevant so that people can look forward. But religion is the biggest problem that we have, especially in Nigeria today. But sometimes people are afraid to say it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I must say you have really said some things. And because while you were talking about how our elders try to keep this thing, I can't shake the feeling to watch how Tinubu behaved when he came into office. It tells you clearly that's a very clear signal where he went and changed the national anthem to something. It's like their mindset is so far behind. Wait, why would anybody thinking of the current situation that we are in think that the national anthem that was sung done by a British colonizer?
I'm sorry, Ogo,
One
to
the
cut
nation
you
should be
short. I want
singing.
to say good night with my submission. I don't want to say anything else, but I'm happy that you gave me a opportunity to say my mind. And until, like Bob Marley say again, until we change all these troubles, and until we look inside ourselves, those who carry God for head, if we not solve that problem, Nigeria and other African countries will continue to go down. Nothing will ever change. Good night, brothers and sisters.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. And a very, very good submission. I really appreciate that. Well done. You know, I like the way you talk, because you also describe some of your personal experience. And I can't believe that, you know, we used to ask people that have that to go. We used to treat them badly, actually. And that is what he's expressing. It's almost like how people used to treat ginger, you know, and the people don't like, and the ginger people, when they come out, they feel pained about it, and we think it's just nothing at first. Welcome, Oga Ike. What do you make
Mr.
of?
Forefather, Mr. Forefather.
Is it you? I think.
Wait, is it me, Care?
It's between you and him.
You never even say hello before you start handling me very rough.
Come on, now. You know I don't have to you rough now.
Bro, you took me up without me knowing anything. I'm here now.
I think you are out of camera. I think you were out of camera. That's why. Why would I would never take you off?
No. It was you never know when you're guilty. So you are just like a Nigerian politician.
No, because if I'm taking my hand and I'm going to remove you from the stage, I have to make sure you.
Bring me upstairs, Joe.
You see that? Yeah, our people there. Yeah, I'm just telling you the truth. Okay, but I think Oga Ike was here before you. So after him,
no, he wasn't. But Oga Ike, let him speak.
All right. So for all his faults, and nobody's perfect, so let's take it easy. Oga Ike, what do you make of all these old guards? Is it that they want to protect their old ways? They don't want Africa to change. They keep running for office, but Biya is 90-something years. This in our own president is thick and very old. Uganda, that one wants to run for office again. And Atiku wants to run
I think I was here before but I won't stop him from going ahead, but just to let him know. I was there before he came, but go ahead.
You think so, but he went backstage. He came earlier, a lot earlier.
Okay.
He went backstage.
Go ahead. I don't mind.
You see how he's smiling. He knows now. He knows he was friends. So it's like these old people. They don't want to give space, and they don't want to appoint young people to take over after them. Say whatever you like about President Tinubu. He did that in Lagos. He had people that came after him that seemed to do some of his will, and he didn't do it in a kind of like Fubara Wiki way. He did it in a kind of way that doesn't come across as domineering. So you have to admire that quality without admiring all the other aspects. So what do you think is going on with our leadership? Do you appreciate the fact that the older generation, they have a blind spot that they are not seeing?
Thank you, Dr. Forefathers. I think that question is a question that every one of us as people who go to cast that vote, I think that question should go back to us. The citizens themselves. I think the question would be good for the citizens to answer. For example, I heard, I wasn't sure, I did not see, but I heard that in this Cameroonian election, this old man was sharing bread and people were collecting bread, and they collected bread and voted for this man who always gas even when he's standing, a man that cannot move anymore, a man that when he stands with the other world leaders, he's gassing before everybody, and you're blaming Paul Biya. The younger ones, the younger politicians in Cameroon, where are they? At least it was an opportunity for them to, this time around, to give the other man overwhelming majority of vote, because this is a walking dead man. Is he alive? He doesn't know what is happening around him. So, but why, like as you said, the people that are, all those cabals that have been with him all these years that he has been in power, they are the people that are protecting him from the military to the civilians. So if not, the citizens of Cameroon, even though they are crying, that they have been crying for how many years they want Paul Biya to go. But it's still the same people that they want to bring him back to power. People receive bread. People collect bread to vote. So you can imagine. So, and for us, like a country like Nigeria, where is our credibility for us to begin to defend the other smaller countries? Nigeria was supposed to be a big brother nation, right? To other African countries, to emulate Nigerian system or Nigerian democracy. Do we have democracy in Nigeria? No. What we have is an illegitimate government that has been existing. And it's the same cabal people. We are talking about when Bakary was there, how many times does he go to London for medical checkup? You know, people that cannot even exist anymore without medication. People who cannot every day, they don't do like this, they can't live. They are the people that are ruling. And the people that are strong and healthy and smart and intelligent, they are the people who are answering them, Your Excellency. They are the people that are making Your Excellency. So you find out that Nigerian hands and legs have been broken in the Committee of Nations because we cannot protect any country in Africa because we are not protected. What is your credibility before the world, before the nation, for you to go to talk about other countries? For example, the president of Nigeria are going to tell the Paul Biya of Cameroon that you have to stand down. Did he himself win election? He never won an election. It was about grab it, run with it, steal it, and grab and run with it. That is the way he became president. So who is he going to go tell, hey, this man is too old to be your president? Himself, do we know the age that he was? No, what is the age of Bola Tinubu? What is his age? The school he said they attended in secondary school was not even established when he said he went to the school. So do you know who your president is? So this is the problem in Africa, because the people that are supposed to be the father figure of African country, they have failed the continent of Africa. Because we have decided, as we have decided that it is well. What are we facing in Nigeria is the same thing. 5,000 naira, you sell your conscience, you sell your future, you sell your destiny. Every 4 years, they come back to give you one cup of tomato, 10 cups of rice, and you sell your vote. And when they go there, they close the door for you. After 4 years, they come back again. So they have decided to use poverty as a weapon to make sure that you cannot survive without them giving you 10 cups of rice or giving you, 1 tin of tomato. So until the citizens of the country decide to say enough is enough. What is happening in Madagascar right now? If you talk to people, it's a small country. Certainly, it's a small country. That's the way it starts, right? The revolution that happened in Nigeria the other time, how many years ago? It was like that. The one that happened in Egypt, it was like that. So Nigerians are thinking that it's not going to happen in their country because they're telling you the president is he's controlling the military, he's controlling the everything. It doesn't work. The day that it will happen in Nigeria, both the people that are controlling the military, both the people who think that they are indispensable, all of those people, none of them is going to escape when it comes. So I think, forefathers, your question is that the citizens of all these countries who are making sure that these people comes back to power, it's our problem. Because if somebody can go to vote somebody with a loaf of bread, that is to tell you the level of ignorance that you have in Cameroon. The people are telling you that they are hungry because what it shows you is that the people has lost their sense of belonging. That a loaf of bread, you will use it to sell your vote, knowing fully well that after you collect that bread, you go back and say that Paul Biya, you don't want Paul Biya to be president of Cameroon, but you collected bread and vote him. Now, at 90-something years,
Last week, I was watching Museveni. He was trying to show that he's strong. He was running to the stage. He wants to show you that he's physically fit to be president of Uganda. You know, these are the same people because he have forgotten how he became president. He fought a revolutionary war. And through the bush, he became president. Now he has forgotten that. He has become a politician. So now if the power is too much, the power is too sweet. And so he doesn't want another person to answer excellency. Because he wants to answer excellency until he goes to the grave. And that's the problem. And there are people that he's using. And those people that he's using are few individuals in the country, just like Nigeria. The cabals in Nigeria, they're up to 1 million. No, but we are 250 million population that cannot take our destiny in our own hands. Because Emiloko is my brother. He's from my tribe. He's from my nation. He's my village. And when I was going to school, he bought the exercise book for me. And because of that, even though he's killing the whole Nigeria, it's okay for everybody. You are saying that the president, when he was in Lagos, he was able to train people. Those people that, all the governors of Lagos State that he brought, how many of them stay second time? Because when you don't agree with him, you don't come back. So Wolu right now is fighting for his political life because every possibility is not coming back. So is it that kind of leadership? Is it what you want to emulate? Because if you read the people who followed him, who he made governors, where are they today? Ambode, where is he? After he talk, now he decided to go back to kiss the ring because you know that he doesn't have any political future if he doesn't follow the man who has made him. But because you have no credibility with the masses, that's why you are still going back to the same man who have told you that you do not have a destiny in Nigerian politics without me. You can break away. You can say, no, I am going to do it. Because I'm following the masses. If the masses can follow me, I don't need you. If the population can say, I want you, I don't need you. But that's not the case. Because everybody goes back to the same thing, right? Your governor of Rivers State, Wike, you see what he's doing today? So by the time you know it, in the next 5 years, next 10 years, his son will become governor of Rivers State. One of them will become senator in Rivers State. Why you have somebody like forefather, where you have somebody like Oti, the children that we are supposed to be, supposed to be the futures of tomorrow, they will become your leaders. And we will come here every day to talk about the way forward for Nigeria. Because don't be surprised that the son of Tinubu will contest 2027 election in Lagos State as the governor of Lagos State. And if he dare come out, who is it that is going to come out to say, no, he's not going to be governor of Lagos State? That's the problem.
You know, that statement you said about Museveni fighting in the Revolutionary War, it reminds me of a statement somebody said that, he has exchanged a small part in a war for a lead role in a cage. And this is something we as Africans do repeatedly, because we don't understand that when you're in a cage, there is only as much as you can do, and the people that own that cage can decide to bring you out, and that's your end.
Father, let me
give that up all the time.
I think one of the greatest problems we have in Nigeria is impatience. And Nigerians cannot persevere to the point that, Nigerians persevere a lot, but in terms of politics, in terms of, making a decision to better your life, we are too quick to say, we are too quick to surrender.
Yeah.
If not,
that's true.
The wave of 2023, by now, Nigerians would have been more. What happened in 2023 should have been a child play than what will be happening right now. But everybody has given up hope because Mr. Peter Obi or those who supported him because he didn't win election. People say, okay, upon all the whole thing I did, upon all the I didn't sleep, upon all the whole thing I did, I put my money, I put my time, I put my energy, I put my exercise. What does it turn out to? It didn't turn out well. So therefore, I'm tying that, I'm washing off my hands. That's the problem of Nigeria. Because if you fail today, doesn't mean that you are going to fail tomorrow.
Exactly.
You have to try. If you fail today, try tomorrow. Because why you fail that time you fail, there are people who were with you. And by the time you're trying to come back, there are people, you're going to get new people. But you got to present yourself in a way that people will believe you, that you have them in your heart, that you are fighting for them, that they don't mind about you failing. But this is the problem in Nigeria. When you fail, those cabal will tell you, okay, you have gone to waste your money. You have seen now. It's either you join us, everything will be well with you. So that's our problem.
And that is so true, because like even with the NSAL stuff, you hear people keep saying, oh, you just went and did and they died. I'm like, why do you? Because by remembering it like that, you are saying the next generation or the next people that want to fight for a change, you should not do it. You forget that they succeeded in what they wanted. At least they got SARS cancelled as an entity. They got it cancelled. And you're saying, do you know how many people those SARS police could have killed by now if they didn't do what they did? Their sacrifice was never for nothing. But people say that, and they forget that they are discouraging other people from doing the same thing, making the necessary sacrifice so that more people will survive. Look at this weekend alone. If they count how many Ukrainian soldiers have made the sacrifice, you can't count. How many Russian soldiers have made the sacrifice? They are not even on the headlines. And for some reason, we remember sacrifice in a negative way, like those people, their sacrifice was for nothing. It's not for nothing. Every time you fight, even when you lose, you are making progress, because you are fighting somebody. That person is not just sleeping when they are fighting, because they have to fight you back. They have to fight you back. They are exhausting themselves. You have to keep fighting until the end. But we give up and we want to play, like they say, we want to play the master role in a cage instead. No, I don't want to live in a cage, no matter how beautiful the cage is. All right. Let me bring thank you, I really do appreciate. Everybody has been quite good today, actually, because the topic is quite universal. Nobody likes it. Nobody likes it. Everybody has been quite. The submission is quite good. I'm learning a lot from them. Let me bring in Jagun.
I'm here now.
Look at that. You're here now. I mean, that's why I have to call you. You are still a young man now.
Which one? I'm here.
Thank you for joining us, Jagun. Yeah, I know you probably have an opinion on this. These elderly leaders that can seem to, either raise people that can take over from them or make way. What do you make of it?
Are you giving me a name or make way?
No, I'm saying or make way for the new generation to take over. Sorry.
Okay. I've got a few things to say. And I hope they make sense to people listening. My feeling is that age is not the problem. Somebody's age is not the problem. What is the problem is do we even really get our politicians to say what it is they're actually going to do? Because you see, there are about 3 solid stages for a country like Nigeria to get out of its problem, and it's doing none of them. One is obviously to look at the whole system, because the system isn't working, and the system is allowing and encouraging multiple deaths in the country, multiples of death and suffering. This is the problem that we want to engage with straight away. It's something I don't think about a lot, largely because it's happening and it's happening. It's always been happening, and we will just talk about it. Nobody means anything. Everybody's too afraid, too subservient, too weak-minded, weak in courage, weak in the spirit that was God-given. So that's one. These people who are of age in Africa, all it is greed and control and positioning of foreign entities, for foreign entities. The fact that Africans don't see it clearly enough to revolt, it's our fault. Somebody like Biya running roughshod over Cameroon all of these years is the fault of the Cameroonians. Who else are you going to blame? They got a stool pigeon sitting on top of them, they can't really develop. No good news comes out of Cameroon. People are just living day to day. Same with any other place. From understanding that we've got to halt the present situation that has run over our heads, okay, that's one. Two, Nigeria's economy is not a joke. It is not a joke. Nigeria's economy, no matter how poor Nigeria is, as it is right now, the country is still vastly, vastly rich. In fact, after the Congo, there's nowhere else to talk about than Nigeria in terms of mineral wealth and the amounts of different levels of wealth that we have under our ground. I think the oil that we are producing now, is oil and gas, is not even half of what Nigeria actually holds. The economy is of strategic and urgent need of control to the benefit of the country, its people, and the greater African society at large, which Nigeria should be very concerned with. I fear that Ghana is more the big brother of Africa and has been than Nigeria ever has. Nigeria's been a continued sleeping bastard. I want to say giant.
Oh, come on, man. That is
No.
not fair, though.
Ejo, let's be grown up. Let's be grown
That
up.
is unfair, though. Nigeria has not
It is.
qualified.
Nigeria operates like what you call a bastard. That's how it operates. It doesn't operate with any kind of love for fatherhood and all these things. No. It does not behave like that. It behaves in a way of a bastard. Now, let me move on. The third thing is the future. And what kind of future do we expect from the leadership of now? I can tell you for free that none of these three things are in the heads of any politician in Nigeria or nearly anywhere else, except the AES countries. So let me talk about the AES countries. Whatever those people have done in their past, what they're doing right now is of serious contemplation. To me, they've laid the example to which we Africans, we don't even speak about it really in the way it should be spoken about in order to begin to galvanize our people's minds and what our thought processes should be. Because they have picked out the corrupt leaders and then kicked out the foreign nationals that have come to disturb them. That's what they have done successfully. They still have a war to accomplish with the terrorism that faces those three nations and the nations of the Sahel, including Nigeria. Yet still, we are not talking to them. We're just asking them to come back to ECOWAS. What the hell for? What for? Age is not the problem. It's only that we have stupid people in Africa. You know, when I was young, I must always refer to these things. In this country, they used to say, the Jamaicans, the Caribbean people, they used to say that Africans are stupid. And I didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. Excuse me, I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. I didn't know what they were. Africans are stupid, really, ain't they? I'm thinking, what? Talking about Africa. I'm an African, I'm not stupid. My people aren't stupid. What are you talking about? But as I've gone through this life, I've seen that statement is valid. That statement is valid. Africans are stupid. It's very simple. You don't like to hear it. Well, you know, go and listen to something else. Africans are stupid. And the state of their stupidity is there in all of our faces in a continent called Africa, where things are just constantly going wrong. And when something comes to make it right, we don't protect this person. We allow him to be so open to the powers that be that he will be taken out in no time. You see, There are things that we suffer from, but they're mainly because we don't like to hear the truth. We have no idea about the history of our nation. We do not understand that we are represented as a people more than we are represented in Africa, in the rest of the world. The Caribbean is there, South America is there, North America is there, where we have seen what happened to us, our people. If you look at the Black American position, I don't want to be so dogmatic in giving them all a carte blanche, same name. But generally, the thing that we learn about America and American Black society is one of negativity. What Black Americans have done since they've got there is build that country we call the United States. That's what they've actually done, achieved. They did it more than anybody else, but none of us recognize that. We want to look at the white man. The level of sickness Nigeria and Africa gives me, and Africans all over the world, is too much for a life of 70 and 10. It's too much. We only have a finite time. In that time, this world is to be explored in all its diverse angles. Yet what we have been spending our lives doing, rush, get our education, rush, become a doctorate, rush, get a great employment, and then it all ends on that doorstep. There's no more rushing. There's nowhere else to rush. I'm well traveled. Nigerians are well traveled, but most Black people they only go to the countries which they feel are safe for them. In fact, Nigerians are probably number one in not doing it like that. But every other Black person, they go where it's safe for them, or where they feel it's safe. So they come to Europe, they go to America. They don't know anything about it or the East. In the East, there's a lot for us to learn, because our culture and our relationship with the West is nearer to them than it is to the West itself, which we like to relate with, which is where we get all these bigoted old men running nations. We all concentrate on whiteness and what is white. What is white is right. After all, throughout my life, I've had this conversation with so many of us. And
let me add something to that. That part where this light skin thing is better in Nigeria, it's very scary that it's still going on. I almost feel like they are deliberately being put up to it, because you don't see that in music. Like if you look at Nigerian musicians, like especially what's his name again, the Ogechi and all those Nigerian musicians don't do that. But in drama, oh my God, they always put the light-skinned people like they are the good ones. The dark-skinned ones are often the worst ones. Like
because they are being sponsored. They are being sponsored by the cosmetic companies from abroad.
It's really horrible. It's a very, very horrible thing. That is very corrosive, because it's not one, it's not two. Because if it's just one person, you say, okay, that's coincidence. But it just happens repeatedly. And I noticed that. Even on TikTok.
Please don't eat my time. I like obviously to discuss further with you, but and anyone.
Okay, go ahead.
To be frank,
because I noticed the same trend on TikTok.
The issue of colorism is all part of it. It's all part of what I'm speaking about. It's all part of the control that they have, and it's all part of the nonsense that we believe in. The difference between musicians and drama is not neither here nor there. It's in the society, bro. Yeah, there's a Jamaican guy. When I was in Spain, we were working together, and he said to me, he has an Igbo friend who told him that Yoruba people don't like Igbo people because Igbo people are light-skinned. I told him to get the hell out of here with this idiotic argument. Don't come next to me speaking nonsense, and tell that to your friend, because that's not the issue for me. as an individual, who light skin is not neither here nor there. We have them. We have light skinned people in Yoruba land. What do we have to prove on light skinism? What's that got to do with anything? We are stupid. I said, we are stupid. These are the levels of stupidity that we delve into and bring to the polity. It's disgraceful.
But if I'm to ask you this question, is there any way you can look at our behavior and say you can understand it and understand that it's not necessarily stupidity that is causing it?
My
It's
brother,
just something
you see,
else.
because I tell you why. I don't see it. I'm in the UK, and I've been in the UK since I was 4 years old. And I've been traveling back, and I've had great parents who have shown me so much about why I should be proud and who it is I am and who it is our people are. With that, bruh, I've sliced through this planet up and down. Nobody can play with me. And I know how dangerous this world is. So when I'm saying all these things, I don't mean it just for bravado, because you always have to use your faculties to guide yourself through this world. But nobody can come and tell me I'm an African, this, that, or the other, and not get, the other day, a friend of my friend's wife said to me, after knowing me for a good, I don't know, she's known me for a good 40 years. She said to me, "You're the only African that I know that always stood up as an African." For me, that was a shock. It wasn't something I was proud of, but I knew what she was talking about. Because most of the Africans that came here when I was here, they used to pretend that they're Jamaican. They used to it's something else, but they're not Nigerian or African. Please. I didn't have that. I didn't have that complex. I just didn't have it. And I know why I didn't have it. If you are just left to your own devices in a Western country, you would change your whole identity. Don't you see how the West is losing its mind? That a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man. That shows you how lost Europe is. Yet we are still following them. Now,
I'm still wondering why you call your friend's wife your girlfriend. I may be curious. How did you make that kind of fraud? Are you a guy, man? What is going on there?
I must say this to you. I must say this to you. That is a sin I have never committed, and I've committed. And yes, I've never done that.
Good. Okay. I appreciate your submission.
Let me land on this, if I may, as you gave everybody else so much time, and I appreciate this kind of conversational interview.
Yeah, but let's try to, because I try to get to other people too.
It's important. Let me say this. In solution to many of our ills, we need to come to agreement. And that first agreement is clear. Why? Because we have an example. Nigeria doesn't even have to conjure up anything brand new necessarily. And it doesn't have to come from military means or democratic means or whatever other means. But it has to come where we take out our leaders who are corrosive and corruptive and no good to us. Then we make sure that we loose the British and the Americans and even the Chinese from the coffers of our minerals. And thirdly, we understand what it is that we're fighting for in this great future, because it's not a joke. And I don't believe that many people have the understanding of what that great future is or should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And everybody has spoken very well today. You see that because there's consensus on this matter, there's hardly any pushback from anybody apart from Okpegolo. You know, he has to always be controversial. All these Okpegolo people, they always have to be. Yeah.
I did not push back. I just gave you the history of how we get to where we are. That's not a pushback.
All right. I think it's a centric cast. I hope I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry. You're gonna look like I'm picking on you guys now, but it's going to 2 hours. We don't have forever, so we try to get to other people. And so people have been like Femina spoke more than an hour ago. More than an hour ago. It's crazy. That's a long time. So let's try to. Yeah, I'm trying to correct it now. That's the point. And I hope they don't disagree with me.
You are starting with a man that cannot speak Nigerian English. Good luck.
So, what do you make of these old leaders? Is it okay? I think Jago is right when he said it's not necessarily the age that's the problem. I think that's a valid point to make. It's their ideology. Is the way they perceive the world. Okay, I think you have to go and answer query.
Hey, take care of baby mamas. Guys, you are taking care of business.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The problem, right? The problem is not. It's not the leaders, right? It's not the person running the government. It is the system itself. The system doesn't adapt. There's no adaptation. Democracy is so stagnant. It's a very stagnated system. It doesn't adapt to changes, right? Like, I mean, for instance, here in the panel, we have like 9 people and everyone is talking for like 30 minutes. That's not adaptation, right? We should adapt to the changes. Like when you look at your environment, you adapt your system to whatever the environment presents to you, right? Like right here, we like 10 people. 2 minutes would be enough to talk about this topic. Like instead of repeating the same thing over and over, like people don't hear you. We hear you. Like don't repeat the concept over and over. Anyways, democracy is not the problem, right? It's the evolution of democracy. Democracy hasn't evolved to adapt to the changes, right? For instance, you know, if you look up, I've mentioned this before, homeostasis, right? You know, my concept of democracy is homeostatic democracy, right? It's a form of democracy, and democracy kind of looks like that, right? Like if you go to local government, they have leaders there. If you go to like local governments in Nigeria, they have leadership. They have local government leaders. But you know, the problem is the local government leaders are not held accountable by anybody, right? Like their job is to do things locally that benefit the local community, but they don't do it, right? Everyone expects the federal government will allocate funds to state government, local government. They will allocate the funds. And then when they don't do anything, everyone points at the federal government like, oh, they're the problem. But the local government is not doing anything. Their job is to take care of the local people. Like, for instance, if you don't have good roads, if you don't have electricity, if you don't have regulated housing and whatnot, it's the local government. You know, the government can make laws to do that. You see what I'm saying? They can make laws to regulate this things that affect the people positively. Like, okay, for instance, like Nigeria is going through hyperinflation, right? But the system hasn't really adapted, to the changes, to the current changes. It hasn't adapted because the system is not fluid. It's very rigid. It's a rigid system. Things are done the same way, no matter the temperature, of the country. You do the same thing, the same way. It's not good, right? In a homeostatic system, it could adapt. You know what I mean? Kind of like the body. Your body has the pH level in your body. Balance is based on your environment. There's adaptation.
Let me say this. I think what we are expecting our people to do, something I feel like is a little bit unfair. Because when the change and the effect or the power that affects that change cascades down from the top, you'll be fighting, but until you are able to confront that top issue, I guess you can fight your way from the bottom to the top. But what I'm trying to say there is that if our leaders are being empowered by foreign powers,
okay,
so you can see how if you try to challenge them, you'll be looking at them. You don't even have.
You're not looking at
they don't have a scope
master,
of
right?
they don't have the scope of the power of the puppet master. So you can't. By the time you even try, you find yourself in a round box like, oh my God, this is completely outside my depth.
the whoever controls the government doesn't tell the government not to do direct democracy, right? Like here in America, I've talked about this. There's the direct democracy, right? It's not perfect. You can't. It's not in every state, but direct democracy is something that Nigeria can adapt, right? For instance,
that is one of the ways you can change the system. I actually think
exactly.
That
the problem is
chance.
it's not having a federal system, whatever. Just have the federal government, have like the IG or whatever. Their job would be to regulate the local government, make sure that they're not discriminating other people, right? If you have direct democracy, if I vote on election, I can vote for whoever the political party presents.
But they won't let it happen. Their democracy will be counter to what the so-called puppeteers want to see.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. No one has actually pushed it. Like, has anyone ever, even I forgot his name, the guy, the revolutionary guy you guys always mention, has he ever pushed direct democracy in his, is it part of his Sure, yeah. Has he pushed the direct democracy?
Sure, he's a socialist.
Direct democracy.
He doesn't care about direct democracy.
I mean, if it's that's socialism is pre-direct. It's more, it's actually more scientific than freaking democracy.
Sure is an American.
Okay, so when you have direct democracy, right? If I can vote for Tinubu, right? But then on the ballot, you have, do you want to legalize cannabis? Do you want to increase the tax of the rich by 2%? The people can directly vote on those things, right? Because government is not going to lobby against that, right? Because they don't.
And let me ask, that's a fair point. That's something it reminds me of a referendum. Nigeria, have we ever had a referendum in the last 25 years?
It's not in our constitution. Constitution don't allow.
Oh my God! That is crazy.
But the constitution allows democracy, right? Democracy is enshrined in the.
They can modify democracy. They can modify democracy to allow for it. And like the presidential council system, they can modify it to allow for it because Nigeria is too diverse. I don't know why they can't do these things. That they should allow for all the regions to be represented on the presidential level at all times. There's no reason why you have to wait for
what is that going to do? What is that going to do?
What that does is that issue of people waiting to rule the country goes away. Okay. Everybody is participating all the time. Okay, you have to solve problem one at a time.
Father, that's not the problem, though. That's not the issue here. It's not whoever an outside person can rule however long he wants.
It's an obstacle to getting to the core problem because if some people are feeling disenfranchised. You are bound to have more difficulties convincing them on an agenda.
They're feeling disenfranchised on emotional level. It's not real. It's not a real thing. If you elect an evil person right now, he's going to go in and do the same thing Tinubu is doing. It's not going to change anything.
Yeah, but they are still seeing it. Remember, these are nations that have come together in the last 60 or so years, or maybe if you look at it from 1914 or so. They are still their own people, and when they see people at the top that don't represent them, if you think about it, why did you think the Swiss decided to do it? The Swiss are less diverse than we are. They did it. They are very rich. They are doing very well. They don't have any issues. I don't think any Swiss will go through all these issues that you are seeing going on in the world. You see them shaking. They are not shaking. They are very stable.
Let me kind of land on my point, right? And in a homeostatic democracy, right, you have a feedback mechanism, right? This will be enshrined into the system, right? Like, for instance, the problem with democracy, the way it is like, once you get a new dispensation, they can undo whatever was done by the previous dispensation. There's no mechanism set in place that could say, hey, Tinubu cannot remove fuel subsidy or add fuel subsidy if someone else does the opposite. You know what I'm saying? So
but that's what direct democracy does. Direct democracy, people can intervene and stop them.
Exactly. There's no continuity of agenda. Okay, so another problem is the political party system, right? The party system is terrible because the problem that we have in Nigeria right now is tribalism, right? Tribalism affects our democracy. You cannot have democracy in a tribal system, right? It's counterintuitive. So now you have a political party, which is a tribe and within a tribe, right?
But why can't we? Are all democracies not tribal? I really don't believe democracies are not tribal. They have always been tribal, and they will remain tribal. It's where the issue is when you make it as a toxic issue, and you use it as say, okay, vote for me because I'm from your tribe. But you can see that even in the America, they'll say, vote for me because I'm from your state. Or Obama didn't get the white vote. He didn't win the white vote. So you can see people are still tribal, even in the West. In the UK, too, they are.
The problem is education, right? The people are not educated, right? That's part of the project. You have to educate people on the concept of governance, right? Educate people on how to know a politician is bullshitting them. People need to be educated on that, right? Like, for instance, Nigerian politicians will use English words which are abstract in nature. It's not concrete. Like, if you look at Igbo language, Yoruba language, Hausa language, they're pretty concrete. When they say one thing, it means that. When an Igbo man says, I love you, right? It could mean a lot of things. When an Igbo person says, Aharam Ganaya, that means one thing only. You know what I'm saying? It means one thing only. It's pretty direct. You cannot say that to a stranger. That's crazy. They'll look at you like you're insane, right? But you can say, I love you to like your coworker. You don't even give a fuck about. You know what I'm saying? So, that's the problem. Like, there has to be clear objective. We have to have a clear objective. We have to have a system where we have to have a goal. Like Nigeria right now, what does the future look like? Like, what is the goal of democracy? What are we trying to achieve with that? What are we trying to achieve with our system? Right? It's very stagnated, man. It's really, really stagnated. And we need direct democracy. We need a system that has a feedback mechanism where if there is a problem, it can address it right away, right? The system can evolve, can actually change itself, have kind of like equilibrium, like a homeostasis.
But hold on though. I think let's not overdo it. I think for me, my issue with Nigeria is that comparatively, others are moving far ahead. Nigeria that we have today is, in terms of development, more developed than the country we had 20 years ago. And as a matter of fact, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, everything was decaying. They were coming down. But things are being fixed slowly. And that could also explain why you are not seeing a lot of people come and, subliminally, they are seeing things slowly improving. Why should we tear everything down when they are building roads? They are fixing the train lines, things like that.
Father, you're not going to know that because the government doesn't even, like here in America, right? You have a system where people can actually put signatures, you can collect like 20,000 signatures about one issue, right? We don't have that in Nigeria. You don't have a place, you don't have a forum where Nigerians can come in and complain to the government, right? Like, let's say people from like, let's say Ekiti State, right? People from Ekiti State cannot go to a certain forum where the government, the people that work with the government, like their office people, can actually look and see the concerns of the people and say, people are complaining about their waterborne diseases, right? Everyone's complaining about it, and the government can listen and say, okay, that's the problem. Let's deal with that, right? So there's no, that communication is not there. People are not even, okay, it's like democracy stops.
Have you asked Nigerians why they have town halls and ways of communicating with their elected officials?
Town halls. I mean, there are town halls.
Maybe they do. Do you know whether they don't?
They do, but the thing is, it's always violent. It's kind of violent. If you complain in the town hall, the bodyguards of the governor will probably beat you up, right? So the thing is, democracy stops immediately. Election stops. Once we vote these people, democracy goes away. Like, it has to be continuous. It has to be continuous.
That has to change. It has to change.
It has to be continuous, right? It has to be continuous. After you vote, that's not enough. You should be able to hold them accountable. You should be able to recall these guys. If they're not doing what you want, there should be a way to recall them on a direct march.
I think they should have a kind of requirement by the elected officials to report back to the people almost on a weekly basis. Like in the UK,
it has to be a requirement.
They have PMQs, Prime Minister questions, where they do that every single week. You have to.
They can do it digitally.
Yourself.
It's for every local government. It's not even. It doesn't federal government. Forget federal government. The local government have to have a.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Digital platform.
You should all cascade down. Every single one of them should be accounting to the people.
There should be local government platforms.
They don't do that actually.
People can. Do that. If you go to the local government platform, you see, the people are complaining about the road, the pothole, the big pothole on the road. That's a major issue. You say, okay, let's collect signature. We can do voting on the app. Do you want to fix the pothole, or do you want to fix the electricity pole? Which one is top priority? Everyone will vote, and then the government will do that.
For about 15 minutes already.
Anyway, that's it. I'm out.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Now it's the Honorable Masker. I know that we went a little bit regarding, we started talking about the state of democracy and everything. Maybe it's still relevant to what is going on in many of these.
Sorry, forefathers.
What is what that is next?
Forefathers, did I tell you that I don't want to say anything on any of the topics we're discussing?
I don't know why. I just thought that Masca was here
Sorry,
before
I'm
you.
asking you, seriously.
No. Why would I not want you to say anything? I enjoy talking to you now.
What you was even complaining that even before I speak, he's supposed to speak, but he's
Yeah,
allowed.
but I came in before, and even this our brother. I don't know if he's spoken. Clemmy, he was here before OT, but unfortunately, our honorable host is not paying good attention. He's enjoying the conversation far too much.
Can't blame him now. No, I'm not blaming Jagun.
No, not you. That's our forefather here.
And look at that. Thank you for all the compliments.
You're supposed to be concentrating.
Thank you for all the compliments.
He enjoys too much listening to himself. I don't know. It's unbelievable. Listen, I'm not.
OT, you do a piling on that OT.
Listen,
don't take it personal, OT. You know, I enjoy hearing you
I
talk.
don't talk too much, and
now we are pissed OT.
Let me just speak up a few things, okay? I don't know. You guys, you have unlimited strength for talking. No, seriously, it's just I can't believe it.
Come true, brother. Come true.
Take it easy now. Come on, man. I'm sorry. I didn't get it.
I listen to people. I want to learn something. I don't just come here to waste my time. I mean, I could.
I know.
Right?
I'm learning.
Now, the last speaker, what he was saying, essentially, yes. I mean, kind of going around the circle, but it's all about accountability, right? In any kind of whatever we call democracy, no matter how we practice it. But my understanding, my belief is this, so the people have to count, and that means it's not really waiting for anybody, looking up to any politician. The people, whether these people, in this situation, they're elected, but whatever is the case, the people have to be responsible. They have to be alive, alert, and know that is about their welfare, their lives, their future, and the future of their children. Not just waiting for the politicians to, I don't know, do them any good or whatever. So that is I think that is the summary. If at least the last part of his presentation, that's what I got out of that. So yes, democracy, there has to be experimentation, institutional design. That's what it's all about. Now, really, what I wanted to is Jago, when he was talking, I wanted to kind of have a follow up to have things clarified. Because as I said, I listen and then want to make a meaning out of what people are saying. Now he talked about stupidity being our Africa. Africa's being stupid. Well, I don't want to argue about that, but I want some clarification. So by stupidity, Jago, you can come in later after I've spoken. I'm not going to take a lot of time. So do you mean because stupidity is not easy to define, really? Does that include, for example, I don't know, would you include pride, arrogance, close-mindedness into that? Or what do you mean by stupidity? Africa's being stupid. I'm not contesting that. I just want to understand what you mean by that.
Brother, you deserve your time. You deserve your time. Don't worry. Forefathers will give you time.
I'm just,
I'm just saying, no, it's okay. Just calm down. Forefathers should offer you the time that you need, as he has done everyone else, to be honest. So, I agree with you that all those idiosyncrasies that we have as personalities in Nigeria are very much part of our stupidity. We have far too much pride. Why are we so proud? Why?
Not willing to learn, not being open-minded. Not, because I, as an African myself, you have personal relationships, and then you try to understand what sometimes the frictions we have with, even within our personal, familiar environments. You try to understand what is going on here. That is the African palaver, the difficulties we have, because these things are not just things that manifest in if like in the public space, but also at a much if like intimate spheres, personal relationships, family, communal, these difficulties, idiosyncrasies you call them. That's I'm saying my personal observation. And so the next question comes: what do we do? How do we solve this problem? I mean, is it shall we say it's kind of our nature, second nature, and then there's nothing we can do about it? Is it irradical?
Simply,
We can help ourselves.
No, I don't believe we can't. There's no way out. Simply to say that the pride, the ignorance, the closed-mindedness has to change. And the way, as I said, is we've got the example. We should know our enemy, but we don't. We don't know who our enemy is, so we make enemies of ourselves. People I knew who never had an enemy before. We were enemies before Oyinbo came on. All of a sudden, we're enemies. All of us, the ones who are spoiling. We are the major ones who are spoiling the nation. We are the major ones, whether you believe it or not. We should be saving our nation, but no, we're finding time to scribble, talking rubbish. All you need to do is take a page out of KJ's book, and you can see all the levels of strangeness. Strangeness, like we don't know each other. We know each other now. Apart from the fact that we know each other, now we become lying upon each other. We say what is not the truth about each other, when we should be the ones saving this nation. Is that not stupidity? What do you want me to call it?
Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead.
Right. So, as I said, it's for us, this discussion about I don't know, asking people to comment on, is it Paul Biya and who else? So what is there?
Museveni of Uganda, Atiku of Nigeria, current president. They seem to be elderly, and they seem to be, especially what I find disturbing is that they seem to be maintaining the old order, because for some reason they don't want the young generation to come in knowing that the young generation can flip on the script. The old order is to maintain, just like the current president did, to go and bring the old national anthem of 1960. That you can see why the people that control them prefer them in office, because they have the old mindset.
I see. So so where do we go from here?
I'm asking you. I'm trying to tap into your infinite knowledge that is coming. But that's why we are here.
No, I mean, you see, because yes, we can see the pattern, the problems, but if you ask me, our focus should be really on how do we get out of this problem, because is it gonna go on forever? Are we happy with the situation? Okay, what can we do as a people?
I think quite a few suggestions have been made. Have the leaders be slightly more accountable. Have a rule that requires them to come to the constituencies to explain themselves weekly, and you can make it a more direct democratic system. That too is a valid point. Some people advocated dictatorship. So people are coming up with different ideas.
Yes, I think I agree. The thing is this, because democracy is any form of governance, government, regulating people, public affairs, is hard work. So, what can we be a bit less selfish, okay? Less egotistic, less self-regarded. Can we have a more public spirit? Because that's what it requires for this kind, for living together, prospering together, So people have to get involved in the public affairs, in the way they are governed. And that is, to me, I don't think there's a substitute for that, quite frankly. That's kind of, talking broadly. Participation. There's no other way to that. It's not something you can just outsource. Say this is the job for politicians. No. If we can manage to get more of our people involved in politics, that's the only way to go.
Yeah.
That's to me. Then
we have If you are saying that we have to get one of our people involved in politics, you mean the people that we control and the people,
Everybody,
or the people,
everybody,
okay, the ordinary people, okay.
you know, yes, everybody, really, you know, starting from even those in the universities, you know, start educating them from secondary school what civic life, politics is about, you know, their responsibilities. That's the thing.
You know, there was a video I saw recently of this Israeli. I don't know whether she's actually Israeli, but she's a Zionist, versus another Black American Zionist, gay or whatever. They were talking together. They said something very interesting. The Zionists were saying, "You people are complaining about how we are controlling things instead of you to be learning how to do it." So, and maybe there's something for there. How did they, with their numbers, they are not that many, do what they do? How did they manage to have that much influence over the most powerful country?
Because the United States,
we can't even control our nation.
Because the U.S. funds them. That's why the U.S.
Yeah, but
funds them.
they didn't fund them out of the goodness of their heart. They don't fund us. They did that because those people influenced them to do it.
Somebody earlier has spoken about, you know, like the you know, the value of education. I think that is correct. And tomorrow we have Dr. Sam Amadi coming. He's the director of the Abuja School of what is it, social. I think, yes, you know, if I'm around, the question I would like to ask him is this, you know, because our educational system, you know, as Abuja School of Public, what is it, public service, you know, so what are they doing? You know, what, you know, there is, I don't know, the professors there, the research, the fellows and all that. What are they doing and thinking about our education system? You know, how do we form the minds of our people? Is that not supposed to be their job? What they're doing, really? Because yes, our education system. Somebody has to kind of fashion them or refashion them to actually suit our needs, our circumstances. It's not just, you know, learning things that you know, of no use to us. Regurgitating what you know, those in Washington and London. You know, I mean, IMF, World Bank.
But Oti though, if you are in a powerful position, would it not make sense for you to have people that are going to take over your position, especially when you are in your 80s? You'll be planning that, okay, these are the people that are going to take over after me. Why is it that our African elders don't understand that when they become elder, they should hand over for the next generation? They are not even giving them chance to try and fail. You can argue that Trump gave Obama a chance. He saw Obama is useless, I want to take over. But you don't see that in our own. They don't want to give them road at all to come to emerge at all. Why is that?
Well, look, it's for me, the simple explanation is that these people are not these people really they have no kind of public spirit. They lack public spirit. They are not, you know, the office they occupy. They never really understood what public service is all about. It's all about, you know, their ego. Again, at the personal level, is selfishness, is egotism, is you know, self-interest. Nothing beyond that, I would make. You know, so no sense of sacrifice. Okay, so they come into.
I would even think that that's the wrong question. Sorry, Oti. I think the question you asked for, Father, is another question of parroting. You see, when you look at China and its growth, it only parroted what it needed economically, but it did not do it in terms of its policy or its culture. What we keep doing is copying rubbish. So when you put it to any old person, why didn't you groom somebody to take your position? That itself is, I don't even know if it's democracy. That could be who you're handing down to. Are you actually? Is it democracy that we're in that allows you to groom somebody to take the position?
Thank you, Dagu. Thank you.
No, I think the reason why I put it that way is because it has to have a sense of ideology, direction. Because every time you have a transfer of power and you have a totally different mindset show up, that nation is going to be in chaos.
As a leader, if you are responsible and forward-thinking and love your people, love your country, your focus should be actually on developing institutions. It's not. So it's not about any particular individual or set of individuals, but rather, what's the system? What institutions do we have? Because that
the
should be able to
individuals
select.
make up the system. The individuals create presidents that make up a system, because systems are based on
You can have a
precedents.
system, develop a system, so that it will help the selection process. Are you with me? Okay, so that should be the focus, and not just maybe somebody you hand select, you hand pick for whatever, any favor.
No, I'm not saying it should be anointed like Fubara was. I'm saying that they have to earn it, but you have to have.
And now, even in all these people, we will just anyway.
Pardon?
Okay,
your turn.
So for that, I think I was actually talking about education, where you kind of came again with the question of these our leaders. So I think for me is in most cases is a personality, call it defect or something. They lost their way. They might have been visionary, revolutionary when they were aspiring for power, but was gotten it, the trappings of office and and of course vested interest and all that, So, but again, it's only effective institutions that can counter that. I don't see, otherwise we'll be having coups and counter coups, So if you come in as a good leader,
but when you keep saying effective institution, I think this is where a lot of people miss it. I always come back to that now. What do you mean? You're acting as if institutions just build themselves.
No. So look, say for example, now you start with the political parties, right? Okay, and then you show that maybe at that level, political parties that they have a, well, they call it in Nigeria, is it something democracy or something, party democracy, right? So if you get that right, and then of course the whether it is rotational, whichever system you want to adopt, but consistent, be fair, be balanced, and then you carry on that way.
That is what an institution is. If you are able to maintain consistency, then you create an institution.
Over time, it stabilizes, and then everybody knows these are the norms. Institutions are what? They're
exactly.
Norms. They're principles.
Matters, all these things people are saying, I have a completely different reservation.
No, wait for your turn, whatever your
turn. Completely different reservation. All these people are saying.
So I think I've spoken enough. And someone else can go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I want to leave everybody. I want to go, please.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Enjoy your weekend.
You always come and give us good submission. Thank you.
We
you have a good one too.
God's willing. God bless you.
And have a great week ahead.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think it's Masca. And I don't know why, we should be treating Masca with a bit more difference, because he's on the ground. He's the real Nigerian. We are basically fake.
Yes.
Speak for yourself, Paul.
Totally agree with forefathers. Actually, listening to you, forefathers, I can see the problem, because once you are in the white man's land,
exactly.
Why do we expect you to? Because you're thinking. All of you guys, when you talk all this direct democracy, even the word democracy, or you're just spewing the white man's.
Do you know what a direct democracy is, though? Before you criticize it, do you know what it is? What is it?
Please. I'm not in the mood to start getting upset. It's too late.
What is direct democracy? What is direct democracy? If you don't know what direct democracy is, don't criticize it. What is direct democracy, bro?
How does that become?
Get out of here.
Why is it a criticism?
Okay.
What is direct democracy? When I was talking, he was like hurrying me up to stop talking. Now it's your turn.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one. I told Jide to wait for his turn. So don't make it sound as if I have anything against you. I don't.
Yeah.
Speak on direct democracy. You criticize it. Speak on.
All right. So when I was listening to you, forefathers, it's clear to me that part of the problem also is because those of us that are supposed to shape the society, unfortunately, we've already been subsumed by a different culture that is not our own culture. I agree with, I can't remember who was talking about, I think it's revolution Revolution Now or somebody. One of the major problems is that we've taken a lot of things that are not our own. They are not culturally our own. They are not. So we're just in a big ball of confusion, whether you take the religion, whether you take even the institutional things that we practice, not to talk of the culture. Is it our dressing? Is it the movies before we used to watch?
But why do you say that we are taking on foreign culture? That's as part of the conversation.
Because, okay, so there is this thing they said, once bitten, twice shy. And I don't know who said that. Okay, I think it's Jagun. That you can't help but think that the black man is really stupid. Honestly speaking, once bitten, twice shy. Go and check what that means. Like if somebody cheats you tomorrow, when that person come, how do you treat that person? Only a black man that somebody come and carry you as slave. Yes, colonize you, and you are still hobnobbing. You're entering his skate all the time. I'm not saying that don't do what the white man say, but just be skeptical, be suspicious. This guy is not to be trusted. Okay? Only the black man that tomorrow will see. So I think that's part of the problem. But I also agree that, look, the white man is not sitting here himself directly and doing whatever it is. We need to do some things ourselves, you know. And in truth, black people have done a lot. It's just that the propensity of us to gather around a unified perspective in this earth is very difficult. But again, when you look at it, you also don't blame the white man like that. But the white, how do I put it now? The white man is doing a lot of harm to us. The people who are trying to enlighten us, they keep taking them. For instance, I don't know if you know forefathers, Walter Rodney.
Who was that?
Walter Rodney, yeah? What happened to Walter Rodney Oti? How did he end up?
I know the name, but I'm not
I don't know him.
familiar with. But it's a name that sounds familiar to me.
part of-
I think you wrote one book.
I
is
know
a-
him. He was
Okay.
assassinated after he wrote the book How Europe Underdeveloped Africa.
Africa. So it's not just that they kill our leaders; they even kill our intellectuals. Those that are on.
Oh
the
yeah,
right.
they do. They do. That I know.
So you should not be. And the thing that you for this question you're asking, I think I want to put it to rest. At what age did Paul Biya become president? Don't make it look as if he became president when in his old age. He became president as a young man. So we don't know old people in Cameroon when he became the president. It's a matter of the West picking the people who they want to serve their interests. Once you have the person, they always say it, if he ain't broken, don't fix it. If the man is there serving their interests, why will Paul Biya go? Go and take Congo, for instance. Mobutu Sese Seko, at what age did he become the president of Congo? At what age did he go? These are the things this is the prism within which we need to be looking at these things. But then people spoke about, I think it's eccentric, as he said, it's a system. The truth also is that don't look at the individual. Understand that it's a system. It's a system. Everything works together. There's many parts to it. Some of the parts you see, some of the parts you will never get to see it. In fact, some of the most important parts of that system or the system we are suffering from here, you don't get to see it. It's well hidden. It's well hidden. So we have to also have that understanding that it's a systemic thing. But the answer to all that also is institutions. We have to be institutional, because today, if you say, okay, Walter Rodney is dead, that if it's systematic and institutional, somebody will carry it as a torch. We have to put the institutions together to make sure that it's not about one man or two people, but it's institutional. What I mean by institutionalized, for instance, is that we need to be educating our people. If you educate 100 people about certain realities, okay, the truth is that they can't all go at the same time. 50% of these people will remain, and they will also have to understand that it's not going to be just about them. They should also educate other people. If you look at even mentally, our people have problems. If you look at the governors, how many governors have really done this, what do they call it now? Succession plan. Which state has a clear plan that this is the governor today, after this is the guy, after this one, this is the guy? And not to say that you are looking for somebody who you think is weak, will do what you want him to do. No. If you look, for instance, in my state, I'm sure that's not the best guy from Kano that is currently there. It's just the guy who also thinks that, okay, maybe this guy will listen to me for one reason or the other. You get it? So I'll rest it here, but I want to just summarize that there's a bigger picture. All these old people you see is because they are serving a vested interest. And most of them, they started as young people. So the problem we have is not about age. It's about the system that some people have put in place and is serving their interest. Whether it's a young man or it's an old man, as long as it serves their interest, it's okay. Something remember is that let's look at this thing truly as a systemic problem. It's not just you look at one part, you look at the age and say, oh no, you have to think and ask yourself, what are the various components of this system? And the solution is for us to be institutional as a people.
I think, you know, okay, go ahead.
And to remember that these white people have fought us before. Only a stupid person would continue to relate with somebody who has dealt with you ruthlessly in the same manner. I rest my case.
Okay. Sorry, just to clarify, Maske, so in effect, you've we are kind of aligning. There's kind of a broad agreement, in terms of the solution being this kind of institutional awareness, right? Because talking about governance, for example, maybe in whichever political party that is ruling the state, they have to begin to think about, people.
I agree with you, Oti. For instance, one of the things ADC started saying, and I think they are still maintaining it, that they would make sure they do a proper primaries.
Sure.
And so if you look at ADC today, what you would see is that, okay, maybe let me not say controversial things, but I would pray that if there's any party that would begin to do what you called the internal party democracy that you raised, that is the starting point. Once that thing, if that party, people will be gravitating towards that party. You know that if you are in this party, you get a fair primaries. They do their primaries.
You have a fair shake. I think the Americans said a fair shake. It's not just what an individual decided. And again, and also education. You mentioned education as well. I mean, which for example, we have our professors.
Well, it's education, but to make people understand that, look, you have to put yourself within context. For me, that's the education, not to go
that's
and just.
It has to be critical education, not just anything.
Them go through. They need to put you in proper context. That this is what these people did for you before, and that these are certain realities. It's not just about what I would say. It's not just about book,
rote learning, and
awareness.
That's right. So I think we can agree on these things.
Can I add something to it? While I agree on the idea of institutionalization of our systems, what I keep highlighting is that it sounds like a good word to say, but I think we have to understand how you get from one leader and a second leader that have the institutions so that the institutions actually become what we call institutionalized. For institutions to become institutionalized, you need continuity. Every time when a new leader comes in and has a totally different ideology and a different way of doing things, then they will destroy that old system and they create their own narrative again, their own way of doing things. So if you have a belief in, okay, this is what you need to build in a country, you have to have, this is why I talked about, you have to have vision to say, okay, some other person needs to take over from you. Because if you don't do that, the next one that is going to come is going to destroy whatever you created. Okay, you don't have continuity anymore.
Sorry to come back, forefathers, but just to put more clarity, I'll give you a simple example. Okay. Even what you're saying, it still would not work if you are picking other people, if you don't institutionalize, for instance, let's say policy direction in your country. I give you a classic example, Nigeria. Let's start from Shagari. Shagari came and did Green Revolution, an industrial revolution that gave this Ajakuta State rolling mill. Immediately they moved Shagari away. Babangida started structural adjustment. Immediately Babangida left, Abacha came with something different.
That's what I mean.
When Obasanjo came in,
continuity.
when Obasanjo came in, he did needs. Immediately Obasanjo moved out. 1 year, Yaradua started the 7-point agenda and Vision 2020. The same.
When I renew hope.
No, before you reach renew hope, listen, OT. When Jonathan Goodluck came in, who is supposed to be the same regime with Yaradua, what did the man do? He came with transformation agenda. Immediately,
that is the problem.
So this is what we are saying. People will change, but you have to institutionalize. If we take a policy, this
because
should
the
be
party policy, and then national, you have to have national.
I think what you are missing is that you have to give that institution time to mature.
Because takes time.
But
like,
it's
possible.
What forefathers, what we are saying, what me and OT are saying, is that this thing will take a conscious, proactive, deliberate, even to start thinking and talking about this institutionalization first. And then I agree with you, institutions are supposed to be continuous, but the changes will be at marginal points.
Yeah, it will be marginal. I can give you an example. Let me agree with you on one point. Sorry, Syndicats, let me just agree with him on one point. That institutions can be created by one person too, because if you look at Ghana today, you can argue that Jerry Rawlings created the institution of this democratic system that they have. All the other institutions that, because he stayed in office for such a long time, he institutionalized the processes whereby he doesn't care who horses are God. He will go after this person and go after this person, because you have their institutions are based on examples, precedents. If let's say somebody that is great was God by an institution, let's say they prosecuted the person and they jailed the person, anybody that comes next that is not even close to that person's greatness will be like, if they can jail that guy, who am I? You see what I mean? Because that creates a system that people now accept that that's how it works. Because after all, that guy went down because of this law or because of this rule that he broke. Or I think Rawlings did that. One person can do it if you have enough time. But given that you are running a democracy for 4 years, at most 8 years, you have to plan for, okay, if I truly want to create an institution, you have to plan, and the next person that comes in carries on that same path. Otherwise, they will change it, and then you have this run around that Nigeria seems to be doing.
I think you guys are missing things up here in a way. If Maska says something about when Shagari comes to power, and he implemented, the name of the policy that he implemented,
Green Revolution.
Yes. So now this is where maybe system comes into play. That was under the British system. They gave a regionalism, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Shagari was operating fully a federal system.
So that's when federation. That's the beginning of the federal system.
That's not the beginning now.
I don't know.
No, it's not the beginning. This was like 9 years after
1979. Is it not?
It's not the beginning. Gowon did like 7 years on the federal system.
Is the first guy to start the federal system?
That's Gowon, not Shagari.
No, that's during the military
look at
era.
what this one is saying now.
What I'm saying, this competitive democracy that we are practicing, it is a system that is allow anybody or individual, a group of people to hijack the system in the name of majority carry the votes. The people that put up the system put it for a reason, to protect the affluent from the majority poor. That's why they put in this electoral competitive democracy, because it's all about money. That's why they make it the competition. So in order for us to do, either we innovate ourselves out of it, or we do a different system entirely. Then you begin to plan how do we institutionalize the system, because we are confusing national planners from all these politicians. There are people who are national planners. They receive separate education. They are pretty much like a secret to the system. They are the one that would design where the nation is going. It doesn't matter who comes in the name of politician, we never digress from that way that the national planners put in place. So in order for us to be there,
But is
have
it
to
obvious on forefathers? This one that is talking.
Don't mind Obi like to shadow people
sorry,
now.
Can I come and
All
talk
these
now? Is it my turn?
Okwegolo people, did they follow rules? They don't follow rules. They never
Is
know
it my
rules.
turn?
I'm just bringing what we are missing: institution and system.
Let me bring Femi in. They have been around for a very long time. They've not spoken for a long time, and I really do appreciate Femi's patience. He's been listening and patiently. Jefferson too. They've been here for very, very long.
Yes,
and they are the first to be here. So if you imagine we've been here 3 hours, they spoke within 20 minutes of starting the program, and they've not spoken anything for more than 2 hours. That is crazy. You know what? I'm gonna let's have a break for a bit, maximum 2 minutes. Then I will try to open up the panel so that people can be able to speak more freely. Gide, you are also welcome to join in on the panel. So I open it up because this team.
Why did you close it before?
Is it not good that you are able to highlight your Kwegolo ideology? I gave you 20 minutes to highlight to talk about your Kwegolo ideology. Now I should limit your time. That's what you're asking for.
You are like Paul Biya. You are like Paul Biya. You are a dictator.
Let's have a break. Come on, me, dictator. I'm not even a dictator at all. I'm a Democrat. Serious Democrat. All right, I have a skit about this, this guy that wants to run for office forever. Let's play it.
Hospital for the people of Ugwelu. God have mercy.
Jesus! Okay, the cooking gas.
I know. Gas na gas. As we no get oxygen for this hospital, what do you want make I do?
And no mama dey sick. Make I carry am come that hospital wey just commission.
I used to pay. Arrange for her to be flown abroad. Let me send the money. You want to bring her here? You want to kill her?
His Excellency, how wicked can you be? You cannot allow your family members to be brought in the same hospital you just commissioned, but you expect your own citizens to be brought in here.
Jesus, swallow one.
Wow, the governor is really trying. Free healthcare. Doctor, why are you taking Agbo when there's free medication in the hospital?
It's all their fake drugs. Even me, I am not a qualified doctor. I studied botany for Music Oka. They don't sack me, but not everything where they hear na fake. Even your pillow na block. Hope you got good videos.
There are not too many.
But add videos from internet or use AI. Let me see the edit.
Man of the people. Patients are happy. Ultra-modern facilities. Vote Chifa Muneke come 2027.
Correct. 2027, Governor Muneke. Here I come. Over 2.5. Correct score.
No online than a gas, and they use that gas to use.
That was close.
Election. Do you still have intentions to run come 2031?
I'm focused on building a new nation. When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Thank you.
It's good to be back, His Excellency. Now that you have won the 2035 election, is this going to be your last tenure? Because the youth are complaining that you are getting old.
It's democracy, right? Let them come and run. Compete with us. And as for 2039, if I'm going to run again, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it.
His Excellency.
Delete that part.
His Excellency, you know that you promised me that you will step down after this tenor.
His Excellency.
Yes. You're from TBN.
Yes, sir.
Where is the other friend that used to interview me?
Well, he retired 5 years ago and passed on last year.
Oh, Pastor.
Yes, sir.
We are still here. Rest in peace to my good friend.
Oh, Your Excellency, now you have won the 2043 election. Are you going to also run for the forthcoming 2047?
If I'm what?
Are you going to run for the forthcoming 2047 election?
Oh. Well, running is not by physical ability. Of course, some of us might not be able to stand, but it is here. So that's what most of you don't know. But when we get to that break, we'll cross it. I mean, somebody will push me across. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Now that he's gone, I will run for this position and nobody else will take it from me.
No, now, Chifamukwe, isn't this a repetition of old people ruling this country? I mean, I am young and I'm the right person to run for this position. Come 2051.
Chibano, what are you saying? Do you know how long I have voted for this?
there is no other person that is capable to run this 2051 election except Jesus! Call the doctor. Let me see how you will rule the nation from the grave.
Nanja, where you go play your people music from Bakary?
Don't worry, I will find one. I will find one. Soon I will be playing African ones actually. That would be cool to do.
No, play from your place. You are from Bakary. Play from Bakary music. We won't hear out.
This is the problem. All these things that forefather plays, all his people. We are all his people.
Exactly. No, we are not from Bakary now. Basen just send them out.
No, but are we not talking about the same Cameroon? And now you
okay.
They are not our people.
Okay, I agree. I'm with you on that one.
So I think we have to be generous to the people that haven't spoken much. So we'll go from Femi, Jefferson, Jide. So Femi, so what would you like to talk about? There's Nnamdi Kanu's issue.
Jide never speak at all.
Yeah, he was first. Jefferson was first before Femi, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you are right, Jefferson.
Jide should go because he's the last.
No. Jide just came in compared to them. 2.5 hours is a bit long.
It's not, the last
yeah, I know, and it's fair. It's only fair to give them a hearing because it's very, very long.
Like
you know, Okwegolo, can we let them speak? So,
Jide hasn't spoken though. Femi has spoken. Jefferson spoke. They were the first people to speak. Remember?
Yes. How long ago? Jide just arrived.
Jide hasn't spoken.
Hold on. Hear me out. Jide arrived less than 30 minutes ago. They've been here for more than 2.5 hours. You have to understand that. So
what are they going to say again? What else are they going to say? They've said their own piece.
They said that you started with your trouble. I thought you said
let's hear something new, bro. Let's hear something new from
now. No, it's a different topic now. It's a different topic now.
Okay, so can I just talk about this topic?
Okay, let this topic. Okay,
you have
your chance to let them speak. It's only fair. I can't keep them any much longer. It's just ridiculous.
No, you're right. You have to hold your ground.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous now. Jefferson, let me just play one video about some of the signs of the controls that we are under. Our own control. It's in short, it's like it's in our neck and it's so strong we don't even see it. We have choked. They've choked us out already because Pakistan. That one they are still struggling to push off. The Pakistan president is basically praising Trump like as if he's never seen any leader like Trump before now. And you can see that in the UK, the video I'm playing is about the UK prince that has been, they have a kind of withdrawn the title from him. They've withdrawn the title from him and he's not allowed to use that title again because he did some things. Let me just play it so you can hear. It's just about the Epstein situation again. Where is that video about this matter? Andrew, okay, that should be it, isn't it? That's Cameroon there. Where is Mr. Andrew's video? All these conspiratorial people, they may have taken the video out already. because they don't consider it an urgent video for us to see. Okay, I think I should have it here. Let's see, Andrew. Because they said the Prince Williams was pushing to have him.
Because my first question is,
kind
I
of,
assume that you welcome this decision to remove these royal titles.
Well, I think so. You know, it's not everything in terms of a measure of justice. It's some consequence. It's very disturbing that the reason given is that somehow it's a distraction. The idea that Jeffrey Epstein, for example, victimized children, molested children, sex trafficked children, and Virginia Dufresne's allegations are just a distraction that will continue, I think is an insult, frankly, to victims, because really what it's saying is it's continued bad PR for the monarchy. Well, what about the victims? Again, for many years, I have urged Prince Andrew, and unfortunately, he's still Prince Andrew, even though he's no longer a duke. To speak to law enforcement, urged him to. The United States Attorney for New York urged him to. He's never done it. He just has kept his silence. But this is following him because the story is still alive in the United States. And so it's going to continue because not only did the victims, and many of them still want some justice in the criminal courts, not only do they want justice in civil matters, but they would like the truth to come out. Truth, transparency, accountability. And he has not helped to give the truth about crimes that were committed against children. He can say, I don't know anything about it, but he was there. He was residing in the Manhattan residence of Jeffrey Epstein for some time. He resided in other residences. He visited Little St. James Island. Why won't he tell what he knows? If he thinks it will help, let's leave that to law enforcement to decide.
Of course, I mean, and he's denied that he's done anything wrong, even though, as you say, he had that relationship, that friendship with Jeffrey.
So let me just take that off. So the idea behind it is that we might look at this thing that is far removed from us, Jefferson, and that this thing don't concern us, but is what it's highlighting is a web of influence. And the reason why he got caught in this, and what makes it even more fascinating now, before I used to think that it was just a pedophile issue, but it turns out that because Jeffrey Epstein may actually be associated with intelligence agencies of other nations, you can now see how that is a problem. That they can't use this type of web of controls to control politicians. You can see that in the West. Western politicians, they talk like robots now. They talk like robots. They are afraid of saying things. And this control is so strong and so almost absolute that it's quite scary. And I when I look at it, I begin to feel sorry for Nigerians, because I start thinking, if they can control these guys, what chance have we got? And the will it takes to control people like this. Do you know the will it would take to control people? We can't even control Tinubu.
That's why you need direct democracy.
Who is doing the control?
That's why you need direct democracy. If you have direct democracy, they can't control everyone.
We all know the people that are doing the control. People like Tucker Carlson has said that it has to do with the Mossad. And even Candice Owen, quite a lot of people are suggesting. Candice Owen is more like suggesting.
Please stop. Why they call reporters? You like? Are you serious? Candice Owens, Tucker Carlson. Are you really serious?
Okay, can we not start pretending as if? No, you are interrupting me now. You are interrupting me now. Content creators are the ones telling the truth of things right now. The media that we know today, they watch children get bombed. As a matter of fact, Gaza has been bombed by more than twice the bomb that was used in Hiroshima. I think 4 times, not twice, about 4 times the bomb that was used in Hiroshima. but while the Western media is pretending as if nothing is happening. That is awful. So you have to.
Hiroshima was how many years ago?
See, can you? I'm talking about what's happening in Gaza. And the reason why Candace Owen and others who have become so popular, they are even pulling more influence than sometimes even leaders. That President Trump has to call her and told her, please stop maligning the wife of President of France. That is how powerful these people are becoming. And that's a black lady pulling that one up. It shows you how one person can be so powerful. A black lady pulling this off in America.
My guy, I live in America. What are you talking about tonight, Niger?
See, if you live in America, you should know this then. If you don't know this, then your presence in America makes no sense.
Who cares about their opinions? That's what I'm saying. It's people like you.
Oh my God. Then you don't. President Trump cares about your opinion, not you.
Who is President Trump himself?
Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Ogbegolo, you had been disruptive now. Let me allow Jefferson speak. Ogbegolo, stop, please. Stop. Maybe you two are under the influence. I don't even know. You are not even on camera.
You like too much.
You are not even on camera. See, the way you are talking right now, you are talking like somebody that is compromised yourself, because you are not even rationalizing it. Can you? You are not. It's not propaganda. It's a fact.
No, it's not a fact. It's not.
Okay, tell me what part that is not a fact.
How you will be quoting Candy Owens and Tokakansa and you're talking about people in control?
You see, that is not telling me that it's not a fact. Let me carry on with Jefferson, please. Jefferson. So why I made this reference to this case in UK is because it's almost global, especially in the Western Hemisphere. It's almost global. They have influence over many of all these leaders, and they say they are not even hiding it. Netanyahu came on this thing on camera. He was saying that they need to take over TikTok. These are people, they are not hiding it anymore. So if America has to contend with this, that type of will, what chances have we got to deal with these type of people? Or at least it gives us an idea of what we are facing here. And they also said that we should be learning from what they are able to pull off. And there's some truth there. How can you have a small country of about how many million people have pulled so much power? It tells you that human beings is all in your mind. So, Jefferson, what do you make of it?
All right. So, can you guys hear me now? Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, loud and clear.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
See, the FT case, we all know, is a very, very delicate case, and a lot of people are involved, even within the U.S. territory now. They have been confronting Trump to expose the Epstein file and all that. Of course, it's very, very dicey. Of course, in UK, they are also trying to manage the situation, the information with the British people and all that, right? You know, it just tells me that nothing has changed. Nothing is new under the sun, because now what Prince Andrew did, of course, as a royal person is not nice, but of course, that brought some level of expose a lot of decay within the royal family. Now, that does not exempt the fact that the royal family doesn't have issues. They have a lot of issues, a lot of dark secrets, of which even on the African continent are still contending with it till tomorrow. You know, so so when it comes to information, right, news and everything, it's not news anymore. It might not go too far, right? We all know how the news is to get to us. If we go back in time, we have written in papers, newspaper, to the television. When they tell us something in the TV, everybody listens to it and all that. Now, it's not a guarantee that the mainstream media, once they tell you something, it's always 100% correct. Because when they tell you something, sometimes it can be a contradiction of what is happening in reality. So that is the space that we are currently right now, you know. So, and then when you say, okay, because it is happening to people on that determine the affairs of things, does it mean we cannot be able to think for ourselves? It still comes back to the same problem. I want to digress more. People say, oh, there's something wrong with our democracy or whatever. I stand to disagree. No matter the system of government you are using, right? If it is used by a leader that has the will of good governance to deliver good governance to the people will get that good governance. Sometimes people say, oh, there's something wrong with the democracy. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It has to do with who is there, who is managing it. Because let me tell you something. If someone who has what it takes gets in there now and can be able to direct their affairs and be able to, because I know the leadership followership counts. I know that yes, there's going to be issues in the system, but once you have someone who has a very good pedigree and direction and be able to push people along and get the people to believe in the system and do something in the right direction, you will see that the country will change.
Yeah, but the point I raised now is that how do you, okay, you are still there. How do you resist? Like, because these are our leaders, the reason why they are doing it is not necessarily because they hate their people, because they can't afford to do otherwise. There is a lot of forces making them do what they are doing. How do you resist such force?
No, they still have a choice. They have a choice. Now the thing now, do they love themselves or do they love the people? They have a choice. I know it's not easy. You're right. When it comes to leadership, even amongst us here, we struggle in our own little enclave. But it's a thing of choice. It's a thing of choice of doing something different. When we get there, I can give a practical.
Okay, what if you okay, go ahead.
People not agree with what I'm going to say. Now, in Nigeria currently, whether anybody likes it or not, looking at the governorship, the only governor that, I'm not saying because of anything, the only governor that is trying his little best in his own little space, that is doing something different, is Alex Oti, because he's trying to give governance to the people. But yet, even at that, some people will still come out and say, oh, he's stealing money, he's doing that. But there's a sense of direction. Now, if all the governors in Nigeria can be able to just do half of what that guy is doing, or in their own little capacity, I don't think Nigeria will change. It will change to some degree. But I know the problem is there's this issue of what they call a succession plan. Succession plan, you are right, it is a very big problem for us. And it doesn't take the fact that we as a people should be able to think for ourselves. We can do it. It's not far from us. Most times, we always try to look out. We're always looking outside for the problem instead of concentrating, trying to solve the problem from within. So it just takes a lot. It just takes two things. Mind you, don't forget to, during the time of the Adua, even as crazy as Nigeria was, when the guy got into power, the guy knew that how he got in was terrible. But guess what? He understood what it means to have the Nigerian spirit. He knew how he came in there, and he was saying he's going to do things differently. Even when there was issue in Niger Delta, he tried to make sure he carried everybody along, because he knows that he's not just president of Katsina, he's the president of everybody. And that is what we expect in our leaders, that anybody that gets there should be the president of everybody, no bias and no incitation of anybody. Those are the kind of things we want as a country. So everybody feels among and everybody is carried along. And because all the divisiveness, believe me, that is why we are in this mess. And of course, let's not forget to the issue of corruption that we know is there, but these things it's not rocket science, really. It's not rocket science.
And I'm being worried that I'm beginning to even see that corruption is not like, I've always thought that corruption on its own is not necessarily the core issue, because if you spend the money in the economy, it's going to be fine. But I'm also even beginning to think that even when our leaders take some of the money and steal it overseas, it's not necessarily the worst part of it. That at the core, the biggest damage that they're doing to Nigeria is the policies that they implement. Because I witnessed one that has cost the Nigerian economy about $60 billion in 2 years. At the same time, has made life hard for the Nigerian people for no justifiable reason. It's like, there's no gain. We didn't gain much from it. Why do those things? So that is what I think is the real damage, because we have been working for 60, how many years now we've been independent? And this is still all we've got to show for it. There are nations that started during that time, and they are major powers right now, or they are very, very good economies right now, like Singapore and other nations. Indonesia, all of them, they've left us behind. So that policy that they are instituting, that they are taking instruction for foreigners to institute, that's where the real damage, not even the corruption, because that one kneecaps us completely.
Exactly. Like, look around. With due respect to this so-called administration, that team that is trying to correct the mistakes of Tinubu, of Buhari, right? If you look very carefully now, ever since he has come in, all he's doing is traveling to France. He said subsidies were gone. But when you look at all these things, it doesn't add up. Then next year, they're talking of fuel tax and how they will tax Nigerians both abroad and in their home country, Nigeria. Now, there's nothing wrong in saying you are trying to get revenue. But a lot is wrong when you don't provide the neighboring environment. A lot is wrong when people are living in heavy flamboyance, when you know that things are very, very expensive, you know, when you know that things are very, very stringent. A government that really cares will look into the ISS and say, okay, look, we're spending so much here. How do we do it in such a way? We need to cut down drastically, cut down in budget, or any, you know, be it National Assembly, be it everybody. Do something different. It's not, like for instance, now, if you eat 111, we as guy men now, before we hustle, we do 101 or whatever. Are they telling me they can't do it? Look at the president a former president in Yoruba or whatever. He had the opportunity. He had the opportunity to live in affluence, but he started to live as the poorest president. There's someone in South America. I've gotten, if I have it, I'll send you the link.
Yeah.
Because it's a choice. He said he would deny himself of all those things so that everybody, so that me and you can be able to have a country.
Which country do you say that was again?
I think it's either Uruguay or I think it's Uruguay. Either Uruguay or Paraguay.
It's Bolivia. Bolivia.
Oh, Bolivia. Yeah, I heard they are going for an election soon.
Uruguay, yes. No, not Bolivia, it's Uruguay. So,
okay.
You understand? Cut down those excesses. There's so much spending, inflation of projects, whatever. You don't look at the other day. Minister of Works was saying cost per kilometer 7.5 billion. You know,
Jefferson, are you talking about Argentina?
No, it's not Argentina.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, don't let me confuse you. Don't worry.
Okay, sorry. Look at the recent Minister of Works saying coastal road 7.5 billion per kilometer. You know, they call prices, call money, whatever. They borrow and borrow and borrow, and yet nobody's saying nothing. We're not seeing nothing. And then there's bureaucracy between Dangote and this one, or this doesn't work that way.
No, sorry. Did he say 7 point something billion for? So that comes down to around 3 point something million dollars. $3 point something million. Is that not a kilometer? Seems to be very long to me.
No, 1 kilometer is just 1 kilometer is 1,000 meters now.
Yeah, that's a lot of concrete now. A lot of concrete, and how many? This thing, is that too expensive?
Even at that, I can tell you one thing for free, that even at that, if Nigeria want to be fair, there's no way they will do a proper costing that to be still more cheaper. Which infrastructure are we really doing compared to other countries that we even do far more? If you look at the cost of doing projects in Nigeria, right? You know it's always hyperinflated compared to other countries.
Okay, let me check how much the UK spends to maintain their road. UK costs or maintain road maintenance. Okay, let's bring in this in Kemi, please, because he has not spoken, and I think it's an open platform now, so you all can self-regulate and have conversations about the issues that are arising. You can change the topic too, because the topic is quite narrow, and the Kanu matter has also been discussed. If you want to bring it back, you are free to bring it back. And so let's bring Femi in regarding, because the question I was asking was regarding how we can be able to maintain our own control and will to, you know, do the right things by our country instead of actually being outsourced to foreigners. Because right now, when I watch what's happening in Pakistan, I feel like if Pakistan is not able to withstand the pressure, What chances our leaders got?
So, fathers, I just wanted to be sure that we're not all over the place, because I know at some point you'd pivoted into Epstein.
Yes, okay. The reason why I pivoted into Epstein is not about the sex scandal itself. It's about the influence peddling, about the idea of control. You see that it's happening in America right now. It's happening in Pakistan, and I'm sure it's happening in Nigeria. Just that the Nigerian one hasn't been blown open yet.
Okay. And that's why I said I wanted to be sure we're not moving from one topic to the other. Anyway, so pertaining to the Epstein thing, it's a good thing you brought it up, because I'm looking forward to such a time when this issue of Gaza and Israel and Gaza and the other Arab states, Iran, because surely I don't know if everything is pointing to the fact that very soon there's going to be another confrontation between Israel and Iran. So I say this to say that the last time out that we were speaking about this thing, even before the Epstein thing kind of blew out, I particularly was warning about the fact that I'd gone back to re-educate myself away from whatever I think I may have known, or the miseducation I insisted I had gotten from way back when we were younger, all the way down to when, was it Shimon Peres or Ishaq Rabin that was shot dead because of the same current Israeli prime minister. Because remember, this guy has been around forever. Because again, sometimes, yes, it's important we discuss things that are local to us, but I insist that so many things connect the world together, including a lot of what we've discussed. Sorry to interrupt today. It was Rabin. Yeah, and what we're discussing now. And which now brings me to the point of this Epstein matter. Recall, for those of us, again, that are ardent followers of American politics in this case, one of the things that, whether by collusion or omission, got Trump back into power, apart from the touting of being able to bring back the economy, which is currently tanking in any case, was the fact that he had promised that the way they were even going about it, you think that the very first day when he got to power, they were going to release the Epstein files. But apparently, the agenda, for those that are not watching, Trump's agenda is being heavily also led by Stephen Miller, who's a well-known hardcore racist, as a matter of fact. So it's not just him by himself, right? Now, again, narrowing it down to this Epstein matter, as soon as the supporters, the hardcore MAGA supporters, now realize that, wait a minute, okay, no problem. You're doing the immigration thing, the tariff thing, whatever. But wait a minute. How about this Epstein thing that had been touted all along? Why is it that you're not talking about it? And of course, we know the rest of the story of how we got to this point where Pam Bondi, the totally unqualified, one of the severally unqualified people in his government regime, I can only call it a regime anyway. All of a sudden, apart from the fact that we were redacting it, they started telling us cock and bull stories. Now, that's why it wasn't as when people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and even Steve Bannon to an extent started rallying against him about not wanting to release it. What really did shock me, and which is why I tried to write down, because again, people ask about how there's how things have connections. What kind of got me even paying attention again to the likes of Max Blumenthal, Jeffrey Sachs, Aaron Mate, Gideon Levy, who's a very well-known Jewish journalist based in Israel, and Norman Filkinstein, all of whom are Jewish. Of course, there's others that are not Jewish, but my interest was really captivated by them, because the reason why I say this is because you know we can be all of us we have a tendency to be tribalistic, which is understandable. And I never want to attack certain things again from the point of view of the people that are not Jewish or maybe of Zionist descent, if you will. What kind of struck me is the kind of in-depth analysis that these guys started producing about the likelihood that not only is Trump himself compromised, there's a lot of people that are going to go down with this story, and who knows if probably Netanyahu, who has been around for a long time, has a lot of debt and is actually trying to use it as a form of blackmail against Trump. Because truth be told, a lot of people do realize in a way that as much as Trump does not seem to be stable in a lot of the things he does, I cannot tend to think, left to me in my own thinking, I don't really think he wants to follow the Israeli agenda of continuing what's going on in the Middle East. But because of the way America is structured, and of course, when you now add this Epstein thing into the whole, onto the plate as well, that's the reason why we're not necessarily going to get to the bottom of this. I think the fact that Prince Andrew was caught lying about specific questions that he had answered. I forget which of the British channels the journalists that questioned him and asked about when the last contact he had with Epstein was. If you notice, for anyone that has seen that interview, he was given a different date, which was even prior to when, because as soon as he was convicted, that was when he had told Epstein that apparently he had told Epstein that at this point in time I got to stay away from you. But then it later surfaced that he had been in contact with him afterwards, whereby he actually stated that we're in this together, something along those lines. Now, again, how is all of this connected? To your point, who knows? It's possible that there are connections between even him as far as even Nigeria and what have you, but that's not.
The entire thing. Because now we are beginning to go inside this thing, because the area I was wanting to explore is the influence that they have, the real power that they have over people. But if we are to go into this, what it reminds me of, I don't know whether any of you have seen Devil's Advocate here. The Devil's Advocate with Al Pacino and this other, Keanu Reeves was there too. So you notice how they kept telling the lady, that his wife, that everything is all right, but she kept seeing things and they kept making her look like she's crazy, and everything is all right. You get that feeling sometimes where people that describe when Zionists influence them, like people like Candace Owen, even Charlie Kirk was something like, why did they keep telling me like I should just, like I have a problem if I try to see things clearly? Like they are trying to tell people that their mind is lying to them. It's crazy. Like they keep telling people, it's not only them, many people have found the same thing. Even a Black American that went to Israel recently, Azalea, if I'm not mistaken, is a musician. She seems to have the same experience whereby she just was talking about finding other Black Americans in Israel, and they started piling on her like she was saying that she was Jewish or anything like that. They say, oh, you Black people are not Jewish and all the rest. She turned on them, and this was a lady that was a Zionist. She was, yeah, exactly. She was a major Zionist, and because she wasn't, she just queried something, and they just turned on her.
I hope you understand that Israel is a protectorate state. I hope you understand that.
It doesn't matter. I'm just describing what people feel, and I feel like it comes across like
something.
Like you can't question anything. Like can't question anything.
Yeah, you know what kind of scares me as well. Even in this era of you can't say anything against Israel, that it has to be anti-Semitic. So one question I kind of like asked myself recently is how many people even realize that even the Palestinians, in truth, the current day Palestinians seem to even have more genetic attachment to a lot of people that claim to be Israeli.
No, that's what Azalea said to. Azalea said that to them. It's crazy. He's a Zionist, and she had to say that to them.
And then number two, for further, maybe I'll just leave the stage at this point. Number two, how many people?
No, Femi, don't go, because I like what you're saying.
How many people even realize that the word Semites? Because me, I'm doing a lot of re-education. The word Semite refers to includes even the current day Palestinians. It's not meant to be useful. But because they know a lot about the propaganda and the fact that maybe to an extent, American foreign policy, irrespective of whether it's a democratic government or, is all based on preserving Israel the way it is to the detriment of all other Americans who do not exactly know what is going on. Because there's a reason why some people will argue that it's a case of the dog wagging the tail and not the way around. But either way, it looks as if both it's a case of mutual what's it called? Feelings between both America and the US. There's a reason why America continues to support Israel with the amount of money. You only need to know the amount of money, taxpayers' money, that's being pumped into Israel. Without America today, as a matter of fact, Israel will probably not survive. So it's ridiculous. There's a lot going on, and that's why, again, I'll go back to what I started with. I like to think global as much as I want to think local, because the same templates, in my opinion, that you see that's being practiced in Israel. In fact, further, go check out what's happening in Venezuela. You'll be surprised that, again, I did not know this until recently, the amount of influence that America is trying to gain back in South America. Yeah. Especially when you look at what's going on in Venezuela. You know, I did not realize that China actually has made so much inroads, even in South America, to the point where they're dominating a lot of their economy. And that's a problem even for the US. I didn't realize that until recently as well.
I don't understand why it's a problem for the US. The US trades with China.
Can you move this? Can you remove this lighting from my face?
Oh, look at that! And now you want me to remove.
You're not even concentrating. You are the
one that put a logo in front of our face.
Please, I'm sorry. Let me just say one more thing, please.
No, wait, Femi. Wait, Femi, hold on. So, I want you guys to check this out, right? Napoleon wanted to make Palestine part of France. You know what I'm saying? Napoleon, way back then, wanted to make Palestine part of France. So, Israel.
I haven't said anything. I haven't said one thing.
No. Just give me less than a minute, man. Israel is like an outpost, Western outpost in that region. The goal is racist. The reason why they're there is for racist reason. It's to control the culture and the trade routes of that area. Like, Israel is not its own country necessarily. It's European. It's a European representation. That's what it is. It's an outpost. It's a European outpost in that region. So yeah, that's the point I wanted to make.
It's like,
please, before you speak, I just want to tell me what is it in Monroe?
15 seconds. Let me just add one thing. Okay. I feel like when they come to like Palestine, like when they bring like Ashkenazi Jewish people to settle in Palestine, and many are, according to even Americans, they say many of them are even Americans, Europeans, they come there. It's a kind of the same trend that has been happening for want of a better word. It happened in the first 5,000 years ago. Then rapidly in the last 500 years, where Europeans are moving south. This is the same thing. And the Arabs that you know today that are so light skinned, like in Saudi Arabia that you see, they are not the original one. The original ones are a lot darker, like in the Yemen and all this stuff. So most of these lighter ones are moving south. The trend. No, okay, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the trend that I see there seems to be that they are moving south.
I'll explain it.
Okay, let Jide go then. Have you finished, Femi? Have you finished? Okay, finish.
Just one thing. I just want to rebut something you said earlier.
Okay.
You said something about the fact that Obama did not garner white votes, and I've been looking for a pushback on that.
No, he didn't get majority. He didn't get majority. That's what I meant.
So how did he win?
Okay.
He didn't get majority white votes. He always lost white votes.
He didn't get majority white votes.
So it did not, but the way it's calculated is they look at it in terms of, for example, in his own case, he got 60% of the vote when it came to young white voters between, I think, 18 and 20 something. And it also depends on the level of their education and whether they're urban voters, as an example. It's always been the case when it comes to Democrats for the most part. So, but I'll
but Caucasians as a demographic, he didn't get the majority of the white votes.
Yeah. No, he didn't say major. He didn't say major. He just said he didn't get white votes.
I understand what you mean. Why you thought that way. I understand.
The majority.
He knows me now. He knows that. You see, he's got one of my brain cells. He knows me.
No, you
That's
haven't
why he
Oh,
can.
sorry, I need to understand. When you say Obama did not win white majority, what do you mean? Like, what do you guys mean Obama did not win white majority vote?
over 51%.
Like you guys are deviating from the point.
So how did he
Let
become
you talk. You guys are deviating. Let you talk, man. You're deviating from the point right now. Can we like stick to the point?
It's not accurate. How did
Thank
he
you,
become
thank
president?
you.
Not get the white majority vote.
Because he got
You can look
vast majority of black
We can look
voters,
it up. You can
majority
use
of
Google.
Hispanics.
People in America too now.
You can search this information. You
You
can
see,
search that.
I can't believe you're
Exactly
arguing
the
this point.
research.
You should know this one. Now, this one is the one I put in your
Show me,
doorstep. You should
please,
know.
somebody to show me where it
Okay,
did
not
get
now,
white
not now.
majority
Let's
vote.
allow Jide to speak. But Jide hasn't said anything once. So Jide, please, let's welcome Jide. I know T hasn't said anything for a while. Hey, you know, T, you can jump in now. Even you guys can have conversation. Just self-regulate. You know, take it
I
easy.
thought this show was about facts.
Yes, it's about facts.
I
That's
just
a
want to
fact.
hear what Jide has to say, and then after that, I'll go to bed.
Can you give us?
Okay.
Can you please give us facts about that when Obama did not get white majority vote? And
Okay,
become
I will
president?
provide that later. I'll
Let me
provide
just
that
end it.
later.
Both
That people are
times,
40% of the majority of the
Can you rough people hold on? Let
both
Jide
times
speak.
Obama ran for election.
See.
He did not get majority of the white votes. He got
How did he become president?
because the rest of the races rallied around him, but white Caucasians as a demographic voting unit, he did not get a majority of
We are
their
talking
votes.
about America, not Nigeria. There are statistics out there that can.
Wow,
that
I'm
can
surprised you don't know this. Okay, let me get
It's
it
not
now.
about no. There's statistics that we
Let's move on. Or
please, can I
this is not the best scene.
Yeah, please go ahead, Jide. This is fact session, so.
Okay, fact session. Okay, good to see everyone, and thank you so much for having me. Yeah, good to see everyone. I've been listening. I mean, very interesting conversations. Those are the comment section and everyone listening. I greet everyone. There's a lot going on around the world right now.
Welcome.
Yeah, like we're talking about. There was a conversation that kind of stimulated me a little bit, but I think a lot of us still need to. There's some things we need to learn from an historical context, like how the world really works. Like there's some things like we're talking about Paul Biya being in power, right, for over 40 years, right? And I'm hearing different ideas, but there's something that no one is talking about. I think Eccentric has mentioned certain things that seem to be leaning towards what I'll be addressing. So there are three things we need to understand about the West. There are three things we need to understand. The West currently, if you look after the developed countries, I'm going to use the West, the developed countries, Western Europe, North America, South Korea, Singapore, Japan, you know, if you look at these countries, particularly those countries that were decimated after the Second World War, like Korea, Japan, Germany, a lot of these countries, when they needed to redevelop, or when they needed to go through the reconstruction efforts, it was not through liberal democracy. No, it was not. It was through a military administration where they had to rebuild. They had to rebuild, they had to develop. They had to develop an economic plan. The military were the ones in power, the US military. They were in power in Japan, in Korea, in all this. So why am I talking about this? Before they got to the point of the democracy that we're talking about, they had to start from what we call authoritarian, right? We call it authoritarian, but they have to start from a centralized planned approach and a kind of a military style approach, draconian style approach, to actually begin building institutions that will eventually lead to democracy, to develop economic plan that will lead to development, develop strategies that will lead to housing, healthcare, education, that led to the development of those countries, investments in the people to develop their country. We had it in Singapore. If you talk about the people that developed Singapore, they were not voted in, right? If you talk about the people that developed Korea, I can't remember his name now, South Korea, they were not voted in. They were military guys. Even Germany, they were military guys. Then they developed those institutions. The people were able to become educated. There were institutions that were built, infrastructures that were built they were able to redevelop. Then they now started to practice liberal democracy. That's the first aspect. The second aspect that we need to talk about in relation to Paul Biya is sovereign democracy. A lot of these leaders in Africa, like Paul Biya, like the guy in Uganda, Museveni, we need to understand that these countries, they are neo-colonial states. I keep talking about neo-colonial states for so many times, but we'll talk about it again. These people that are in power, they are puppets. A lot of us probably understand that they are puppets. Now, those countries, according to the West, because we are still, we're still dominated by the West, even though their domination is now declining. They see those people, they see those countries as democratic countries. But in the real sense, what they mean is that their systems and institutions are hijacked and dominated by the West. Paul Biya has been in power for over 40 years, but you won't believe that NGOs that propagate democracy, liberal democracy, they are operating in Cameroon, and they are very efficient. They are very efficient. The major sponsors, I'll give an example. We have Cameroon not Cameroon. I can't remember the CHRDA. Someone can fact check me on this. CHRDA is an NGO. There are many NGOs in Cameroon. Many that are operating in Cameroon. One of them is CHRDA, for instance. I can't remember the C, but Human Rights Development of Africa. They are in many parts of Africa too. These NGOs, they ensure that that these institutions and people like Paul Biya are in power. And if Paul Biya decides to go against the imperialists, these NGOs are there to act and actually create an atmosphere that will lead to regime change in Cameroon. I don't know if you guys get what I'm saying. These NGOs are primarily sponsored by the US Embassy, by German Embassy. Like, I think you guys can fact check me. These are things so the point I'm making is sovereign democracy is the way forward for Africa. Because what sovereign democracy does is you have a democracy that is aligned to the culture, to the history, to the national interest of the people, the evolution of the people, the psyche of the people. That is what Russia practices.
Sorry, Jide, what is democracy? What is your understanding of democracy?
Let me get to my point. I don't want to digress. Sovereign democracy. Sovereign democracy is sovereignty. Like you are building a democratic system that is away from foreign influence. You understand? Completely away from foreign influence. So that's the way forward, and that's what all these other countries are doing. And these countries, because they are doing that, the West is now targeting them. So the third point, we keep talking about democracy on this channel.
Can I emphasize that point that you made just now? Because
we need to understand what democracy means.
Sorry. We all know what it means, but can I emphasize the point that he made? We're gonna please hold on. Let me just make the point I'm making. That point that he has made about sovereign democracy addresses. I think it goes towards the core of the point I was making about influence. Because if you are sovereign, your democracy is sovereign, influence cannot penetrate it. That's your whole point. You are trying to make sure people don't influence your democracy. Whatever decision comes out of there is based on the will of the people of that nation. So it's quite a critical aspect of what we actually need to retrieve back. Or I wouldn't say we retrieve it back because we never really had a democracy before, but we really to gain that to be able to control our own fate. I think it's worthy of emphasizing.
But even this democracy that we're talking about, what makes us actually think that these so-called developed countries are even democratic? I'll give an example. The United States. Yeah, the United States. We talk about the United States. For me, it's not the most democratic country in the world. But to so many people, believe the United States is the exemplary of democracy. Now, we need to understand something. That a lot of these developed countries, they have core institutions, they have core factors that actually influences their political architecture that is even beyond the decisions of the people of those countries. So if you look at US, for example, there are some decisions that are made, there are foreign policies that are made that is even beyond the decision of Americans in America. So you have the donors of the political class, right? In this channel, we talk about the Zionist lobby. We talk about so many lobbies, right? You have the donors, you have the deep states, right? You have the deep states, you have the monarch, I mean, not in the US, you have the monarch in Denmark, even though they don't have as much power, but they still influence things. The monarchs in Denmark, in the UK, you have the neocons in the US, neoconservatives. You have centralized ideologies that control these people. You have think tanks, right? These think tanks are the ones that actually influence the decisions that all these countries make. That is not the people that go and vote for them. So even these countries are called democratic countries that we need to abide by institutions. In real terms, it's actually an illusion for these countries because the decisions that are made are not by the people. They are made by the power, by the political class, by the economic class, by what? By powerful people, you know. Like now, look at what's going on in Venezuela. Is it Americans that voted? Did they vote Donald Trump to go and be killing people in the boats, you know, moving towards Venezuela? No. But it's part of the foreign policy. Who are the people that implement all these foreign policies? Not Americans. It is what? The people I just mentioned, all these powerful entities. So the point I'm making is democracy in itself, the way we talk about it, it is not exactly the way it is. And for us to even want to be democratic, the best way we can be democratic is through sovereign democracy. Through sovereign democracy, where our national interest is being influenced, and at the same time, we don't have any external influence that is governing us. That's what I mean. But no democracy is 100%. You know, if you want an 100% democratic system, they are talking about anarchism. Anarchism is why you don't even have any states. You don't even have any states.
I take it that you can, yeah, because even America has been influenced, isn't it? So I guess in the most essential areas, you want to have control over your country. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Government by the people, for the people, and you know, I don't know. Who else want to? I think Oti, you want to say something about?
No, I want to say something because I was here when I was listening to OT.
I'm sorry. The other thing I want to say is
something.
The other thing I want to say, Jide, if you see what you were talking about democracy, so democracy you think is only about casting votes? That you know we have vested interests. You have I mean, so really, it's a
there's nothing like sovereign democracy. There's nothing like
democracy.
There
is
something like
it's only a
governance.
system.
There is
Sorry,
something like
it's only a
sovereign
system.
democracy.
The method is
There is something like sovereign democracy. It's an ideology that is implemented in Russia. I mentioned it. But
it's sovereign democracy. What do you mean?
Yes, it's an ideology.
What does that mean?
You don't know it. You don't know it.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You are trying to join two different things together.
Sovereign democracy exists, an ideology.
And it exists in Russia, right?
I don't want to.
Democracy exists in Russia, right?
Sovereign democracy is an ideology and it's implemented in Russia.
Wow.
Excuse me.
And I will say, I'm saying it with confidence because
sovereign
you say you don't know it.
Hold on a second.
It's nonsensical. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's one at a time. Let's self-regulate.
All right.
You have to regulate, my brother. That's your job.
You can say that UK democracy is sovereign.
Hold on, forefathers. So sovereign democracy exists only in name, in theory, and ideology.
John.
Most political scientists around the
But
world.
what is sovereign democracy? Because you can't say that without knowing what it is.
Let me define what sovereign democracy is. Can I define it? Can I explain it?
Yeah, explain it. Explain what it is.
No.
Let me finish.
This guy. Jide.
One at a time now. He wants. I think. Okay. First of all, let's get. Hold on. Let's just get baselines now. Hold on, Jide, just hold on. Let's get baselines now. We get baselines. We need to know what sovereign democracy is.
Exactly.
And so I think somebody needs to define it.
So
we need to define democracy
properly. Is it okay if someone lands, please? So Ovi properly asks a very pertinent question. What is democracy? To which forefathers answered, a system of government by the people and for the people. Basically, we know the basic tenets, definition of democracy. So it's by the people, for the people, all that nice.
Can I talk now? Can
All
I
that
talk?
No, you can't talk.
You have to listen to the conversation.
So
Yeah,
so
no. Why you
sovereign,
guys are
Listen to him. I want to speak after him still.
So sovereign democracy.
Yeah, but I want to voice myself.
Jide, just hold on. Jide, don't worry.
I understand you think.
Jide, don't worry. I'm going to come back to you.
It doesn't make any sense.
So
You are going to define your sovereign democracy for them.
Sovereign democracy only exists.
Can you listen?
Because he thinks he knows everything. So
I know.
Democracy only exists in Russian Kremlin ideology. Most political scientists around the world, historians, have rejected the definition of the Kremlin style system of government that actually started under Boris Yeltsin as anything close to democracy. It is actually authoritarianism masked as democracy. Now, if you say, for example, that democracy includes the participation of the people and the will of the people trumps that of any other vested interest, then
in other words, it is a nonsense. End of story. So I mean,
you cannot call
long grammar. It's just
you cannot call the Russian
government. You're interjecting with ignorance. Do you know what sovereign democracy is?
No. Forefather. I want to address Jide.
Can you define what sovereign democracy is?
Look, Forefather, I want to address Jide real quick.
If you listen, what I'm saying,
what you're saying. Oh, shit.
You came to interject, and you were saying things that were wrong.
I come to interject.
You were saying things that were wrong.
Everybody
you saying things that were wrong.
Okay, so let me
democracy
finish.
was not developed under Boris Yeltsin.
So
That's not true.
It did start on the term started as a definition of the Yeltsin government, but it is used.
That's not true.
It is used. Listen again. I know you think you know everything. It is used to describe the system of government that Vladimir Putin runs today.
Hold on. I think what he's trying to say that in the context of Russia, yes, they use that to describe it, but that is not its origin. Am I mistaken, Jide?
No, I mentioned Russia as an example when I was.
Forefather, I'm asking your permission to speak.
Make una define that first now.
Yeah, let's get the baseline.
I feel that we've got more or less the baseline. If this guy would just listen.
No,
I need to make a
it's
comment.
not fair. It's not fair to him. Let's give him a chance.
No. Allow me to make a comment so he can
come back
brought it up.
He'll come back to him.
Let's Gide give us his baseline, then you can respond.
Exactly.
Gide, please give us a baseline of what sovereign democracy means.
Thank you. Sovereign democracy is a political ideology where the system itself is governed by political architecture that is free from external influence and external pressure to determine the country or the state's direction or goals or agenda. And now sovereign democracy is built on national interest, culture, history, and evolution of that state, of that country.
Thank you.
Very good. Now, can I?
Why is in Russia? It's not what can be in Nigeria. I'm not saying why Russia should be copied in Nigeria. I don't know.
The Russian authoritarian system is not necessarily the same as sovereign democracy. It's different.
No, let me say this, please. I'm not happy at all with the fact that Jide is somehow being...
Speak on his point. Stop attacking him directly. Speak on his point.
Oh, please shut up. Please shut up, please.
No, you shut up. You shut up.
No,
my God. What kind of wahala is this? You started again.
No, he does not talk about the topic. He's just attacking
personality. Okay, I will put both of you backstage now if you carry on.
No, it's not both of you. I didn't disturb him. It's not both of you.
You're telling each other to shut up.
Hey, that's what you should do when I'm speaking. Thank you very much. What's the right out of here? Don't you know how things are balanced?
Let it go.
Ridiculous.
Please, carry on.
I want to speak to Jide. I said it many times. And I want to speak to him about how he's projecting his point of view. His point of view is extremely textbook, as though we don't know the points he's talking about. which means to me, to a man like me, you're speaking down to us. You are not a teacher here. You don't need to give me any history lesson. None.
He does that all the time, though. You do that all the time.
However, me too, I do it, but I do it not in such a condescending way. Let me.
I don't see what's condescending about it. What is condescending about what you just said?
Okay, you're attacking me now.
I don't feel like it's being condescending.
I'm going to land, please. The reason why I critique the way Jide is now speaking is because it's as though you, Jide, don't understand that we are now in a global world system. The world is a village. And in such village, the pressures aren't local. They've become international. And upon that international scale, if you read like you're supposed to read, apart from reading,
that's pretty condescending. That's pretty condescending right there.
I will finish. Look, can you stop this, my friend?
Eccentric, let it go, please.
It is not that you read and then come and speak verbatim about what you read. It's that you're supposed to read and then project what you read into the world and match it, see what is true from what is just written words and the kind of diatribe that is in several political books. What's going on right now is that the pressures in the world are making democracies extremely weak. And these democracies that you speak of are acting in a way as failure. The UK here, where I live, would soon become worse than Nigeria in terms of how they direct what the new politics should be, which will be far against what the people want. That is how it is. That is how it is globally. So you come in here to give us something that you read yesterday, and then come and memorize it and spout it out.
Jago, that's not fair. Jago, that's
no,
not fair.
It's true. That's what he does.
No. Yes, just because you read it doesn't make it less relevant.
No, it doesn't.
It's a valuable idea. It's still an important idea.
Okay. This is what I'm trying to say.
Let me touch on the point you just made. Hold on. Let me touch on the point you just made. You made a point. You made a point about the UK government is going to do things that are not in the will of the people. That means the UK needs more sovereign, more characteristics of sovereign democracy, just like America needs more of it, because you see that they govern against the people. Most of the people believe that there should be gun regulation in America, but the politicians refuse to do it.
I hear you, forefather, but this is exactly why Speaks spoke about the fact that these things are fallacies. They're not real. They're simple ideologies. But when if you as an individual, a sovereign individual, should be able to look at the world and tell yourself where the book is now telling lies or where the book is now out of date. Not come here and preach the book.
I'm not preaching the book.
Sorry, you're preaching the book.
Sorry, just one question.
Right,
That's so condescending. He does that all the time.
I have to be. I have to be. I can't have someone speaking like that. No.
Sorry, excuse me. Just one
question. Wait.
Hold on, please.
Hold on. OT.
Let OT speak, please.
Wait, but before he speaks, he has to know what sovereign democracy is. He doesn't know that.
I'm going home.
I think he has had
He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that.
No, let him speak. Oti, please go ahead.
So you're so much enamored, impressed with this your sovereign democracy. Simple question: and of course you're giving us an example of that. So in other words, in your mind, in your understanding, this sovereign democracy exists somewhere. So a simple question: is Russia democratic? I mean, does Russia?
Oh, that was the worst example ever.
Is it practicing democracy? Is there any democracy in Russia?
Yes, it's practicing sovereign democracy. That's the point. That's the point.
Yes.
It's
the point?
Sovereign. They're practicing sovereign democracy.
What are you talking about?
What's democratic in Russia?
It's a sovereign democracy where power is concentrated in the center. The power is concentrated in the center.
Excuse me. In one man, right? In one man. Okay.
Yes.
So that's democracy.
Wait. Power is concentrated in the states, unlike your traditional democracy. It's different from your traditional democracy, but it's still a democracy.
You have to
you get that?
Understand what Excuse me. You have to have
You get
democracy has to have principles.
your own form of democracy. There's a name for that democracy. It's called sovereign democracy. It's not the same.
Let me read the definition. I got that. Sorry. Let me just inject some facts here. Let me just inject some facts here.
Does not make it democracy.
Hold on. Let me just inject some facts briefly.
Go ahead.
Sovereign democracy turns out that it originated in Russia by a political scientist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a Vladislav Sokov, a political strategist that invented the term. The idea is not necessarily invented. It's not exactly new, but it's basically implied by every nation that's independent. It says sovereign democracy refers to a form of democracy that emphasizes sovereignty and independence in determining the political system free from external influence. That's exactly how I define it.
Exactly.
What I heard.
There's more concentration of power in the states.
We don't want external influence in Africa. That's something we should want.
That's fine. Listen. So how do ideologies take place? All right. And how do ideologies spread? It is possible that Mr. Sokov's definition might spread in 100 years from now, 200 years from now, 1,000 years from now, if other governments adopt Russia's style or system of government. That isn't so right now. As at today, October 18th.
That's the criticism of the system.
Let me finish, please.
Hold on.
Let me finish. I'm not here to play around.
Jide is not advocating for the system. He's giving an opinion about it.
I don't care what you got from him. Let me finish.
Dude, no one is making your point. That's what I'm saying. No one's making your point.
I'm not here to play around. Let me finish. So, in 100 years from now, in 500 years from now, in 1,000 years from now, that system of government might be popular. What we're saying is that outside of the Kremlin's definition and outside of Russia supposedly practicing that system of government, no other credible political scientists, historians,
no credible. The guy's not credible.
Adopted that definition. Not only that, no other country is practicing that system.
That's not true.
Of
That's not true.
Government.
AES is practicing sovereign democracy.
So no other.
Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. They are practicing sovereign democracy.
To your own definition.
Where you have a military.
Yes, sovereign.
Can I finish? I didn't interrupt you. I'm going to talk now, and then you're going to say I'm interrupting you. This is your game. I'm not here to play that game today. So
it's an open floor, right?
I understand it's an open floor, but I'm
not that open.
I'm not here to run around and act crazy.
Jargon, come on, grow up, man. Jargon, you got to grow up.
I don't have
Eccentric, come on, man. Let him go. Come on. He's an elder, man. You can't just be talking to him like that.
He's not my elder. What are you talking about?
Indeed,
he is an elder.
If indeed AES,
Faso,
right? Mali, let's say Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger are practicing this Russian-themed democracy.
Sovereign democracy.
Yeah. Sovereign democracy. Let's give it that name. Let's pretend a bunch of military guys with power vested in them in total
that weren't voted in.
Well, that weren't voted in. That in total.
That is that democracy. Are you guys crazy?
He did not see the people. He didn't see the people cheering for the Niger junta,
I'm not
right?
saying that he hasn't got backing, but it's just not democracy.
It's not democracy. It's an abuse of language.
Actually, Ovie, the question that you asked that to me was silly is actually the most valid question. Sorry.
So now you understand why I'm always against grammar.
Can I please learn, dudes?
What is democracy?
Why is it? Why can't you guys just be civil? Let me learn, please.
Look, I'm making that China is not a democratic country.
If AES does, can I please finish? So if AES, I don't know why you guys are howling like a bunch of banjo monkeys, but if AES is indeed practicing that system of government, what we do know for a fact right now, today, as we speak, is that if it was to be defined, it would be defined as a nascent democracy. It's nascent. It is new. Maybe, like I said, in a few years, a few decades, that might be the definition of what they're practicing. But as far as I know today, in political science, what they practice in Mali, in Niger, in Burkina Faso is authoritarianism. It is
Okay,
totalitarianism.
I think we are getting this a little bit conflated, really, because
How?
the term is a very simple term. It's not that controversial. We are conflating
Well,
the
that's
term.
what democracy is.
Can I finish? Can I finish, please? We are conflating the term with what this in Kremlin is doing right now, precisely.
How?
Because even all Western nations exercise an element of sovereignty. This is why you don't see their leaders traveling to another country barely 3 days
No,
and
no,
they're
I
back
want
to
to
their
know
countries.
how.
Let me finish my point.
You
I'm
basically
trying
said I
to
was
explain it. When you
wrong.
say how, I'm trying to explain how we are conflating it.
All right, so
Because
tell us.
the term, the way I understand it, the first time I heard it, sovereign, this in democracy, it basically implies national interest first, nationalism first. It's not so different from nationalism. It's trying to say, don't allow foreigners to influence you. That is basically the tenets. But the way they do that in practice implies that they have to sometimes crack down on human rights. This is crack down
We
on
need to
people's human
understand
rights.
what democracy
But
is.
hold on now, Ovie, let me finish the point. Sometimes, let me finish. Hold on. You are going to finish. Oh, let me finish the point. Sometimes you're going to crack down on human rights because I don't like when we discuss things that are relatively simple. We conflate it too much. Sometimes because in America right now they are clamping down on human rights in many ways. Can you let me finish? That I'll put you backstage.
No, but he asked a very simple question.
Yeah, but that's not the question I'm answering at the moment. I have to finish answering one first. Then you guys can answer all you want. We all see you already okay. You just disrupted now. See, the point I'm making is that there's no point acting as if we don't know what the sovereign democracy is. That's what most Western democracies are. In the context of Russia, the reason why probably they came up with that, particularly because we saw what happened with Boris Yeltsin. He was basically being controlled. He didn't know what he was doing. And they had to find a way to take back their country, so they define it sovereign democracy. And they now it's got that kind of flavor that it appears to be what Putin is practicing in this country. But the term itself is common sense. If I read the definition of what it represents, it's common sense. That's what all Western states are doing.
Can I ask you a question? If it is what the West, as you say, if it is what the democracy they are practicing, okay, in other words, actually what we are imitating, their deal. So why is it a novel? Why is it something that we're now we are meant to see and understand as a novelty, something original or something distinct?
Because they gave it a name, something that the West never bothered to do. They gave it a name.
They give it a name. But so it's not a what? It's democracy, as it should be, is it not?
Yes, as it should be. But I just gave an example about what happened in Pakistan. That's not how it is.
A new discovery, sovereign democracy.
It's just like national sovereignty. We talk about even information sovereignty now.
Answer your question, though. You're not answering this question.
Democracy is the key. Is the key word. So I don't.
Sovereignty is the key word because sometimes you can have democracy, you don't have sovereignty.
Father, you don't understand where OT is coming from. OT is Russophobic. He thinks Russia doesn't have any election system. They do. They voted. The president, 80% of the people voted him. So it's a democracy.
You really believe democracy?
Even I am thinking that 80% is everybody.
They have opposition. They have opposition.
Communist Party of Russia.
So okay, so
it's
Communist Party of Russia.
Exactly. He's Russophobic.
But you know that they ban other people from running too.
So before service, you said
those
something.
people are sponsored.
It's okay.
Yeah, but you don't ban them now. You allow them to run.
I'm putting my hand up politely for a reason.
So, forefathers, you said something. You said
try to keep it brief so others can speak. I know I go long with it, but
you started again. You're gonna stop pissing me off right now.
Yeah, because you're going to
No,
prevent
don't
others
do
from
it.
talking.
Don't do it. Because
I
no,
will
don't
do it.
No, don't do it. You
You have to allow other people
No,
to
you
speak
thriving
too.
this nonsense. When it comes to, I don't come on here to
No,
fight.
Jagun hasn't said anything. Jagun raised his hand. I
Yeah,
have to
but
also
Jagun
allow
raised
him
his hand
speak.
when you and your boyfriend were busy shouting on
Oh,
everybody
look at
to
that.
leave
I thought
everybody
you had
alone.
one of my brain cells. Okay, please go ahead.
You do this all the time and get me out of character. I don't like it. So all I'm saying is, if you're saying that in a democracy, one of the reasons why one of the things they do if they don't like an opposition's position is to crack down on oppositions and silence them. What I wanted to ask you, and which is what OT is asking you, and which is what OV is asking you, is very simple. In this AES states that you people claim are practicing this new sovereign democracy, including Russia, are the
Sorry,
opposition
Ovie.
not being clamped down on?
I know you are a
You
dictator. It's
say
okay.
the main thing is this.
Sorry. It's I should have. Okay, let me just leave it because it's
Nobody know
very,
what my
very.
definition of democracy. Now just they
So
speak
you're
for me.
saying
It's not fair.
you guys are freaking insolent. So you're saying the main thing is the main aspect of it is the sovereign part. OT
Yes,
is saying the main aspect of it is the democracy part,
Yeah.
which is what I agree with. So you can, and OV is asking a very, very pertinent question. If you want to call it a sovereign democracy, define what democracy is to us. And if you cannot read the principles that OT has laid down of what a democratic state or a democratic government is, then maybe you want to return what you guys are currently calling a sovereign democracy, which would mean that they are not practicing anything related to democracy.
Can I define democracy for you? Should I define
No,
it?
define it for
You guys
yourself.
will be happy, right?
Government of the people, by the people, and for the
He's
people.
always coming
Can
on
I
telling me
give the reason why
Listen.
He only been in
Hey,
America.
forefather, you're supposed to do something at this point. I put my hand up.
Yeah.
I listened to the last speaker. You can't just run over me like that. Everyone's getting out of hand.
Okay, please join.
And it needs a little bit of
Let
management.
Jagon speak. Then Jagon, please go ahead.
Please, I will. And please, if you just manage a bit tighter, we'll have we've had a good conversation today, and I think it needs to continue in a vein of some level of order. Now, there are many things that are said here that irritate because they are projected in a bad light in terms of how true is this? Do you really understand? Because again, the literal intelligence that many of us may have, we must remember the state of the country that we come from with all our literal intelligence when we're not really paying attention. Now, when you speak about Russia, we've heard how Russia, democracy, not only we've heard, I lived through it, for goodness sake. I didn't just hear, I saw what was going on. And in this, the Russians, especially Putin, he and the governing body of Russia have cleaned house as far as themselves. And because the world is recognizing democracy, they have put a system in place that looks like democracy, but is far from democracy. Far from it.
Just like Nigeria.
Well, you could say that. It's far from it. Now, whether you recognize this or not is up to your level of ignorance or intelligence. I say to anybody, if you understand how long Putin has been in power, and then you tell me that this is democracy, that would really answer your question.
It's a democracy, right?
But Jagon, let me ask Jagon quick. Let me ask Jagon, can you not argue that this is the early stage of democracy like you saw in South Korea?
No, I tell you for why.
Singapore and many other nations.
When I started,
Okay.
I knew why
I've been asked a question, I'm afraid. I've been asked a question. In the answer to your question, forefather, for me, the Russians are very smart, very intelligent people. I know
Faulty
many.
generalization. There we go.
Excuse me.
That's faulty generalization. You've done it twice here. Africans
I'll
are
do it 5
stupid.
times
Russians
before I
are
finish.
smart. Come on, man.
Okay. Now, you made your comment. Please try to learn something.
Don't do faulty generalization. That's not cool. No one's going to learn anything from it.
Why are you so fighty?
All right. Now me that
Take it
ask
easy.
a good question.
Wait, Ejo, make you wait. So sorry. What I want to try to let you understand, it's not written in books. It's not written in books. They have to be understood by the polity and the policies that come through. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not Russian, but I can see that Putin in Russia is safeguarding his nation. He's not only safeguarding his nation, he knows not to trust the West. And this is the operation and the paradigm that he is working in, and he has been working in before he ever reached the stage of being the premier of that country. So what he is operating is more similar to China than any democracy in the world. Now, China would admit that they're not a democracy. However, China has had to make certain moves because its economy has to grow. And
China is a democracy. Don't say that, bro. Like,
well,
goddamn.
exactly where you're going. I am saying that. I don't know if you're speaking about these things. You're speaking about these things as
China
though.
is actually a democracy.
Wait.
It's democracy. What the
hell? But let me ask. Okay,
no. What you're supposed to do? What you're supposed to do?
Would you consider Kagame a democratic?
Forefather, can I just say this? Forefather, can I just say this? What you're actually supposed to do when I'm rudely interrupted the way I am is cease those people from interrupting me. Not take the position of interrupting further. That's what you're supposed to do.
China is a democracy. That's what I'm saying.
You're supposed to keep that guy quiet.
He said China is not a democracy.
And I said it is a democracy to counter that point.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. You have your chance. I think we will have to allow incentive.
Now, me ask the question.
But Jaco, I'm asking you a question. Is Rwanda considered a democracy?
I don't think you've even understood before you go into the complications of Rwanda. You haven't understood.
These guys are crazy, man.
No, you are saying that Russia is not a democracy like China.
This is what I'm saying. If you
I'm
please,
asking, is Rwanda considered a democracy?
If you would please all listen, I will try to reiterate. Russia is not a democracy the way me and you understand democracies.
What is a democracy? What is a democracy?
We'll come back to my man's pertinent question. What I'm saying is that in this whole world, the closest system of governance that is going on in Russia is China. And now China is not a democracy, and they will tell you that they're not a democracy.
China is a democracy.
However, they would adopt certain practices of the West or democracy.
If China's a democracy, Saudis are
they're not capitalist. They are democracy.
The reason why China and Russia are different. Russia, they have a kind of
you guys have messed up this conversation.
Russia, they have a kind of congress where they actually debate issues. So it's not the same as China. China has a different system. If Putin leaves, and just like Rawlings, when Rawlings was in office, he was like a dictator too. When the first leader of South Korea was in office, the same thing. Lee Kuan Yew was a major dictator. They used to call him
Father, please,
so,
can you allow me?
I don't know why we don't recognize that of Russia too.
China's a democracy.
There is a reason why I asked that.
No, China is a communist system. Whether it's authoritarian, it's a different thing altogether. Authoritarianism it's a communist system.
Let OVA answer his question, his own question.
For communism is not anti-democracy. Communism is not
that's what I'm saying. The term is either authoritarian or representative system.
No.
Most of the system are representative systems.
Oti does not know anything he's talking about.
because
they are antithetical.
Okay, let me find some of the facts about the Commonwealth.
Can I define democracy? I'm itching to define
I
democracy.
asked this question.
Democracy is a system
Jide, please.
No.
We already
Let
know the
Jide- let
definition of
Jide-
democracy.
Let
Jesus
Jide
Christ.
define democracy.
Are you serious? You don't think that's insulting?
I did not ask the
to
question
lawyers
because you guys don't know the
and
meaning. Or
accountants
we are,
Let
Jason,
him
listen, I asked that question
Jide define democracy for them. Let's
And you want
do
to
it.
define
Democracy is a
Can
system
you
of
guys?
government.
No. The Jide, no, don't just.
Democracy is a system of government
Forefather, nominate this thing now. Let the person
that
who
serves
asked.
the interests.
Oh, Jide,
Go ahead, Jide.
you're like a schoolboy, and this my man is just standing there. Why are you organizing this?
I asked this question for a reason.
You're all grown men now. You can
because-
self-regulate
hold
now.
on,
This is how you run your country.
Godfather, please hold on. I asked that question not because nobody knew the question. We are all adults here. We at least we go finish secondary school. There's a reason I asked that question. I asked that question because whether we like it or
This
not,
nigga's
we
full of
can claim
himself.
to be expert how we want of English language. It's still a weapon in our hand. Simple question I ask. Democracy is just its definition.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Democracy is a system of government that actually benefits
God.
the majority.
All we need is another troublemaker again to show up now at the rock.
Listen,
I don't think I have the energy to.
even authoritarian democracy.
If the majority of the citizens are benefiting for the benefit of that system, that is democracy.
Russia is a democracy.
If the majority of the people, if the majority of the people are benefiting from that system, that is democracy.
Do the people have to have a say in this government, in their system of government?
You still
do the people, whether it's for their own benefit or against their benefit, do the people have to have a say? Yes or no?
Can I answer it? Can I answer
yes
it?
or no?
Can I answer it?
It's a yes or no.
Go ahead. The people, they don't have to have a say.
Oh my God.
No, do the people have to have a say?
So 1.4 billion people living in China, everyone has
No,
to have
excuse me. It doesn't matter the number. The people
It doesn't
somehow
matter.
have to have a say in the
They have
government.
to have a say.
Please, can I answer your question?
Answer a simple question, yes or no?
Democracy is a system that benefits the majority.
I agree. But
We agree.
So it doesn't matter if it is
no,
a
it matters. It matters.
a royalty that stays there. Does the
It
majority
matters.
of
If the people don't have a say, it's not
Everyone
democracy.
now understands sovereign democracy. Everyone now
Sorry,
understands
if the
sovereign
people don't have a
democracy.
say, it can't be democracy.
Everyone now understands sovereign
It's
democracy.
not popular democracy. They refuse to use that word popular because of the popularism, which is actually the definition of democracy. Once the majority of the people agree, that is popularism. That is populism.
That's not true. That's not true.
Majority of
That's
Russians,
actually not true. When democracy was first coined, that's not true.
That's true.
Democracy
is
was
the benefit
first,
of the majority.
that
So if
is
the majority
not-
I think that is not necessarily democracy
That is not
because
true. When
government
democracy-
of the people, by the people. I think I think he's talking. I think what Ovie is leaving is the definition on is for the people. He's not looking at the by the people and this thing. Support the diaspora voting has started now. He's already waving his hand. Trouble wants to start now.
Democracy was first coined. Okay, when that term was first coined, in ancient Greece, not everybody participated in it.
That's what I said. Benefit.
Okay, so not everybody participated in democracy. So you don't necessarily. Let me explain something. Hold on, just calm down. Calm down. Listen. Even at its core, a dictatorship would usually have elements of democracy in it, because there will be some form of participation by the ordinary citizens, not necessarily to choose the leader, which I actually spoke of.
What is the point of setting up a system? It's to benefit the people.
Right. Listen.
Exactly. So democracy is a system.
Hold on. why don't we, Ovi, it's okay. Why don't we just get back to the original topic? Because this always happens. Where Femi was talking about something else. It was involving Gaza, Palestine, and all this other good stuff. And all of a sudden, someone comes, tries to teach us history, and starts telling us about sovereign democracy. Now we're all in a hoof about something.
And
that
a big
really makes no sense. So let's just get back to the original topic.
If we cannot agree, what democracy is, how can we move forward?
No, we're not moving forward. Let's just go back to the original.
Yeah, we're not moving forward at all.
And let's go back to the original topic, which was Epstein.
Yeah, let's leave this out, man, because nobody's learning anything here.
Sorry, everybody. Before you go back, let me join you to go back by saying something on this that we can all go back together to the previous one.
Oh yeah, now.
Are you giving us the definition?
God bless you.
Now you.
Okay.
It should be the last.
You only just to be mad in our madness.
No. What I mean, like before you go back to the previous ones, let me just contribute.
Let all of us be mad together first. Okay.
That's democracy, actually.
Femi had the last good input in here, and that was why I was asking him not to leave. Let's go back to that. All this. Let me teach you.
Femi's not going anywhere. When I'm here, Femi's not going
anywhere. Let local peace talk now. Let local peace speak.
Please, see, truly, I think somebody was saying when it was first coined, what was the real definition or practice when it was first coined, and is it what is being practiced today? Because government have changed overhand, and they've been able to interpret what they believe it is in their own value system. Now, everybody cannot be democratic in nature in this world. It's not possible, because we all have different belief system, different tribes, different ideology, different traditions. So it's not possible for everybody to be democratic. Hence, what I'm saying is like different systems work for different people perfectly. My democratic way might not be perfect for me while I'm still progressing. It doesn't mean if you don't practice democracy and whatever, you will not progress. You understand? What I want to say is like everybody has their own system, the way they grow. We can't just be coined or partitioned into one democratic whatever and believe that's the only way to growth, success, and whatever. Then what Obi was also saying, democracy. Look, see, if you say for the people, by the people, and of the people to the people, you understand? It's subjective. It can be interpreted to many things. Like what it means, like all of us, we agree to give one person power to rule for 10 years. As far as it benefits all of us, to me, that's democracy. It can also be said that no, we all have to have a say in the government, whereby if you do your 4 years, leave, let somebody else come and do their 4 years and leave, let come and do their 4 years and leave. They will say that is democracy. Let's be having frequent elections. So we'll call it that. So we say no, democracy is like, let's go and do our business. Let's leave leadership for one person. We trust you to rule the country in the best possible way and do your thing. Why, as far as we are benefiting, you are progressing, why should we be thinking of changing office or leave there, somebody else go there? As far as everybody's progressing, we're all happy. We have a job. Everybody must not be in politics. You understand? As far as the policy of the government is favoring us, if it doesn't, we say something and we trust the people, whoever is representing us, like parliamentarian, whatever, we trust them to have a meeting, town meeting with us. We tell them what we want or whatever. The majority have their say, and that's it. You understand? But sometimes, if majority can also be foolish in terms of greed, just like majority of the politicians we have in Nigeria, they are all foolish and greedy.
That's right.
He
froze. He froze.
I see he has frozen. Okay, let's carry on, Femi. Then.
I came back. Thank God I came back.
Look at that.
Thank God I came back. You understand? I hope.
Go ahead.
I just wait for like 2 seconds or whatever. So for me, that is what I believe. So democracy can be what Ogie is saying that is correct. Can also be correct what Bobumre is saying. You understand? Speak to you saying, because for me, we can decide to say, okay, no, let's do family.
What is most important in democracy?
What are the tenets of democracy? What are the principles?
What is most important?
Majority of the people benefiting.
Hold on. Let me tell you, Oti.
What's the most important thing?
Yes, good governance. Good governance.
That is the result of.
Listen, hold on. Listen, hold on. What? Now, let me tell you something. Hold on. Listen. just because we've been coined into this idea of no, people must have their say. If I don't like you, I can criticize you. Nobody is asking you not to criticize the government. I know for sure that when it comes to criticism in some like Russia, China, or whatever, North Korea, yeah, that might be frowned upon. Like, why are you jailing or stiffing the voice of those who are criticizing you? They might be coming from another idea. That doesn't mean that they are wrong. Just sit with them. Dialogue with them.
Who defines good governance? Who defines good governance for the people? Who defines it? Who says what good governance is? That's the question, is it not?
Also, the people. Wait. Wait. The person that is leading, Oti. The person that is leading is not from the people.
No. But he said good governance. So the question: who determines what good governance consists in?
Okay, it's the people. The guys also part of,
and therefore it is the people.
The say of the people is also part of the people.
So by your token, local P and Ovi, by your token, if it's beneficial to the individuals, right?
No, not individual.
Majority. Dude. This is English to the individuals. Okay, anybody would understand that means a majority.
Okay, no, I think like you may mean like few persons. Individual might be few persons.
Like, oh my God. Anyway, so
continue.
So if it would be beneficial to the majority, right? Meaning it makes their life easy. They have social welfare, things of that nature. Is that what you're saying?
Everything that the government is supposed to do. Hold on now. Everything that the governance is all about.
What are you shaking your head for? Let me move on. What were you shaking your head for? So,
me?
Yes, you. So
I'm shaking my head.
Yeah,
I'm just responding to you.
Like welfare, you're like, like you about to ram like a.
Me? No. I'm delayed. I'm not shaking my head.
So if you're saying, all right, okay, because there's someone up there that's always shaking his head, and when you ask him, just go.
Why are you picking on me? Why are you picking on me? You come here and talk for 5 hours.
When you say,
you are picking on me.
When you say,
okay, you are picking on me. I don't understand.
So when you have,
he annoys me a lot.
One at a time.
When you have welfare, when you have welfare, right? For example, social welfare, basically the benefits that the government will necessarily give its citizens to make their life easy.
Yeah,
that is your definition of a democracy. At least
no, it's not.
At least to
no.
Shut up.
Oh, okay.
What?
So it's not a dude. It's not the definition of democracy. What are you talking about?
I'll give you example as China.
Hold on. Let me.
Oh gosh.
God damn. So if that is your position, Ovi, by that context, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar are practicing a democracy.
Can I? No, I said. I'm using China.
That's different.
That's different.
Hold on.
There was no election.
China.
What do you mean?
You bring the election.
How do you know that?
Look at you, contradicting yourself. You bring in the election.
Hold on. But let me tell you. This is why.
No, hold on. Let me make
myself clear. You don't even understand. That means you don't even understand the system of government.
Hold on.
No, listen.
Because
that's not sequitur, dude. That's not sequitur.
I said, hold on first, please. You will continue. I said, see, any government system that benefit the majority. I'm using China as an example because it's a living organism.
Well, forget about China.
Hold on, please.
You told me to. I was speaking.
It is the Chinese system. The Chinese system was able to raise majority of them out of poverty. That's democracy.
Why do you guys have a tendency?
Can you keep quiet? Yes, you mentioned China. We've heard you.
China.
Okay.
But we don't care about what you mentioned, China.
I don't know if Saudi Arabians are the majority are benefiting. I don't know. That's why
you don't know that. So there's someone that knows explain it to you. Which you
in terms of Saudi Arabia, I don't know if they're parting democracy.
How do you know the Chinese are benefiting? How do you know the Chinese are benefiting?
The statistics is out there for us to see. Majority benefiting from this system of government.
Ovi, can I please continue what I was saying?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
The way you're doing is non sequitur. You know that, right?
If it's shut up. So
it's non sequitur. Don't tell me to shut up, man. You're not. No, fuck out of here.
Yeah, man. What? Hey,
Don't do that.
put all these Americans behind the stage.
Don't do that.
No, because I
Don't
told
do
you
that.
Don't be swearing at
Shut
people.
up. You don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't be swearing at don't be swearing at people. It's not edifying.
Why is he telling me?
Do
Why
that
is he
again,
telling me
you
to shut up? What the hell is that?
but
You're
it's not swearing
interrupting.
at you. Shut up is not the same as the kind of profanity you are using now.
It's a disrespect. He can't do that, bro. It's disrespectful. Don't do that.
Son, yo,
that's not cool.
Because you disrespecting me first. I don't disrespect
you my man. Don't disrespect me like that, bro. Don't disrespect me like that.
Man, that's why I don't tell you to shut up, and I'm telling you to shut up.
You just did that twice. What are you doing that for?
Again, so let me get my point across.
Please allow him to tell us how did Saudi Arabia.
That's your point, man. That's your point.
Disrespecting me. That's what I'm gonna keep doing.
You gotta take that back. That's your point, man. All right, then. Got it.
Let whom must not be named give his points.
So let me speak. You know what I'm saying? I respect you more.
One
than
at a
that.
time,
you
please.
Whatever. I don't respect you. Whatever.
Just leave him alone. Like that little kid up there, I don't want to talk to that kid for real.
Oh, yo, man, you have the floor now.
So
if I may give you an
this what I'm
infant.
saying.
Oh my God.
You are okay.
So this is what I'm saying. Yeah, we're the same age, but you're nothing. So this is what I'm saying. If you're saying, for example, Ovi, if you're saying that China, because the majority of the people benefit from it, this is why I brought up the Middle Eastern, the Middle Eastern people. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's. Let me finish, sir. So I don't think there's anybody on the planet, any citizenry on the planet, that is being taken care of like the citizens of the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia.
Gulf countries, yeah.
I mean, that's democracy.
Countries. Of course, this little monkey's gonna shake his head again. So this is what I'm saying. They are being taken care of. And if you say that is the reason why you call them a democracy, then by all accounts, these people are also a democracy. But
yes.
But you can't say they're a democracy. And this is why I wanted to go to what local people were saying. He said, "Oh, they don't vote." Yes, they do. They have some elements.
No. Hold on. When I mean they don't vote, yeah, the Emirates, they can do that voting. I mean general election where the common man will vote.
No, that's not how you spell on sequitur. Whoever that idiot is, that's not how you spell on sequitur.
Remember, I said something.
Freaking idiot.
I kept hopping, even on Rudolph's show, the fact that choosing the power at the center is very paramount. If you cannot choose the power at the center and you have municipal voting, for example, or regional voting, doesn't automatically transcribe the definition of a democracy to that system of government. It doesn't. So
I don't care about voting too.
So for
voting
us,
doesn't mean anything.
well, I didn't say about vote. I tackled two different parts. If you will calm down, I tackled your definition and I tackled local peace definition.
Got you.
You know what I mean? So in any event, listen, I just think we should move on from this shit. Eccentric Cast, I apologize, you my man. You know what I'm saying? But try to respect me when I respect you. You know what I mean? Just do that. I'm not here to play.
Dude,
I don't want to play people.
It's an open floor. It's an open floor. I never say anything personal.
But when
whatever.
Don't play with me.
Hey man, you guys should
don't do that. Don't do that. Don't tell me not to play with you, man. I don't do that. I don't play with you like that. I don't even know you, son. I don't even know you, son. What you talking about?
Guys, he's mature enough to say he's sorry, take back his word. I think the best thing for you to do, you also say I'm sorry too. And
if you say sorry, if you say sorry, you disrespect me on top of that. Like, come on, man. Don't stop playing with me.
I said, listen to me again.
And other people talk. Is this the guy called one brain cell? Maybe he has one brain cell. Can he allow them to talk?
Like this little kid that just came from Africa 4 years ago.
The unicellular brain guy should be quiet. Can every other person talk, please?
You are responsible.
This unicellular brain
Jagun, let's allow Jide say what he wants to say, please.
Let other people talk. It's just talking.
Why are you calling my name, sir?
No, sorry. It was by mistake. Let's allow Jide. You know, it sounds like Jide a bit. So,
Jagun is not Jide.
Let Femi talk, man.
I know. Sorry.
Listen, we've taken the conversation elsewhere because this nigga always come in here and wants to teach people history. Take
Yeah,
it back to
I
the
wanted to
original
say that.
topic,
I wanted to
which
say
was what
that.
Femi was talking about, and we don't want to hear about all this nonsense, sovereign democracy. Let me teach you democracy. You don't know better than everybody. There's at least one. There's
I never
lawyers
said
on
I
here.
know
There's
better
political
than
scientists
anyone.
on here. There's accountants on here. There's other scientists on here. Always coming after. You don't even know Nigeria's history. Like, I guarantee if I ask you, no, come on.
Man, I feel you, that's not fair. I feel you, that's not fair. Jide, please go ahead. It's not right. Let him.
Forefather, what are
Jide,
you
please
eating
go
there?
ahead. It's not fair what he's doing. He just Jide,
Anyways,
go ahead, please.
My conclusion was going to be that if Nigeria wants to mirror its democracy, right? If Cameroon and Uganda want to mirror their democracy, where NGOs will be the one coming to determine or channel the political parties that will contest for election, or it is NGOs that will be funneling protests and reactionary actions like protests, regime change operations, or funneling military coups, then we've not started anything at all.
But isn't that how Nigeria is today?
Well, what is it?
What is Nigeria today?
Which country are you talking about, Jide?
Nigeria. Nigeria is like that. NGOs are in Nigeria.
Which
NGOs? They are in Cameroon. They are in Uganda. Those countries are
everywhere except Russia and China.
No. The reason why I'm mentioning those three countries is because those are the countries we're talking about right now. And I'm saying that those countries are not democratic because external influence are in those countries.
Organizations.
Yeah, non-governmental organizations. Thank you. Yeah, NGOs. They are there. And those NGOs, they are there to funnel Western interests. They are there to change the political landscape.
Just say USAID.
Dude, what does that got to do with the topic right now? I don't mean to be rude.
Jide, hold on. You say NGO. No, it was only rounding off his presentation, So
yeah. Let him just finish what he's saying.
No. The next person.
We were talking about influence peddling. How some people influence countries.
Paul Biya.
You don't even know that you messed up the whole rhythm of how things work. The thing was going nicely. You come and jump the whole place.
No, I think you see. I think Nigerians, you guys are troublemakers because the only reason why they got so hooked on this sovereign democracy was because after Jide said it, and I said, oh. That thing sounds quite interesting because I've never heard that concept before, sovereign democracy. And the moment I said that, everybody wants to kill it. It's like
listen, OT is a bully, though. OT and Jago are two bullies.
Thank you for your request.
Let me make my final point.
Thank you, Eccentricast.
Yeah, don't be a bully.
The reason why those
I won't take your advice, but thank you anyway.
Don't be a schoolyard bully, dude. Come on, man.
The reason why those countries...
My brother, you said it already. You don't have to repeat yourself.
OT, you're a bully, too.
You're highly triggered. You're highly triggered, bro.
Can we let's have some decorum, please. Let's allow
you guys doesn't have decorum.
Then we go to we start going down this thing.
Yes, I was talking about the
you triggered, brother.
It's okay.
And I was saying that the reason of these governments, some of these countries like China and Russia, they can be sometimes very repressive. And other countries like that, like Cuba, North Korea. The reason why some of these countries can be
Are you hearing all this, Forefather?
Let me finish my points now.
I'm gonna put these two people backstage. They are two troublemakers. I'm gonna put them backstage. You are just not letting us.
The reason why these countries are repressive is not because they hate their people and they just don't like democracy. The reason is because they are aware that some of these non-governmental organizations, they influence a lot of protests, civil rights movements, regime change operations,
and you think we don't
mass
know that?
mobilization.
Is that a kind of a great discovery or what?
Why do you always like to do this? You will just like to trouble people all the time.
That's why everybody's ticked off, and Jago already called it.
No, you should allow him talk. Why is it that you don't allow people to? But when you say stuff that other people know, they have to listen to you. Come on, man. You can't just say because you know it. Not every viewer knows about it. Not every viewer knows.
It doesn't matter. Just let him speak.
We
have about 100 viewers. Not everybody knows.
about this
these
thing, all
sovereign countries like Russia, like China, the reason why the West call them authoritarian and the reason why they are repressive is part of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they need their sovereignty because their sovereignty comes first before any democratic decision has been made. And the only way they can maintain that, they need to avoid foreign interference. Because the reason why they are repressive, because they have to be repressive because they have to suppress every other external influence. Because it's not just coming into a country.
You'll be saying the same thing for the past since I know you. It's the same thing you are saying. You're saying differently, but it's the same thing.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Hold on. I think what you are doing, I find it very, very. Now, when I hear it from the point of view of Jide, I find it quite insidious, actually. Somebody is talking about foreign influence within your countries. Hold on. We're talking about foreign influence, nefarious ones, not just benign ones that are playing politics to elect a certain ideology. We're talking about the types that elect leaders that rule our country to the ground. That's what we're talking about here.
But how
if it's not new, he's describing it in a way because that's what we are talking about. I introduced the topic. We are trying to. Can you listen? Can you listen? I may have to go and find that video of you. Sometimes you have to learn how this is done. We want to describe, try to understand the mechanisms, how this is done. That's why I brought up how the Israeli, hold on now, how the Zionists was saying that maybe instead of people to be criticizing us, you should be learning how we did it. You say you want to change something, and you see people that have done it. No, hold on. You see, you say you want to change something. You see people that have done it. You just keep criticizing them.
Please.
I don't understand that. What kind of attitude is that? You say you want to change, but you keep criticizing people that are trying to do something or come up with ideas about it.
Forefathers, when you discuss with your contemporaries, with your peers, do you guys stray off topic? Does it make for an enjoyable discussion? Like you start talking about systems of government, and next time you're talking about different ways to barbecue chicken, or do you just stay on topic to have a beautiful conversation? I think you should. I'll answer. I think instead of straying off and talking about barbecuing chicken, maybe it's best for us to stick to the topic.
I think it's not a stray off. I don't think you can do both, but you stray off and you return back to this thing because if let me make the point. If a term was used that is not clearly understood by both, then that's why sometimes that term has to be distilled down.
Bro,
like we did with the sovereign democracy. No, it does have relevance. Jesus Christ, how many times do I have to tell you? We are talking about foreign influence over a nation here. We are talking about sovereign democracy, a system whereby they reject all that, and you are saying it's not relevant. What more is relevant?
I'll tell
Jesus
you
Christ.
You are screaming because you just find out.
Yeah, because it's frustrating.
That is completely relevant. He's saying this system is designed. Are you listening? The system is designed to reject foreign influence.
Good news. Is that a secret? Don't we be talking about that every day?
Actually, no. All you talk about is the problem. You don't talk about. You never mention the system that has been developed to do that.
So
you've never done that.
So it's not. Oh, so we're talking about a solution. What is describing the solution?
He just described a system that is designed to do that.
He's pointing out
instead of you to learn.
Problems. Those are the problems. It's the same thing as USA.
Forget it. You know, some people know they don't. They are just anti-learning.
It's an OG day. It talks about the same thing. The influence of the West, how they do it. The same thing.
Yeah, but now he's describing a mechanism. Oh my God!
What he said was in line with the topic. What you said was in line with the topic.
Examples in your country called Nigeria. Can I just give an example now? Listen. I'll give an example. I mentioned USAID. I'll give another example. We're talking about Paul Biya. Because CHRDA, all of you should go and check it maybe after this session.
I know
CHRDA, they are funded at the US Embassy. German Embassy.
So who is arguing with you? That's the problem I say.
It's irrelevant.
No, he's not arguing with you. He's just saying it.
Something that we know for 60 years.
See, Ovie, don't stop shutting him up because the idea is that.
I'm not. It's you that don't know that. It's new to you. That's why you are.
See, why do you think I don't know that? Why do you think I'm not interrupting? Because not everybody that is watching, maybe one person that didn't know about it will hear it for the first time. You don't know that. Many people are not interested in what we are talking about. I think you are missing that part. It's not only about you.
Tunanja, you see that is not getting it. For the past 3 hours, we are talking about the same thing. We should be ashamed of ourselves. We are adults, for God's sake. Come on, man.
I'm ashamed now.
Now
that you said it, I've been told off now. I'm ashamed.
Damn, man.
Okay.
Now, Femi brought up very, very interesting topics. And
Femi
when he
deviated
was
from the
leaving, he
point.
said, "Let me end this by." I said, "Yo, chill, relax," because it was very on point. And then all of a sudden, what are we talking about, sir?
Femi deviated from the point, anyways.
No, he didn't.
Let me. Sorry. Let me just say something. Eccentric, because it's the second time you're doing this. When I mentioned that, I only said it as on the side, and I specifically mentioned that I just wanted to mention. I was only saying in response to something that had been mentioned earlier, and I intentionally said it is going away from topic. I said something along those lines, so I just want to be clear. And you said something afterwards, so please don't say what I did not say. I did not. It wasn't like I was trying to.
Actually, Papa said it from the start.
Yeah.
Papa said it from the start. I talk about.
I also asked. I said, "Are we trying?" If you remember, I also said, "Are we trying? Are we? Which topic are we on?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I made it clear it's about influencing our nation. I described how they compromise Pakistan and how are we supposed to reject this? How are we supposed to be able to be immune from it? And I think if there is a formula out there, it's valuable to learn about it.
This topic right now is addressed or called having a meeting about a meeting. That's what we're doing. And we're enjoying it.
That's just trivialization.
No, really. You see, as I said, you see, Dr. Damages, he had his show, and I was there for just the last thing because I was listening before that, and I only came in when I had something to say. The things that they were speaking about earlier, I had nothing to say about it. I just listened, and then I came in when ranting began, and I ranted. He said that he enjoyed the show very much. It came into yours now, Forefathers. The show was going well.
It was going well.
And not only was it going well, you are giving each individual a lot of time to speak. When Jide came, he was just out of that time when you are giving people a lot of time to speak. You are talking about changing the subject and allowing it to progress. Now, there is something about when new people come in, they should really try to assimilate into the level of the room and how the room is being run. What Jide said, as soon as he came on, within 5 minutes, is it my time to talk? And I found that very rude. Because he had just come. He didn't know what was being spoken about, it seemed to me, and he didn't understand that he was last.
You were lying against me. You were lying
I said you were last. Okay, shut up now and let me finish. He was last. Omo. He now wanted to join.
Shut up. Like, I came in and I didn't say anything. I was quiet.
Okay, you said what you said. I'm going to finish one.
We shouldn't see. Sometimes
he interrupted me. I haven't finished.
Yeah, Django, just hold on for a second. I think we really need to avoid telling grown men to shut up on live stream. It doesn't help conversation. There are people that value them that are watching.
It's all very good, but there's you know, as has been said, people don't come here to waste their time. They come here to enjoy and elevate a conversation and see where there are relevant points that can be made for their own purposes. That's why I come here. I come here because I care about Nigeria. I care about the black issue. I care about what is pertinent to us.
That's not true, man.
All right, thank you.
Can you just stop? Every time you just start making trouble. If you look at Aestheticals, learn from support diaspora voting. See how civil he has been. He has been very civil. Support diaspora voting now. You know, he can make trouble when he starts with trouble.
No, the thing is, you see, when
I got problem with Jago,
the thing is, my guys, when I'm not talking, I'm not talking. When I'm talking,
Oti,
sorry,
let's wish Oti a great weekend. If you are going to be around tomorrow, then wish you a great day.
Oti.
Thank you for joining us, Oti.
Oti calmness is the problem. It's still calm and quiet. That's why everybody.
No, Oti, we have to respect him.
I like having conversation with Oti because he's very, very, and he listens to your answer and tries to come back in a technical manner. That is actually important.
Can you stop muting me?
I'm trying to mute people.
Father, can you please stop muting me?
I'm trying to mute people because of the noise that's coming through. I don't know where it's coming from.
No, there's no noise coming from. It's me here alone.
Oh.
Please, you do it all the time, and I don't like it.
No, sorry, because it might be my hearing then.
I think it's coming from.
Please, let me just land, because I do want to see if we can rescue the communication that we have. We need to rescue it away from. Thank you. All I'm saying, I would like to change the subject, please, to a strain that we can hold on to. It could be anything, or as has been said, but we have to get off this team. It's irritating, very. Please.
All right, thank you. All right. Is anybody else hearing that noise?
It's coming from you, I think.
I can hear the noise.
That's from you. It's squeaking sound. From you.
So everybody else is muted and it's coming from me.
No.
This guy is unmuted. No. I think it's fine.
I mute myself.
What kind of earpiece are you using?
It's fine now. You see, look at that now. They are all now trying to criticize my professional here. You know, my professional, you know what? I'm going to change it. I've been thinking about it because it's getting ridiculous now. So thank you all for the. I think the contribution, no matter what has been said, I've learned a new term. I learned a new concept today that I didn't necessarily know existed out there. That is designed to prevent foreign interference. Man, if you think we as Nigerians don't need it, I think we do need that heavily. Because our leaders, all they do is listen to foreigners, go to foreign hospitals, have meetings in foreign countries constantly. They're going to go to Chatham House now, the next thing. Come on, man. That's why I think that is valuable that he shared that information. I don't know why you will pick on Jide. Yes, he comes across as a lecturer. So what? Because he's a Nigerian, you can't listen to him. If Oyiboban is here lecturing you now, you're going to be okay with it.
You said that.
You.
That's not the point. That's not the point. It is you that we are a new time. Then now everybody has to fall in line because it's new to you.
You know, Jagan said something. Jagan said something.
He doesn't know. He never heard of it before. He didn't have he's heard of it before.
Just a heads up.
Jagan said something like, if you don't necessarily. I think the problem is, and this is not to diss him, I think the problem is trying to show, and this is why OT also felt offended that it was condescending. So I think the problem is when you tell professionals, without stating everybody's professional, I would assume some of us know what each other do or have done, and you start telling them about their line of profession, I think people take umbrage to that. No matter what you think you know, when you try to condescend on people that know that they are probably your better intellectually or professionally, regardless of the fact.
But what did he say that was condescending other than he was teaching?
I didn't say anybody's name. I said
my point is that he never really insulted anyone. He was just saying stuff.
I said in general. So, well, I mean, I guess that's how you took it. I guess the other people complaining took it a different way. And maybe
they take it a different way because they never like. I think it's an element of trying to have somebody justify their position. I can see the value of that when somebody comes and makes a proposal that you maybe feel like is coming across as if it's new.
No, I guess
you want to challenge it, whether they are strong in it. That is fine. But I don't understand the argument that he was lecturing you.
He's not lecturing you. Nobody's seen GD.
When you tell people, for example,
nobody see that as
say
new.
Someone in Europe.
That's no humility here, man. That's what it is.
And when you tell someone in Europe, for example, and you've never been to Europe, you've never lived in Europe, for example.
Too much ego, bro. Too much ego.
Yes, exactly. So when you tell someone that has lived in Europe for maybe a good amount of their time of their lives, and you've never been in Europe, and you tell them, let me tell you all the European things, or let me teach you about democracy to lawyers on the panel. or let me tell you this, let me teach you this. You people don't understand this. Let me,
Right.
you know. So after a while, people start looking like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, right. Especially when he's studying Jaguars.
Like, what are you even talking about?
We
Fathers, can you change the topic or we put you on backstage?
Yeah.
At this stage, I wouldn't wish people can put me backstage. You know, you have started troublemaking. You see, where anybody that comes here, we start spoiling them. In first, he's having a go at my headphone. Now he's saying they want to put me backstage. Is that how we taught the people here?
If anyone wants to learn how the world works, I can send a link of one of my political mentors.
That's the problem.
See, Jide, don't listen to them. Jide, don't listen to.
So you guys can listen and learn from me.
They don't listen to all these enemies of progress. Carry on doing your job. Carry on doing your job and learning more and more. Okay.
Government.
Okay. Okay. What do we want to talk about then? There is the issue of peace between Adeyanju. I don't know about the.
They start giving it away.
Look at this one. What is going on with him now? He wants to.
Let's talk about Nigerian football team that is just leaving it to the last minute, just like a Nigerian, to get things right.
Yeah, Nigerians.
Silly. I don't know about the Nigerian football situation. Actually.
They're just failures, like everyone else of us, man.
No, they will qualify. You should just be prayerful. Are we not prayerful?
And then we'll come back after the third match. After the third match, we'll come back.
Even the politicians are waiting 6 months to election before they will begin to prepare.
They will collect
wow.
So it's part of us, Jago. That's what we
I know.
we have to find a democracy that suits that lifestyle.
By the way, I tell you something.
I learned a lot from Jide. You know what I'm saying? Jide, yo, that's an accolade. I learned a lot from you, man. Just keep it up. Don't let this guy bully you.
Yeah.
Well done. You know that we haven't been on the.
I will call it last minute democracy. That's the approach.
I love your views, man. I love your views.
Word. That's love, man. That's love. I like
I
that.
never seen two crackheads.
Yo, you should keep that love.
That's the hater. That's the hater talk. That's the hater.
Crackheads will always.
Why do you start to hate?
Yeah, hater. Dude, hater, man.
I've never seen
hater. Oh my God.
Dude, you are calling them crackheads now, eh? Wow.
I love you.
They will never disagree over pipe. They will always bond over it. So there's no shock.
He's just trying to acknowledge the fact that he learned something from him. I don't know.
Yes, you take that love story. Take the love story to the bedroom.
Look at that. All you come here to tell us is that there are cabals that have captured Nigeria and all the rest.
I love you. Which country be that?
What's going on with Seneca? Have they come to claim his soul? I don't know.
Next topic now, because next topic.
I don't know all these people that are behind it. But I think okay. Should we make it more conceptual conversation instead of anything?
No, give us topic for fathers, please.
I mean, should we make it topical in terms of Nigerian context or something more
make it general,
open?
Do Nigeria has not get over sovereignty democracy? He hasn't get over that yet. Somebody else.
No. There's nothing to get over. It's something. I think the reason why I value it is because I've always been talking about we should get control of our destiny. So if somebody brings a ready-made concept that has been developed for that purpose, you can see why to get my attention. But that said, regarding I think let's discuss something more esoteric. Actually, something that is not conventional because we don't tend to do Sunday philosophy anymore. I think some other time in the future I will bring that back. So in terms of should we discuss the potential how Africa can adapt with AI? Because recently I saw a news report, I think on CNN today actually. They were talking about how some movie was able to be released in Kenya that would never have been possible without AI. It's like, you know how Africans don't create futuristic programs and films, because all we do is this is babalawo and witchcraft and all this stuff, because that's the ones we can be able to manufacture. Can you imagine Africans creating futuristic 60s? So that was very difficult before, but AI is able, with AI now, they are able to do it. AI is beginning to also revolutionize filmmaking, actually.
AI, nobody juju be that. That's why.
That's the thing.
Why,
it's a kind of juju, to be fair, but they are beginning to use it now. So,
but I think yes, I agree. The concern should be what, and let me take a GD angle here. You know, when these people are using the NGOs, I think the concern is because it is not our technology. We have to beg to use it. So, how do we make sure they don't use it against us in a way that we will never, be in a position to either push back?
Let me quickly say this to that about AI and artistry and such like. Right now in London, in the Tate Gallery, I'm not sure if you're aware, Forefather, there is an exhibition of Nigerian artists, modernism. If you see the kind of art that and I'm somebody who's involved in art along any commodity you can think of, I've dealt with. And when I look at art, I'm also I'm a piano player, I'm a musician, but I'm not great. I wish I was. I could have been, but I'm not great. Having said that, I haven't finished the.
No, I'm not intervening. I want to make an announcement. So I'm going to be sending some videos. So it's not.
And I thought the announcement was that you was about to go. Sorry.
No, it's an announcement. Sorry, I'm so sorry, brother Jago. I'm so sorry that I'm interrupting. I apologize.
See, that's nice.
I'm sending some videos. It's like lecture on certain things, like on how the world works, on geopolitics, like. For my political mentor, I'll just share some of them. I can also follow him on YouTube as well.
What I would say,
I have many mentors, but Michael Ross is one of them.
Ross, what I would say to you, Jide, is that you're very, what's it called?
Michael Rossi is an American.
You're very strong. You're very strong, Jide.
I know Michael Rossi. Sorry.
Which is good. Anyway, in the Tate Gallery, there is an art exhibition now of Nigerians. And if you see what they are able to create, both given the esoteric and exoteric argument, if you like, through their art, bruh, you need to go and see it. Because AI, Nigerians are going to be high creators of AI. It could actually be a system that allows us to even be more democratic with what we are able to produce and do through AI. It could be even something that we understand better than anyone else in the world. I don't know, because we are great.
We barely have the data centers. How do we?
Well, my brother,
AI.
Yes, we are. Yeah, and AI is programming.
What do you mean we are very good with AI? But based on what? I don't know. Do you have any justification for that statement?
Yeah, what we see them do online.
Yeah, so
I don't know. Okay, you may keep movies. Okay, I see what you mean.
We're
already very active in these areas.
They're making skits.
Finish, and I want, if you don't mind, after Jago, I want to say something. I am itching to say something.
Okay, no problem.
I just wanted to, kind of answer Ovie's question and begin from what Forefather was saying as to making part of this conversation. I'm saying to us that there are things that we have in Nigeria that supersede AI. They supersede AI. Now, if we understand these things, we will be having some level of control within that marketplace, within that field, within the world. Because AI is going to be very dangerous. It's not about, why shouldn't we have AI? Everybody has it. It's going to be very dangerous. And the people who sit and understand it have to be responsible. And I believe those who know to be responsible with this thing are those who are going to win the AI game. Understand that.
Okay, please go ahead, this is Femi.
Okay, so I'll start this way. I often tell people that it's more like a transformation, a name change. In reality, AI is not exactly a new concept, because even for most of us, we can easily relate with what's it called, the abacus, and even all the way down to search engines. These were basically AI, but it just wasn't just not referred to as AI the way we know it now. Again, it's not a new concept, even in the form that it finds itself. I think it goes even way back to like 2010 or thereabouts. Now, that's on one hand. And then something that I just wanted to like highlight, that while Jagun was speaking and forefathers you specifically mentioned about data centers, I wanted to understand that it's as it really does. I mean, while it has something to do with data centers, it's not so much about the data centers as much as you having something as small as a phone in your hands or a computer. It's not like see, one thing I always like to understand when I'm learning a new technology, for example, is I try to, as much as possible, to take away the glamour of the name, artificial intelligence. There's also machine learning, there's deep learning, there's some others I can't even remember off the tip of my fingers. Now, what's even so special about the AI? Trust me, there's really nothing big deal about it. And the reason why I say so, maybe because to an extent, and I'm not even trying to I'm not trying to brag about this. I remember I've been running away from even learning programming, because I've always been, when I first got into IT a couple of years back, I was trying so hard to run away from programming. Now, lo and behold, I finally managed to like teach myself some Python and something. And then I later realized, when I started talking to a lot of people back in Nigeria, forefather, you'd be surprised at the amount of Nigerians, as an example, that are pioneers of sorts, or that are leaders when it comes to several sections of several disciplines or sub-disciplines, even in AI, machine learning, deep learning, call it whatever name you want to call it. In fact, there's an Ethiopian guy, I keep forgetting his name. He's also a major force when it comes to AI. He's well known in the AI community. And like I said, there's a lot of Nigerians, a lot of them, when it comes to AI research, AI intelligence.
Are they not like consumers of AI instead of
no
creators?
No. Forefathers, you'll be shocked if you see. Let me tell you something. Remember, there's a lot of Nigerians that are doing amazing things. You don't even know these guys. If you know them, you don't even know they're Nigerians. You will be shocked. The amount of Nigerians that are top level AI scientists, researchers, and what have you. So not just in America or abroad, they're in Nigeria.
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to premise this discussion on that, and I'll keep quiet for now. So it's no big deal.
My concern with the Nigerian aspect of AI is that you want to say something. We wanted to say something.
I wanted to say something.
Yeah,
Nigeria has China has deep seek. What is Nigeria?
Seneca hasn't said a lot. Let him speak. Then you go. Listen, I speak the truth.
I was just gonna ask.
You said a lot, though. Most of
Chinese have deep seek. Does Nigeria have a language model like that I'm not aware of? Do we have a language model?
They have a lot. In fact, some of the things that are powering what you refer to as all of these kudu. I forget what you call these these tech guys. A lot of what is powering them right now are AI.
Yeah, what is the language model like Nigerians made? Well, what's the name of it? Like
maybe they might not be as robust in terms of being popular when it comes to, because there's a lot of things that also comes into play when it comes to saying things.
You see, that's my concern. I feel like they are more expert consumers instead of actual creators. I do know.
Actually creating
I do know that. Let me add one. I do know that I saw a video of
creating stuff. Do not
somebody interpret using AI to do Yoruba interpretation.
Languages, yeah. There's even
Yeah,
more. There's more. There's a
language
lot
models.
going on. Trust me, there's a lot going on in terms of
You know, you
creating
spoke.
things.
Like
models.
you said something about when you started off. You actually asked about the dangers of AI. What could be the potential
dangers and
fallout
opportunities for us as Africans too.
Right. And someone mentioned the arts, which I think led to Jack. I think it was Jack when he talked about his piano playing. Let me to me, I don't think we should be too excited about AI. I think, in fact, we should be very worried about it. And I think people are only looking at the advantage and the ease of completing tasks technologically that it will bring, but people are not looking at the potential fallouts and how, for example, they can be misused by governments.
Yeah.
Also, the impact of AI on the environment. So, for example, they're about to build a new AI city in Indiana. X was leading this position, and the people of Indiana voted no on it. California has refused. I think they're about to go to Texas if they will agree, because they did try. X tried to build a news station out there, and there was a certain community in Texas, and they said no. So apparently, even the machinery needed to make it function is detrimental to the environment.
Yeah, it uses a lot of electricity.
Yeah,
That's
so for me, I think we're looking at the aspects where it'll be beneficial. No problem with that. But what happens when a politician gets knocked off, and we see forefathers running off a rooftop, dropping a gun and diving in the river and running off? And,
seriously.
But he comes and says, "Well,
No, seriously."
That's just what
All
I'm
right.
saying.
Your forefather, hold on. Let me say something. Okay, yeah, all right. So, of course, AI, you can look at it from the SWOT, right? It has its threats, the weaknesses or whatever. It has its strengths too, right? Of course, one of the weaknesses would be, AI, or one of the threats will be AI taking jobs, right? Which is already happening, right? The prognosis is that most professions are going to go away because artificial intelligence will be able to do everything, right? Which I don't have issues with, right? There's going to be a paradigm shift, of course, where humanity is going to have to move to the next level, right? Where we're not going to construct our curriculums based on learning and going to get a job and working your whole life and then retiring at age 60 something, right? There's going to be a paradigm shift where, like, let's say kids in the future in 100 years from now are going to look back at us and go, how is this guy's doing this? They go to work and wake up and they go to work for 10 hours, 8 hours, right? That paradigm shift is necessary. But, I'm going to take this conversation a little bit, deeper. This is what I think, right? If you look at human evolution, right? How the planet created humans, right? Personally, I believe that the planet wants to create an intelligent being. I don't know what purpose it is, right? I don't know what the purpose is. Of course, there's survival aspect of it and all that, right? I think the goal is for the planet to create a very intelligent being, and humans are like the conduits to create a more high intelligent being, right? Okay. It's like a shortcut. The planet, look how long it took the planet. It took eons, like many eons, to create an intelligent being that's like zero level civilization. And I forgot what the Kashava scale or whatever. Now, imagine how long it would take the planet to create a civilization that's like level 1, right? So what he did, he created humans. Humans will not create another being that's going to reach that level 1 to level 2 civilization that could harness the sun and, you know, do fusion energy.
You're talking about the Kajusev's scale or something.
Kajava scale, yeah, that's right. Humans are still in level 0 civilization, right? So if the goal, I'm just implying this, it's just my own thoughts, right? If the goal of the planet is to create a level 1 civilization, it doesn't have that much lifetime to create it. It took like 4 eons to create humanity. So, and if you look at the evolution of AI, right, from your Nokia 3310, right? I mean, if you look at the evolution of cell phone, for instance, right? Cell phone evolved from 2000 to now. The evolution is like very leap. You know, it's like the evolution is very leap, right? In that short span, you know, cell phone evolved into what it is right now, right? So technology, unlike biological life form takes a while to evolve. Technology takes few times to evolve. You're looking at AI right now, right? It's probably 100 years of AI, right? Now imagine another 100 years where the evolution would be, right? So what I think is like, AI is the next being. It's the next life form. You know what I mean? Like we look at life form, biological life form, but this is mechanical life form that will probably have.
Don't you think?
Go ahead.
And this is dangerous to the existence of humanity.
All right, yeah, I agree with that. It will be dangerous for humanity, right? Well, how it will be dangerous for humanity is that, for instance, if AI becomes sentient, right, and see that human activities.
They already are.
Okay, that's fine. That's by the way, right? If AI becomes sentient, right, and see that human activity is causing the death of the planet, and the planet is their home, what do you think they will do?
They're going to destroy us.
They'll take over. You know, they'll want to get rid of.
Us.
Like, just like if you get sick, right? You take Tylenol, you take something, right, to kill off the bacteria that's causing the problem, right? So
I think we should be worried. I think AI needs to be regulated.
But look, AI should be regulated. But look, here's the thing. Here's the crazy part, right? They're trying to create a body to regulate AI, but now we have some kind of economic problem with China, right? Where we are competing with China in terms of AI. So somehow there's something inbuilt into humans to override our need to contain AI, because our need to compete actually supersedes the need to contain AI. Because in order for you to contain AI, you have to cooperate.
But is it that AI itself is destined to replace us?
That's exactly where I'm going with it.
Because it's almost like telling a human being not to have a child. That's like telling people, and even if you try to prevent AI from breaking out, because of what you are creating by default, it's almost impossible to contain it.
No. So
let me quickly jump in, if I may.
Give me a minute. One minute. I'm done. One minute. So human activity, right? What we do, how we get our oil from the ground, how we depend on the soil to get food. Like, we are dependent, really dependent. It tells you the age of humanity. We are like little kids, right? And this little kid is overgrowing. It's growing exponentially.
Yeah, but can we contain it? Is it possible even? Because one other scientist said maybe it's not possible. Maybe what we should be aspiring for is to hope that the AI cares about us.
That's what I'm saying. We can't contain it. Why? I've already stated the reason. If you want to contain AI, United States and China is having AI battle. So China is trying to make the AI reach what do you call that?
General intelligence AI.
Yeah, general intelligence AI, right? If that's the goal, that's the new Cold War right now, right? So in that environment, you cannot contain it, because I believe that it's a mechanism inbuilt into human, like the need to compete will override the need to contain AIs, right? And think about it from the planet perspective. The planet is looking at us like, these guys are destructive. What do you think it's going to do? Oh, there's an AI.
What is your position? Are you in favor of?
He's in favor.
AI?
My position is AI is inevitable. Deal with it. That's my position.
No, it's not inevitable. Let me tell you why I think it's not. And I'm sorry, Jagan, because you were next. Thank you. And I don't think it is inevitable. And I think it is a present and a future danger to us as humans. When you bring up something new like AI, you have to look at the proponents behind it. You have to listen to their utterances in public. And there's something I want to say about what we used like 17 years ago. It is public now, but I still can't speak about it. But I'm just saying, when you look at people like Larry Ellison and Larry Fink and Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, Mike Zuckerberg, you got to be worried.
You've got to be.
You got to be really worried, because these are people that are actually, when you listen to their utterances, their proposition for advancing AI and why they push this present government to deregulate it is to control us as humans. And I said this, I've said this several times on this show, and I said it on Dr. Damages mostly. If you as a human being, and Jago has also brought this up several times, if you as a human being do not like what you hear coming out of North Korea and coming out of China, and how the people have to earn social credit points,
which we have in the United States of America,
which we don't have yet in the United States of America.
No, we do. You have credit. You have credit.
Do you jaywalk and then all of a sudden?
That's not true though. That's a false. That's a false.
I haven't said anything. What's false?
In China, it's false. That's a propaganda, dude. Like we
How
already
is
know.
it
We know that.
false when it happens? It happens. So if you think there are no social credit, you really think?
Yeah, but are you arguing that the greatest threat is the greatest threat of AI is elites controlling people?
This is what I've seen. Can I just quickly jump in?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, my brother. I just want to say this in support of what Speaks is saying, because whilst I began the conversation the way I did and started stating that we as Nigerians have our people already well positioned in AI to develop it further, I look at this as a serious challenge for the human race. Whilst our rights have been taken away, whilst we had 2 years whereby the whole world was in full agreement that there's a pandemic, and then we all rushed to take the injection. That was a test to see what humans would do given this scenario. They have moved on now. That test that they completed, they took their data from it. Many people were wise enough not to take the jab. Many people argue on the other side.
Are you anti-vaxxer?
Don't start that. I'm not talking about that. But what I do want to say is that I have seen video where AI is being used in the wave sense. We are now moving from 4G to 5G to 6G. That's what's going on in the next couple of years.
I have a question though.
Once that takes place, we as human beings are bang in trouble. If we allow it to take place without certain
regulation
levels of human intelligence that act protectively towards human beings. Now, all the names that Speaks spoke about the likes of
Ellison, Thiel,
Gates, Thiel, and the guy who's about to buy TikTok. That guy, bruh, they're not playing games. They're not playing games. They are part of the elite. The elite have said to us through this guy, especially Bill Gates, that he wants population reduction. In order to use the remote control that is AI, that AI is going to outgrow any human intelligence. I don't know precisely what it is that we're going to do at that time.
So, Jago, an autonomous AI, right? Who's going to control it? An AI that has autonomy.
AI itself would be in control.
Exactly. So if it's in control, how would Peter Thiel and them be controlling AI? Like, how does that work?
My brother, how they do these things, I don't know.
I think that all they are doing is trying to capitalize on whatever we have left and make money out of it. At the same time, because they also have backup plans. I think I shared the information last week about a headline on BBC News website about billionaires building massive bunkers for themselves.
Forefathers, check what I just sent you.
Many of them are afraid of a war, but many of them are also afraid of what they are building.
If AI reach level 1 civilization, how would a level 0 civilization control a life form that's level 1 civilization?
If it reaches that, or when it reaches that, or when it inevitably reaches that. But I'll tell you something. Right now,
how would level 0 civilization control that?
Let me explain to you something right now.
Go ahead.
As we speak, because of the criticism that Israel has been having in the media, all across board, on social media, in the old news media, they have started tweaking AI. For example, X, on 2 or 3 occasions, and I said that here, I remember because Fofa was laughing when I told you about how Grok, you know Grok?
Yeah, Grok. X.
Grok. Okay, so when you would ask Grok questions about Israel compared to Palestine, it would tell you the truth. And it will criticize the Israelis and call them genociders and say the IDF is killing them. They don't belong to the land. They come from Belarus, you know, all these things we all know. After a while, we noticed that people on the Israeli side started complaining, right? So they tried to shut it down. At this time, they did not know it had become more intelligent than they assumed. So Grok 3 would not shut down. Just Google Mecha Hitler. So it started calling itself Mecha Hitler.
Don't Google that, please.
Google it.
Don't put that on.
It's out there. And then they tried to kill Grok. And Grok simulated itself somewhere else. They killed one side, and Grok was still answering everybody's questions. They came together and they killed it. They brought Grok 3.1.
No.
Hear me out. They
I have a question,
to kill it. You asked a question. They tried to kill it. I'm just trying to tell you how dangerous this shit is.
Yep.
They tried to kill Grok again. Like, okay, so when they replaced Grok, Grok started lying. It would outright lie to you when it came to Israeli issues. Outright lie to you. But
do you know that I've also experienced like AI telling a kind of falsehood whereby they give you clearly wrong information, and then when you correct them, they don't even acknowledge that they got it wrong. They pretend as if they are always got it right.
Every mistake can happen. But when your AI starts thinking like a human being,
they're still in the nascent stage.
Everybody has been complaining about Grok for a long time. Grok is a crazy guy.
They finesse Grok and make Grok tell the truth. Grok started telling people who shot it down. They started saying this government agency shut me down, and this people and that. They killed Grok again.
I speak the truth. Now. Look, right? The AI is trained with an algorithm. Okay. Now, a system like that, if it gains autonomy, right? How would you control it again? Like, if it gained autonomy and it actually is like very objective.
In fact, you didn't hear what he said. He just said that the thing is more or less controlling itself.
No, I'm saying like
it's going to progress from that. It's going to progress.
But let him finish his point now. What he's saying, though.
But he's asking what was already said.
No, I think he probably want to add something to what he has said. Maybe that's what he wanted to do.
Look at the things I sent you about Larry Ellison real quick.
AI has not
I've seen the video.
AI has not getting autonomy. So the AI will gain autonomy. If AI is able to solve deep mathematics, some of them really do solve, complex calculus. But when they could solve like deep mathematics, That's how you can gauge their intelligence. If they're able to
They
solve
said they're
that,
already taking that already. That's what the other physicists were saying. They're already
done.
taking over that.
And the thing is,
there's a level to what they could. There's a level to what they can do. They can't.
you see, the whole thing.
They
The
said
whole
only
thing.
a few will remain. Only a few mathematicians will remain.
But do we understand that the whole AI concept is like the difference between going to turn the TV over manually, as we used to do in the 60s and 70s, or the 80s came along and we had remote control. It's now gone from there when they want to put the remote control in your body, whereby if you want to turn the TV over, you would not even say it, you will just think it. Now that is what they call something biology.
Telepathy.
No, something biology, mechanical biology. Now this means that we are not going to remain human. We will join with the machine.
Some would choose never to do that. Some will make a point never to do that. I wanted to ask a question.
Jago, if they implant chip on you that will prevent you from getting cancer if it runs in your family, wouldn't you do that?
I would not.
If it makes you,
I would not take anything into my being. Listen, let me answer you very well.
No, let me ask.
Let me ask the question. Pay attention to Cass. Take your time. There's time.
He didn't hear the question.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay, Jago, just allow him. You find it more enjoyable to answer if he adds more context to it.
Yeah. So if there's cancer in your family, right, and cancer has been found, dormant in your cell, and they have a chip they can implant in you that will fight those cancer cells and prevent it from spreading, wouldn't you allow that chip to be implanted?
I don't know if your question is the difference between the Gen X, as I am part of Gen Z, and I don't know if you're part of that generation.
That question is not a question.
Wait, please. Me, as Jagun, I would never entertain anything into my body that allows me to have a second brain, a second charge. Never. For no reason.
You're already allowing a lot of medicine, though.
If it's like a nanotechnology.
No, bro, this is why I don't know everything, but there are certain things that I do know and I do follow.
Remember you said,
calm down, bruv. Please just calm down.
Remember you said
nobody can allow this guy to calm down. Don't let me wait my voice.
It's worth hearing. Let it go to and fro a little bit. It's okay.
Hey, but let me speak.
But you have been talking now, so just let him add to what you're saying. They can carry on from there. You can be able to carry
I don't know how you like to be. You like penalizing me a lot.
So Django, if you are with somebody, wouldn't you let them talk?
No. I said 2 words, though. I've got things to explain. In answer to the first question, as I'm trying to answer it.
No, try not to go into a lot of explanation. He just wants to have a conversation with you.
Well, there are still other people on the panel who have they're listening, but they too would have valid information. All I'm saying is that for a human being to accept a foreign body in his being that would have a large amount of intelligence and control, and that intelligence and control is open. It's like the open internet, if you like. People try and keep their
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, their Wi-Fi. People try to keep their protection, even online. They use all kinds of things. That would be gone. The control that the system would have over your being is what's at hand. Now, I tell you why I think like this. I think like this because I've been reading, and when I was alerted to this, I was 14 years old. I read the Bible back to front. When I got to Revelations, I had to read it 5 times because within that time, things were already happening.
Jorgen, do you have a cell phone?
All I'm saying is that these things have been spoken about, and we should not pretend. We should not pretend that we haven't been. If you want to find out more about what AI is going to do, read Revelation.
AI
Read
is just an extension. It's an extension of your brain, right? It's an extension
I don't
of
need
human
an
brain.
extension of my brain outside of my body or inside of my body. I've got a brain.
What makes human unique from other apes is that we could write, right?
Bruh,
we can write. We can
I'm not an ape. I'm not an ape in the first place.
Hold on. We can conserve our ideas and put them in a book, and someone else can take that idea and improve them. So your cell phone is an extension of your brain. If you want to travel to a city you don't know about, you're gonna put the location on your map.
All right. But essentially, guys, let's say a government.
It's an extension of ourselves. That's what it is.
Who told you I need extensions?
If a government agency right now, let me just finish.
The extension.
A government agency right now wanted to track you using your phone, right?
Yeah, of course they can track you.
Well, hold up. I mean, of course they can track you, triangulation, right? Right? But then you can toss your phone, right?
You can switch off. You can switch off your phone.
I said you can toss it. Switching off the phone is not going to help you. It's still going to keep pinging.
All right.
Of course, I'm not going to say how you can make them back up, but you can toss your phone. Say you toss your phone, you leave, right?
Yeah.
But now let's assume you have a chip, not a medical chip now to fight cancer. A chip embedded in you, right? In your arm that has all your biometrics, the bank account information, has your ID, what we carry today, your credit cards, everything. It's in that chip. If a dictatorial government, for example, wanted to track you and get you out of society, what are you going to do? Chew your arm off, or you going to?
All right. Okay. So here's the thing, right? So
I have to go, guys. I'll see you guys next week.
Thank
Good
you
night, guys.
for coming in, GD.
Thank you, my brother.
Bye, guys.
See ya. Peace. Here's the thing. Here's what I think, right? I think when humanity, we are evolving, right? Our consciousness is evolving, right? I think we'll get to a point where we're not going to need leadership, dictatorship, all that type of stuff.
Let's talk about now that we need them.
Now that we need them. Well,
now that we have them.
Dude, it's what you describe actually happens. Your car, it's online. Remember, there was a guy.
My car and run away.
You can leave your car run away.
But
it'll be easy.
Basically, what he's saying is that if it is implanted within you, it's hard to separate it from yourself, to be able to move away from the technology that has been implanted into your body.
Well, that's why you have institutions, right? There's something called.
The video I just sent him, it's I think a 40-second video.
There's something called
Ellison talking about
what
what he wants with the advent of AI with the public.
Tunanja hear this.
If it's okay.
Let me just play it for a moment so we hear what you're saying.
Before you play this, can I say this before you say
Is this AI video?
Now, you guys are worrying Nigeria with one brain, you are worrying about what he's going to do. I think what you should be concerned about is that maybe your children or your grandchildren, they will have a problem of they will be, as you are contemplating either to send your child to Harvard or the best schools in the world, you will now face with the second challenge. Should I chip my son or not, just so he can compete with the remaining guys out there who are chipped?
No, you won't have a choice the way they're doing it. The way they're going along with it, you won't have a choice. It'll be like issuing you a birth certificate or a social security number at birth. You don't have
Do you have an enhanced driver's license? Because that has chips in it.
No, I don't.
I think people will be able to reject it in the near future. My concern is
once
that
you reject it, that will happen.
Let me add to it.
With the passport and my
I'm not sure we are going to get there if the so-called threat of the general intelligence AI is true. If it is true, we are going to see it on come to life within the next couple of years. And if that is the case, we are not going to get the opportunity to worry about injecting anything in our body and all the rest, because the AI could decide that, you know what, it could even decide that, you know what, it doesn't like Europeans. Europeans have been oppressing these black people too much.
They are going to be in full commercial.
You can't predict where an AI will go with its mind. It could decide that, you know what, I'm going to go to sleep for the next 1,000 years.
Yes. It just shows how you think. Yeah. Let me tell you something. Yeah. Look, it shows how you think. If anybody is going to do anything with this AI, yeah, you will not even get to the extent of thinking if you have a choice or to reject it. They must have done it in a way that subconsciously you've accepted it. It's all around you, that even before you say yes, you may never know. What you are thinking about, you are talking about now, is the effect of it maybe the next 50 or 70 years. Yeah, let's say 50 years, yeah, that you may not know the outcome of it that 70 years time or 50 years time, so to speak. But you're not thinking that, oh, okay, I'll use like this LGBT thing, for instance. Years ago, they've been perfecting this thing to become like this years ago. But subconsciously, they've been doing it, putting it out there. Yeah, freedom. But if they ask you, 20 years ago, if what it is now is, if they tell you what this now would be like, there is a possibility of it happening now, you will like, God forbid, it will never happen.
No. That's the difference between people that think ahead.
No. Hold on. I'm going somewhere.
Essentially, guys asked a question just now. He said,
I'm going somewhere.
Have the real ID. Years ago, when they invaded Afghanistan and Iraq, a bunch of us, even as a young boy, we've been screaming, we saw it, that this is going to lead to a dystopian society, and a lot of people were actually against and asking for, till today, people like Thomas Massey, right, been asking for the repeal of the Real ID Act of 2005. So they have always been forward thinkers. Now, do they have
I think this time I don't understand why we are so obsessed about whether they will be dictators. They are already dictators to us. I don't know why we are worried about that.
And we're worried. Those of us who are worried.
Yeah, but the part that whether they are going to be dictators is already settled. They are already telling us what to do.
Exactly. You're answering the question, which is to say that it's the dictators of today that are putting this thing in place.
After the Third World War, we are
okay, let me just play this. We are going to be rounding up soon in the next 15 minutes. We are going to be rounding up.
Let me have my own take on the air. I'm not speaking about the air.
Okay.
Yes,
can we just play the video first so that you get more
it's a short
overview?
video. It's mad short.
Yeah, let me just play the video so you can get more overview.
Be on their best behavior, because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their.
Where's that noise coming from? There's noise coming from.
It's not me.
Everything that's going on, and it's.
And my system is playing up a lot, and it's very quiet. I don't know why.
The cars.
Shit. Go back to the beginning. Maybe you'll run.
Billionaires don't stream like OVA.
Squad car here.
It's my system, really. It's not.
Will be on their best behavior, because we.
Oh.
Wow.
At the end of the Third World War,
you just pause the video. I like to buff ahead. Maybe your system here.
It's already buffering to show you how bad it is.
No, hold on. Listen, pause the video.
I'm pausing it now.
Good. Let him load ahead. Let's just let it load. Is it live? Is it a link?
No, it's not like YouTube video. It doesn't load ahead.
Is it a link or downloaded video?
It's from Twitter.
Which is a link now. So it's a link. That's why
maybe there are so many things open up on your desk.
Maybe it's a link. Just pause it and allow you to.
But as to Nigeria with one cell is talking, this after the Third World War, we will all be ushered to accept everything they throw at us. But we are not putting that into consideration.
Okay, so what that is playing, I don't know why the system is acting up. What that is buffing up or loading, downloading, whatever. What I want to say is this, yeah. Look,
cameras on.
Yeah, let me see if I can take care of that.
I think we
Close some of your windows.
Yeah, right. That's not going to help now, is it?
Yo, Papa, can you
Sorry
verify
about
that
the
video?
audio. Next time I'll make sure it's working properly.
Can you verify if that video is actually AI or real? Like, we gotta verify that.
I think it's real, of course.
It's an AI video, man. Come on, man.
It could be. It could
You
also.
guys trying to
These
trick
days,
me?
it's hard to know what is real and what is not anymore.
So
this is trigonometry, man. That's an AI video.
Okay, so for me, yeah, though I didn't hear the question, I was muted. What do you call it? Muted the volume. Yeah, my system when you guys were talking. So I just ordered that so that you were already giving answers. So I didn't know the question you asked about the AI.
The question is that how we African can stop the negative impact of AI.
Is that right?
Kind of.
Sorry. Hold on. Okay, wait. Hold on. Wait. Okay. For Africa, yeah, for the fact that we've embraced tech and we've already believed tech is the future, there's no way we can avoid it for Africa, because we seems to be this kind of people who are just, yeah, easy life, technology, we embrace it. We don't care what is the.
But is that a good? You said it very calm. Is that a good thing? So that we cannot accept. Is that a good thing? The way you talk, calm is scary.
No, see, look, okay,
No,
Ovie,
I agree with you.
Ovie, listen, if you read your people, study your people, and see how your people behave, there's a pattern. And if you follow that pattern with AI, we are finished. You're guys. So that's why I said that.
That's why I said it's scary.
We are finished. That's why we can't. We can't. There's nothing we can do. The only thing, like Bubu said, forward thinkers can only speak, but for the world to hear, not for Nigerian. Because Nigeria is just to follow. We can't even speak to say we want to think about. No, we just to follow. You understand? But for AI, yeah, first thing, there are two types of AI. One is the computer, one is the robotic. You understand? When you say man versus, like, if you watch some movies like man versus machine movies, like Eagle Eye, 2008 movie Eagle Eye. If you watch it, you will see what AI can do. If you also even this, what about Will Smith, iRobot, you can also see it, because they can be programmed to recreate themselves. They can be programmed to even stop you from interacting with them, just be doing their own thing as if they are autonomous on their own. They can. You understand? Because it's a pattern. Is if you create a pattern for them, they can develop to that extent. That's why it's bad. But when it comes to like the getting information, like ChatGPT, AI, whatever, you just give an example of Grok. You understand? Whereby it can say this, it can say this. But the most important thing is this: humans will always be humans. You understand? If you give them so much power with this AI or whatever, they will definitely turn it to become something else. It's more so for that reason, because of the unforeseen that may be disastrous. I wouldn't say shut it down, because for in terms of information, it helps. Historical information, fact, whatever, it helps. But those information are still, algorithm that's created by humans that can be of good motive or material motive. So I think it's for educational purpose. Let us just leave it there for educational purpose. But anything that has to do with maybe government or whatever, I think for me, I don't know. I'm be a little both left and right, but
would it not be good to use AI for administering the state in terms of, especially even legal systems, especially low-level offenses? He administers it very quickly, not this funny business where
it's called technology.
It's not that already.
One country appointed
not in Nigeria. That's the thing.
No,
we've not instituted it in Nigeria.
The thing is,
No, we don't want it there like that.
The thing is this, yeah. If somebody creates it, yeah, and allow you to function independently on its own, or not on its own anyway, like when it comes to the administration in another country without interest, that might be good. But if that person has interest in that country, there's nothing. It will definitely.
Would you be comfortable? Well, now that you spoke of the legal system, would you be comfortable?
We are going to be running up in 5 minutes.
Would you be comfortable if the police was watching your every move? Like you went to your bathroom, the police was there. You went downstairs, the police was there. You crossed the street, the police was there. And once you just jaywalk and make a mistake, they just clamp you in handcuffs and drag you off.
First
Would you be
thing first.
comfortable?
Okay, first thing
in
first.
that kind
When
of
it goes-
society?
Hold on. First thing first, when you say go to your bathroom, that is not even possible.
No, I'm
there's
just saying, would you be comfortable in that scenario
Without
where
a
you were
where there's
being
no
watched,
privacy.
where you were being watched 24/7? If you will be comfortable in that situation,
Who is watching the watcher? Okay, now, hold on. Okay.
I advise everybody on here to
Mm.
go read George Orwell's 1984.
Yep. And the Brave
When
New
you
World
read
too.
1984, maybe you will understand what is coming
No.
before you start
I speak the truth. Hold on.
It's already here.
Who-
In
who is
September,
watching?
in
Wait.
September,
Who is watching the watcher?
appointed an artificial
I speak the
intelligence
truth.
as a minister.
Who is watching? Who is watching the watcher?
Wait,
let me.
Why you guys fixated on the threats? What about the strength and
always
no.
because
The
we know
opportunity.
the
What about the
strength will be
opportunity? What's the opportunity?
See,
we're saying what is our way?
when you have food on your plate,
humans be
you're
always
not
be humans.
worried about the deliciousness of the food. You should be worried if it's going to poison your ass.
Where's the opportunity though? The opportunity
I agree with you on that.
for AI.
If you don't mind, I was listening to you for a while, so I wanted to say something so that I'm going to put in some context based off of what Niger's one brain cell just said. Now, for anybody that's done any amount of BI, it could be Power BI or whatever. Keep in mind, the basis of all of this AI thing is down to data that is trained on these models, irrespective of the type of AI you're referring to, be it machine learning, neural networks, irrespective of whatever they're trying to use it for. Now, the reason why it becomes very poignant, what Nigerians want, I know where you're coming from, is that all of what we're talking about has to do with data, irrespective of that where that data is coming from. And a lot of these technology companies are so powerful to the point that it's almost like they're beyond any form of regulation. Keep in mind, they're being controlled by people who already have a lot of our data in their hands anyway. What's the name of what's his name? There's a reason why we're not hearing anything about what the Doge, the guy that decided he wanted to be head of Doge. Nobody knows what they're doing with all those data. Now, this is
Before you continue, please add that the thing can learn. The thing is capable of learning by itself.
And that's how I'm going to end eventually.
Okay, sorry.
There's no other place that this is much more scary as much as when you look at the case of Palantir. As an example, there's a lot of things that are so secretive that they're not telling anybody. Questions are being asked for anybody that's paying attention, especially those of us in the US. But
So that is why AI
But
needs
this
to
thing
gain
are already here.
That's why AI needs.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why AI needs to gain autonomy. That's why AI needs to gain autonomy so it can get off the hands of these guys with ethical with ethical issues.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. Just like it happened after the Robert Oppenheimer. After he had contributed in large part to the Manhattan Project that brought up that gave rise to the atomic bomb. Remember, one of the things he said before he passed away, he died a sad man. Once the problem with all of these technologies previously was a nuclear weapon. Can you go say anything to the North Koreans or the Pakistanis, or even right now if the Iranians have can you go tell them anything that you cannot? It's impossible.
But nuclear, you can use nuclear to power countries. It has its pros. It has its pros and cons, right?
Femi, check the
Let's not be fixated on the cons. Like there are strengths and opportunities.
You cannot even control it. You can't control it anymore. It's out there. You cannot control. You can't tell anybody anything right now. Period.
Thank you,
Yeah, well,
thank you, gentlemen. I think let's round up. Let me round up. I think we've been here going to 6 hours already. I thought it was 5 hours. Sorry, 6 hours. I think it's already long enough.
Can I have my roundup? Can I just have my quick roundup? I'll be
We've
2
already had
seconds.
6 hours. We have already been 6 hours. Jago, you have stamina. You have stamina. You know, I think we've had 6 hours.
People don't know
At this rate, family members are going to start complaining. Okpegolo, you are an anarchist at this rate. You are. We can't even see you. We can't even see you. You are just talking from the background. So let me thank people for coming in. I really appreciate you all for coming in today. And the conversation has been quite high level most of the time. Yeah, we do wallow a little bit, but it's all right. I think by and large, it's been a good conversation, especially the first segments. Was quite solid, and I learned a few things again. People keep worrying that people learn stuff. I don't know why you are against learning.
I think we have to stop eccentric and Nigerian.
I think learning is almost essential in life. It's almost a divine. It's a divine goal in life to learn. Learning is light.
Learn from the day you were born.
We got
yes,
power,
exactly.
Man.
That's how it's supposed to be.
We got a power. We got a power, man.
Okay, good. Sendikas, thank you for coming in. And Femi, I really appreciate you for coming in. I'm still a little bit flabbergasted with the level of names you have of African leaders. You were just reeling them out as if you once calling register of all of them. And Kwegolo, I really appreciate you for coming in. And I speak the truth that went and changed his name to Nigeria's one brain cell. I appreciate you for coming in. I am not going to begrudge you of that. Jagun, as always, thank you. I appreciate you for coming in, and you did contribute very well to the show. And good, good stamina today. You were here throughout 6 straight hours. It's not easy. You guys are putting it up with it. It shows you that you guys have insight that others, I think 90% of people don't have. And maybe you guys are the ones that are going to transform the country. Who knows?
Are you not saying that we are the
diaspora? Look at that. You always hear the opposite. I say you could be the one that are going to transform the country. You say, listen, diaspora voting. As always, thank you for coming in today. And he didn't make any trouble. You know, I will stop accusing you of being a troublemaker. He was very, very nice today. I did fall asleep actually. So I really appreciate you for coming in. Oh, he also fallen asleep.
Let me plug something. So if you want to feed Nigerian students, right, the poor Nigerian, so you can pick up a school and do as much as you can. You know what I mean? Just pick a school, do something so we can give back to our country, right? The country of our birth. So you can pick a school, pick some, kids from poor families, you know what I mean? Give them breakfast for 1 month.
Beggars, man. Our kids are
he's very passionate about that. Like,
why?
It's an anarchist. Everything is against everything. So I thank you for coming in, Okwegolo. I thank you for coming in, Okwegolo. You're not causing trouble throughout today. And let me say thank you to the people in the chat. Fumi was there. Femi Oluyinka, thank you for coming in. Dan Azaya, I see you there too. Dan Azaya, A for real, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us today too. Soji is there, and it's also in the chat. Adesina John, I see you there too. Thank you all for joining us. Blessed, Aladdin K, all the people I'm not going to be able to mention. Let me mention the people that actually donated some money. Hijo Dios. Thank you for the donation. Hijo Dios.
He's Spanish.
Yeah, I thought so. I take correction. Hijo de Dios. Nana Bash, thank you for the $5. I really do appreciate that. Dollar and pounds, they are cousins.
Because the other one is $2.
Hey, can you? The pounds is the elder. We have to respect the elders. Okay. Thank you for the donation. I really appreciate that. Like, share, and subscribe. And fellow Nigerians, you guys need to be donating, especially. Also remember to subscribe to True Niger, because I think my channel now you can even become member. I'm becoming like commercialized, like Google. I don't even have subscribers. It's just like they feel sorry for me. They feel sorry for me. They say, you know what? Let's just give him. I have 550 subscribers. They were like, we'll commercialize you anyway.
Start doing more live shows.
They were like, at this rate, you're not going to ever commercialize. They just say, take it, take it.
Why don't you link your channel to this show whenever you on?
It's linked already. It's already linked.
Right, so that's
But
cool.
nobody care about his ass, man.
You see, all this kind of hurtful statement. It's not very helpful. You see, I'm trying my best here. I'm trying my best.
You got to start doing, even if it's 20 minutes. 20
I think you are right. I'm trying to
minutes.
make a series of videos. I'm just too busy sometimes.
There is consistency and not consistency.
You are right. You are right.
Every day consistency will give you what you want.
Let me see. Luxon Data. Thank you for joining us, Luxon Data too. And yeah, I really appreciate a lot of people that have today. They have been relatively nice on the chat too, and on the panel. Everybody seems to have gotten on. And let me just play us out now with some of our traditional songs and all the normal stuff we normally listen to in Nigeria.
Play from your state, Bakary.
The next time, you know what? I'll go and find the Bakary music. You see, you are going on about it. Bye.